Hey everyone, Editing Jedi here, and I just wanted to take a moment to formally apologize for a huge misplay. There will be a background music in the first half of the podcast. Thankfully, the second half of the show does not have background music. But because I wanted to maintain the authenticity of what we talked about and our card breakdowns, I decided not to re-record the 2.5 hours. Thank you so much for your flexibility and patience. I really hope you enjoy this show. And back to your regularly scheduled program.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mark from the Misplay Podcast, and you're listening to Eternal Journey, everyone's favorite Eternal podcast.
Welcome to Eternal Journey, the podcast.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of Eternal Journey, the podcast that talks about all things eternal with a focus on limited play. I'm your host, Jedi, and this is episode 53, and I hope you packed a big lunch and brought some water because this is going to be a big one. This is our commons and uncommon set review for Echoes of Eternity. That's right. We got set 8 was finally released this week, and we are going to go card by card, break it down for you so you have a better understanding of how to draft this format while we all solve it together. But joining me on the line, as usual, from hopefully not snowed in Colorado, is John Holio. How you doing, buddy?
I'm pretty good, but it's definitely been snowing all day again today.
Oh man, but you got food and stuff, right? You got supplies?
I'm all set.
All right, go. Cool.
Chilling, literally.
All right, so the Uber Eats college students can sleep easy tonight. Fair.
Yeah, they can also be chilling.
All right. And coming across the other side of the country, I guess. I was going to say the globe, but that's a little too far. We have Darth Herman 2 Alex. How you doing, buddy?
Good evening, guys. What's up?
Dude, stoked that I actually get to do a 3-hour podcast without having to talk to myself the whole time.
Yeah, dude, new set, exciting. I'm super hyped.
Conversation hype.
Yes.
Sweet. All right, so a couple of housekeeping things real quick. I want to mention the YouTube Eternal Journey on YouTube, where you can catch the visual version of this show. That's right, where we're gonna be talking about every card, and I'll have those up on screen for you. So if you are a more visual learner, definitely check it out on the YouTube, as well as draft videos. I already recorded one today that should be going up later on. And yeah, just great content all around, including if you are new to Eternal, my beginner tutorial series. I'll start breaking down each mode of Eternal to help you get better at the game. Then, of course, the Discord, where we are already breaking down key cards and talking about things, how they interact and stuff like that. So if you want to get ahead of the competition in the format, check it out at the Discord. Link in the show notes below. And then, of course, shout out to Warcry and Eternal Warcry and Shift Stoned, which are two fantastic resources for Eternal players, both posting decks, working out your curve generating, and just overall communicating with other people, sharing both limited and constructed decks as well. We have a couple of people joining the Jedi Order this week, so shout outs to Spice Weasel and Sammy91 for subbing to the channel. Really appreciate you guys. Welcome to the Jedi Order, and of course, an ongoing thank you to all those resubs that are just slowly but surely growing the Jedi Order one Padawan at a time. Thank you all so much for the ongoing support. It's really helpful. Allows me and the rest of the crew to sit here for 5 hours and evaluate cards, so you can have a less boring drive to work and kind of make your draft picks a little more informative. But okay, that is it, guys. So we are going to skip our usual stuff as far as pack one, pick one, what's the play, and construction corner this week, because like I said, we are doing a card by card evaluation of the whole set. That's going to take quite a long time, so we're just going to focus on that. But before we dive in, just to give you a quick overview of the set, I do a statistics or number crunch type thing. I did it for Flames of Zolta and it got some pretty good reviews, so we're back doing it again, and just to kind of give you an idea of what the format kind of looks like and whatnot. So first off, I want to say that there are 574 total common and uncommon cards in this set, thanks to the ginormous curated packs pool. Of course, there are times 1, times 3, times 6, and even times 12 multipliers on those cards. So that it means that you are going to see somewhat the similar cards in these draft packs, but it still varies. 574 is a big difference from the 316 of the initial Flames of Zolta release. Of course, the second version of Flame of Zolta is when they upgraded those packs. So what do you guys think about that?
That's crazy.
Yeah,
that is so many cards. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I do think the times 6 multiplier will make a difference and make it a little more consistent than the chaos that we saw before, but man, that's still quite intimidating. At the common level, we have 277 cards compared to 151 from Flame of Zolta. And then at the uncommon, we have 297 compared to 165. So a huge jump in obviously commons and uncommon pools, but obviously the change from the difference between common and uncommon isn't too far apart, between only being about 20 cards in echoes and roughly about 14 cards in Fox. So about the same there, which is kind of interesting considering how less frequently we're going to be seeing those uncommon cards.
So these total numbers are including all of the commons and uncommons respectively in the draft format in total, right?
Yes. Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. Wow.
Those are huge jumps. Wow.
Yeah,
I thought there was a lot last time, and it's even bigger now. Wow.
Yeah, so those uncommons in those curated packs especially, I think, are going to be very difficult to come across. So I think speculating on what uncommons you might see in the draft packs is going to be super sketchy. All right.
Okay.
All right. As far as units go, breaking down this is the combination of both uncommon and common units. No rares or mythics were included in this because obviously we're not going to be seeing them as often. As far as 2 power units, so 2x units, there's a total of 96 in this format, comparable to 98 in Fox. The difference there is 16.7% of all the units in the common and uncommon level, both in echoes and curated packs, are going to have 2 attack. At the 3 attack level, right, this is 3x units. This could be anywhere from a 3-1 all the way up to like a 3-6 or whatnot. There's 54 of them in the format, so only 9.4% of the format has 3 attack. Okay, this comparable to Fox. This is where we're at 19.6%. So huge decrease in the X2s and X3, or I'm sorry, 2Xs and 3Xs in the format. This could be slightly adjusted because of the high number of the curated packs, but we'll find out later on. All right, so moving on, let's go to the important part, the actual toughness of these units, or health. So our X1s, right? This is going to be important because this lets us know how 1x defenders can 1-4s, 1-5s, 1-3s can defend, as well as if specific ping effects cards that do 1 damage are viable. So our X1 units, we have 78 of them in the format. So, I mean, that's quite a few. That's quite a few units there. At X and 2, we have 71. So we actually have a decrease. There's actually more X1 units than there are X2 units. And then finally at X and 3, so 3 health units, we have 68. So there's a good chunk as far as the common and uncommon level that are X1. So how do you get that's man, that's kind of a big deal, because even in Fox, which we considered had a lot of X1s and ways to kill them, there were 83 of them. So we're seeing a little bit less here with a larger pool, but that's still a huge number.
Yeah. And then, I mean, this doesn't include like corrupted units, which all eventually come down to X1.
Yeah,
true.
True.
So that's another consideration there.
Yeah, good point. Trying to take it.
That's a lot.
Yep. Just to round out the stats real quick, we'll go through this last little bit. X4s, so 4 health units, there's 50 of them. So that's going to be a little interesting. We're going to have to figure out that sweet spot if 3 or 4 health is going to be the real difference here. Like we saw earlier, there's a huge decline from 2 attack to 3 attack. We go from 96 units to 54 units. So there is a consideration that 3 health might be the tipping point, but we'll have to play it out a little bit to see. The highest stat line, both for health and attack in this format, is 9/9, which we'll talk about in a little bit. It actually stems from 1 unit, but it is a 6-drop, so it is something to consider. It's not those corner case units anymore, so you do have to be worried about huge, ginormous units running around. Another important stat here we have is the flyers. There are 79 total flyers in the format, up from 64 from the Fox packs. So we're seeing an increase of over 15 units, or exactly 15 units more flying. And this is cards that either create flyers or are flyers. I didn't count combat tricks that give flying or anything like that. And then lastly, our silence effects. And this, surprisingly enough, is actually dead even with Fox, with 13 silence effects. So,
okay.
But yeah, that's pretty much the stat breakdown. Hope that gives you a little bit of an overview as far as what the stat lines that we could expect to see when you are evaluating, like I said, those 1-3s, those 2-3s, those 3-2s, and things like that. Those really corner cases when you're trying to make those final cuts and whatnot. But okay, guys. The last thing we're going to go over before we dive into it is our grading scale. So the reason why we did this one is popularized by Limited Resources. And what this does is we're going to have a lot of discussion here on the podcast. And you're going to see us talk about how great a card is and how bad it is and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then at the end, we're both going to be like, yeah, it's a C. And so what it does is it kind of gives you a good overview or a general wide stroke of where these cards land. Because you might see a card that we absolutely think is amazing. We're like, oh my God, this card is awesome. It's super fantastic. But then we come down on a C+ type card, because at the end of the day, it's a great card for what role it plays, but the role it plays is very narrow. So just something to help you identify where we sit after whatever discussions we have in the future. And so yeah, without further ado, let's go ahead and break it down. First off, we're going to have our A's. These are our bomb units. These are the units that can stabilize you or get you back in the game when you're behind, and then obviously do a really good job of closing out the game and winning it very quickly. Cards like examples for these cards are Marizo and Aramot, both just powerhouse bombs whenever they hit the board.
And then let's see here. That's followed by the B's, which are pretty much the next best cards. Cards that actively pull you into a color. Premium removal, such as Fell Ritual, falls under this. Or premium units, such as Intrepid Longhorn.
Okay. Yeah, and then obviously next comes C's. These are, the body of the deck. Going to be the majority of your cards, hopefully. And are, somewhat the pawns of the limited format. Cards such as Coastal Recruit, classic 3/3 for 3, or something like Swang Seekerin from the last format.
All right, and then we have the Sad D's, Last Inclusions, the Rather Not Play Thems, the Make You Sad If You Have to Play Them, Razor Wire Totemite, and Faceless One.
Yeah, and then at the bottom of the spectrum, there are the Super Sad F's, and these are unplayable, or cards that might be good in constructed or something like that, but these are cards you do not want to see in your deck in the draft format. Cards such as Elaz's Choice or Calderan Cradle.
All right, then that's followed by build around category, which would include cards that, like, when you're drafting, they're better when you can build around them and synergize with other cards. On their own, they're pretty mediocre to bad, but cards such as like Wizen Crone and Dizzo's Racket, or Dizzo, did I say that right?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we gave a couple ratings that are build around specific, but probably just a handful of those cards as we go through the review here. And then there's also market cards. There are technically markets in the format, so cards that are not really useful in every matchup, but can be situationally very powerful if drawn in specific situations from the market.
Sweet. All right. Thanks, guys. And so that's what we're going to do. Every card we'll have a discussion about if we feel the need to, and then we'll stamp a grade on it. Of note, if you are, once again, a visual learner, I do have this up on the YouTube, so you can follow along on each Warner Warcry with us if you are following on your own. And of course, you can catch the written version, which is something we're going to be doing new for this set review, on the subsequent website. one last statement I want to say, just to kind of clear it off. Strangers are back in this format, which means there's going to be a lot of fixing, and there's also going to be some cross or asymmetrical synergies where strangers on one side of the board affect strangers on the other side of the board. So that is something that we will mention, but for simplicity purposes, I may not mention it for every single stranger in depth, but it is something to consider. So another strategy to that is that you can either draft just the neutral strangers and hope to benefit from your opponent playing the strangers that matter, or of course you just draft your own power strangers as well. Do you guys have anything to add on the stranger thing that we can kind of eat up a little bit of time now before we go down and hit every single stranger?
I think you basically hit the high points. I think having all these random stranger abilities on either side of the board just makes it a little bit more exciting to play these fixing strangers. At least I'm looking forward to, having some spicy splash cards on the back of these guys, and maybe they'll even do some bonus moves thanks to my opponent's creatures.
Alex, anything from you?
No, I'm surprised that those were even in the set, the fixing strangers. So I'm pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I predict a lot of crazy games.
Indeed.
Yeah, just one last caveat before we start. We've already identified because of, and we'll see here at the common level as well, this is going to be just breaking down each card in echoes, but there is a ton of fixing in the curated packs between strangers, seek powers, and seek answers and all that. So it is already been identified at the very minimum as a 3-faction format, which is what they're going to sell, as we'll talk about later on, as well as it being a 5-color good stuff. So something to consider. It's kind of the sky's the limit here in this format. But with that, guys, you guys ready to start talking cards?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so first up on the screen, we have Fury Blade. This is a +2/+1 relic weapon at common for 1 and a fire. And that's it. John, what do you think?
Slow speed char with downside?
Yeah, it's actually kind of funny. That's exactly what I put in my notes too. I'm like, a slow speed char. All right. Char does some work though. 2 damage for 1 is typically trading up. So
this one's at the expense of some face damage, but it's slow, so that definitely brings it down a bit in my book. What do you think, Alex?
Well, it's like I have it as a slow speed char, but potentially with upside because of all the armor stuff that's going on in this set, and like relic weapon boosting and stuff. Like you can conceivably make it a 3 somehow, which would make it even a little better, so I don't, it's not typically going to sit around where someone can destroy it. So if you can get it out and use it, I don't know. I have it at a C pretty much.
Yeah, I'm actually leaning a little more towards Alex's side as well, as far as they made it slow. Obviously it's slow because it's a weapon, but the fact that there's already an armory faction in this format, and there's several cards that pump weapons and make them stronger, I can easily see this being a 3/1 or even something like maybe a 3/2, where now you're looking at sort of a Caria or a Torch, essentially. So I don't know. I like this card. I have it as C+. I think it's gonna fit a slot similar to Char, and Char ended up being better than it looked on the surface.
Okay. So
C+ for Fury Blade.
I had it at a D+, but 2 out of 3. I think you guys.
All right. Well, hold
take
on.
The cake.
So, well, Alex had a plain C, right?
Yeah, straight middle of the road C.
Okay, I guess we could meet at the C then, since I got C+ and we got a D+. So we'll meet at C.
Fair enough.
So C right. For Fury Blade. All right. Next up, we have Kindling Carver. This is a 1/1 Totemite uncommon for 1 fire. Has exhaust Kindling Carver and sacrifice another unit to draw a card and reduce its cost by 1 this turn. At the end of your turn, discard it. Alex, where are you at on Kindling Carver?
All right, so it has to be like you have to have the fodder for it, but if you do, I think it's a C plus. It can like help you get bigger things out faster potentially. So if you're like trading in your small units for potentially bigger and better units or effective spells, I don't know. I think it's a C plus. I think I could see it working in the right deck. What do you guys think?
I'm a little low on this card, so hold on. John, go ahead. Do you have anything to add?
This is one of the cards that I put in like the build around category. You know, I gave it like a D plus base rating and then up to maybe a B minus with enough synergy. So
maybe that's my out on this because I didn't grade anything as a build around, so I can see this build around. Like,
it basically, you know, it's barely a unit, right? It's more of a utility card or a card advantage engine, but it takes quite a bit of setup. But I think the potential is there with the support for sacrifice theme in this format, where it definitely has enough upside to be like C plus B minus range at its best.
See, and I just don't like this card.
No,
because okay, so it's taking up a unit slot in your deck, right? And it's a 1/1. Like 1/1s don't do anything, and then to do its ability, you have to exhaust it, so it can't even chump block. And you're sacrificing a unit to draw a random card off the top of your deck. With obviously, like you guys both mentioned, if you have tokens, a bunch of 1/1s or cards that make additional, you're kind of going up on that. But you also has that fire thing where you have to play it this turn. Which, you know, if you're doing it in the mid to late, if in the late game, you have a higher chance of playing that card for sure. But if you play it in the, you know, it's not going to do anything in the early game. And then mid game, you may end up lucking out or kind of getting stuck and not having enough power to play that card. And then the fact you have to play that turn means what happens if you draw a spell that you don't want to necessarily use at that point in time. And the other big point I'm down on is that typically these kind of draw discard effects help you deal with flooding, and this does not, because it doesn't discard a card from your hand. You're sacking a unit on the board, and then if you're in a position where you have to like chump block and things like that, I don't know, I feel like too many things have to happen for this card to be good, and then at the end it's still just a 1/1. I don't know, I gave it a D.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like I don't know what we should grade it then. Like build around C? I don't know.
Sure. I can go with that. I can see the potential of it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just thinking worst case scenario, but that's fine. I'm good with a build around C.
That's like you would begrudgingly play it. Well, I see it like as it's not a unit, really. I'm not using
it. It's definitely not a unit slot.
Yeah, like it's like
a spell slot. It's like a draw spell that requires some fodder.
Yeah, but it's a 1/1. There's like a million ways to kill it.
Just pretend like it's not even a unit. But yeah, I mean, I got you there. But then they're using some kind of removal on it.
I mean, are they though? I don't know. I guess we'll have to find out.
That's what you just said.
It's like or also like, I know it doesn't seem aggressive, but I could see it in an aggressive deck where you kind of run out of gas to put the last few points of damage in, and you kill off your units that aren't swinging anyways. You know, I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
I mean,
at its low point, it's definitely pretty terrible.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, so
it has potential though.
So
build around C. All right.
Moving on. Ruinous Burst is a what?
No, Ruinous Burst. I was like, yes, you got it.
Got there.
Burst.
Sweet. Yep. Yes. It is a fastball for 1 fire at common and reads deal 1 damage to 2 enemies. There you go. Look, so you get to ping off like a 2/1 and that stupid freaking Carver. So there you go. John, where are you at on this guy?
So this one's, I think it's like basically about a C plus. There's definitely a lot of X1s in the format, and it can also go face. But I think the rating can be quite a bit higher with just a little bit of synergy, like some spell damage buffs, or for example, like Touch of Battle, like giving this deadly lets you kill 2 units, like any 2 units. Like,
Ooh,
so this one
yeah.
has some extremely high upside potential, but I think at its worst, it's still like a C plus. So I said C plus / B plus, depending on your deck construction and synergy.
Okay, Alex.
No, what John just said about giving the spell deadly to that's mean. Okay.
Yeah, fast, speed, and just 1 to play it. Like,
Yeah, that would be brutal.
I mean,
but
even being in Spellcrag and having ways to pump, so if you give 1 additional, if you have one of those, like your spells deal +1 damage, this thing's going to do 2 and 2, right?
yeah, that's pretty great.
right.
Yeah, 4 damage for 1 power. That seems really good. At fast speed, ugh.
Yeah.
And like even on its face, there's multiple X1 flying things that let's get rid of those. Like by itself, it's a C for me. Totally playable. I don't mind putting this in my deck at all.
Yeah, I'm on C as well for Ruinous Burst. So, sweet. Yeah, I think this card's going to see some play. I think you're not going to be disappointed to have it in your deck. I don't think you spam like 3 of them, but I like having 1 at least. Awesome. All right. Next up, we have Covetous Stranger. This is a 2/1 Stranger at common for 2 fire. And this is our first Stranger where, once again, they're doing something new now where they all trigger when 1 or more Stranger attacks or enters the battlefield, something happens. So this one reads, when 1 or more Strangers attack, their owner creates and draws a treasure trove. So obviously if Covetous Stranger attacks them by themselves, they get a treasure trove. If it comes into the battlefield, you already have a Stranger on the board and that Stranger attacks, you get a treasure trove. If your opponent attacks with a Stranger, they get a treasure trove. And then another thing to note is that it is 1 or more. So even if you attack with 3 Strangers, you still are only triggering this ability 1 time and getting 1 treasure trove per attack. All right, Alex, where are you at on this guy?
Well, let's see. It's going to reward you for attacking, which most decks want to do that anyway. So, yeah, give me a 2/1 that's going to give me a treasure trove. I'm all about that. I have it at C+.
Yeah,
like even if it just attacks by itself 1 time and then dies,
Mm-hmm. John?
Yeah, I also rated it as a C+. Just the fact that it can replace itself relatively easily is pretty good. Some things care about the number of treasure troves randomly in the set, but so with some support, it can definitely generate real card advantage, especially if you end up being able to attack with better statted Strangers. But like you say, it's a symmetrical effect, and sometimes you're just gonna suicide attack this guy into an X2 or whatever, and you're usually just happy to trade with the Stranger already, but if you're the one that gets that attack in and gets the treasure trove, you're kind of gonna end up ahead over your opponent there. So yeah, I rated a C+ as well.
Yeah, you're essentially cantripping it, a 2/1 that cantrips. I think that's fine. Another corner case as well is if there's a Stranger on both sides of the board, 1 on each side. When 1 Stranger attacks, you will get 2 treasure troves because each Stranger will trigger, if that makes sense. So something else to consider. And we have our first unanimous vote because I also gave this guy a C+. I think you're very happy to have Covetous Stranger in your deck. So yep, Covetous Stranger, you can run away with your treasure today. We are keeping you.
I didn't quite understand what you meant about how would you end up with 2 treasure troves there?
So this Stranger is what triggers and creates a treasure trove. So if you have a Covetous Stranger on your side of the board and your opponent has one on their side of the board, whenever a Stranger attacks, both the Covetous Strangers will see that and they will trigger generating a treasure trove.
I understand. Yeah. I knew you'd get 2, like if you had 2, but I realize what you're saying now. Like, yeah, if both of you have one of these guys and you're the one attacking, sure. Yeah, you get 2 at that time. Yeah, true.
Okay. Next up, we have one of my favorite cards already in the set is Seer. This is a 2 red fast spell at uncommon, and it reads, brace yourselves, deal 3 damage. That's it, period. Fast speed, goes to face, goes to unit. does it all. So conflag / slightly better, in my opinion, because it can't go face, is in the format again. So going to our resident Spellcrag player, John, tell me about Spear, friend.
Yeah, cheap, fast, splashable removal that can go face. This is my first A of the set review for sure.
All right, Alex.
Yeah, no, solid removal that can go face. The torch nerf that should have been, maybe, I don't know, but so they kind of have a new card there. But I like it at B. It definitely pulls me into fire. I don't think it's like an absolute bomb because it's not like kill anything, but it's really good, really, really good.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth, Alex. I'm right there with you. I gave it a solid B. I think it's everything you want to remove the spell to be, but it is conditional. You're not going to be able to kill absolutely anything with it. So I gave it a B. Sweet. So Seer, you are, I think we're good with a B, right, John? Can you come down to us, or are you locked into your A?
I'm down to give it a B plus to go up a little bit.
All right, fair. We'll do that. We'll go with B plus for Seer. Moving right along, we have Soldrain Smithing. This is a 2-fire slow spell at common. Reads, draw a weapon from your void. It and each weapon in your deck get a +1 attack. All right, Alex.
Okay, I hope we don't disagree on this one. I don't like this card. This is my first D. Yeah, I'm not a fan of too many weapons in my deck, which weakens this card for me significantly. And yeah, I'm not really looking to play this card.
Okay, fair. John, where are you at?
Yeah, I think just because this can also recur relic weapons, I rated it just a little bit higher, and then the ability to buff the rest of the weapons in your deck makes it a little bit better in my eyes too. Normally I'm not really into playing cards like this, but this set seems to have a lot of support for this kind of stuff, so I rated it a C.
Yeah, so I like the fact that it's cheap recursion. Of note, it is a slow spell, so you're not going to be able to kind of get your opponent with this, like bringing back a weapon at the end of their turn to play it and swing. Though it is too, so later in the game where you have some bigger relic weapons in the void, or maybe a solid attachment, you can still kind of do this in one turn. Though it has a little bit of discrepancy because of the fact that since it pumps every weapon in the rest of your deck, you kind of want to play it as early as possible. So that's where that 2 cost really kind of comes in handy. So you can still play like a 3-drop and play this and stuff like that. I do like that it upgrades the weapons, not only the one it gets, but the ones in your deck. So, I mean, if you have an attachment and 2 relic weapons in your deck, maybe let's say 3. So this thing's giving you +3 attack across 3 cards. I think that, or 3 or 4 cards. I think that's quite viable. So I like it. Another part is much like how you said, John, where there is support for Armory in this format. I think that really kind of pumps it up a little bit versus if we were just in one of the previous formats, I wouldn't bet as high on it. So I gave Soldrain Smithing a C. And I believe you gave it or actually I gave it a C-. I take the back. So I think C-, D, and C. So where are we at, Alex? Can we pull you up to a C-, buddy?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
Cool.
C- for Soldrain Smithing. I would not be surprised if this card ends up being a solid C across the format. All right. Moving right along, we have some great artwork, but not really a great card. We have Yeti Cookmaster. This is a 1/1 Yeti Cultist, somehow. Yeti Cultist with a great mustache for 2 and a fire.
And a chef hat.
Yeah, chef hat, butcher's cleaver, and then a chunk of a nice fillet right there in front of it.
Don't ask this guy where's the beef.
Or what kind of beef like that is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, though, but besides those guns, he's been hitting the gym, too. Like, not just lifting that cleaver. This is one... Sadly, the artwork doesn't replicate the stats on this guy. So, at 1/1, let's see what else happens, because paying 2 for a 1/1 is not exciting. When you draw a card, Yeti Cookmaster gets a +2 attack this turn. So you can presume that it's always going to be a 1/1 on your opponent's turn, and at the very minimum, a 3/1 on your turn. Should you have a way of drawing cards from your void or the top of your deck, it obviously gets that bonus. I'm not necessarily sure if there's card draw at fast speed in this format, but all right, John, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm super low on this guy. Like a 3-1 for 2 only on your turn, and like you say, a 1-1 on the opponent's turn. Like it's basically an aggressive unit that will never let you trade up on defense. And I mean, I basically expect to trade, when attacking with a 1/1 token of some kind, or get 2 for 1 with that deal 1 damage spell we mentioned a minute ago. I'm very low on this card. I rated it an F. I do not want it in basically any deck.
Wow, that's mean.
Yeah, I'd like my weird steak medium rare, please.
Okay, well, I'm up a little bit on it. I'm at a C minus.
That's quite a bit higher.
I mean, so it fills the 2-drop slot in an aggressive deck, and it's like it's totally replaceable. So maybe it's a D plus. But you're right; it's not very good. So,
I gave it a D because I think there's a lot of defensive units in this format, so it's really easy for this guy to get stonewalled, and then he is an absolute horrible blocker.
Yeah, just about as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
For on defense.
At least a 3/1 can stop some of your opponent's aggressions, but a 3/1 only on your turn, so it's a 1/1 on their turn. This card, I gave it a D. So I think we can meet in the middle. Just give it a fair D, right? Yes?
Yes.
For sure.
All right, Yeti Cookmaster, you're not leaving the kitchen anytime soon, friend. Moving on, we have Assault Shield. This is a +0/+2 relic weapon at common. Okay. 3 and a fire. I do dig the artwork a little bit. And it reads, summon +1 attack for each of your units. So when you play this, it looks on the board, counts up how many units you have, and then it gives it that attack. It is a static ability. So once that, or not static, it'll happen upon summoning and then it'll stay. So even if units die after that, it will still keep that power. It also keeps it on death as well. So once it breaks and goes to your void, it still will remember that it was a 5/2 or a 3/2 or an 8/2. Real quick, the one thing that I kind of looked at this card before I let you guys dive into it is that I was thinking of Angry Prophet. And I think this card is going to be similar, maybe sometimes even better, sometimes a little worse. But before I give my grade, let's see. So back to you, Alex. Assault Shield.
So this is an interesting card. It can let you trade up on the board. It could take out a bigger unit than like the casting costs would say. Granted, there's going to be some pain involved, and you do need to have enough of a board presence to do it. But it's respectable. I have it at a C.
Okay. Alex, or sorry, John.
Yeah, I just think it's a little too situational to be like good. There's some build around ish potential, if you're heavy on tokens or going wide most of the time, and if you're doing things like we mentioned a second ago, soul drain smithing, because when you recur this, it'll get a second buff on the attack power. So I mean, it has some potential to be pretty high on the attack, but at its worst, it's literally just going to be a 0/2. So I rated it a D.
Yeah, like I said, going back to Angry Prophet, it has its upsides and downsides. The upside is that it's going to keep that attack regardless of what happens. Plus, you get to choose how you want this to trade for the most part. But also, it means playing out on curve is really bad, because unless you have a 1-drop, this is just going to be a 2/1. So you're going to wait a little bit later to play it. But I mean, I think put in perspective, like magma javelin, right? You play that for 4, it kills one thing for sure because it's a +4/+1, and it's done. And you're kind of happy with that. Like this has the option of taking out those 1/5s and 1/4s in the format and still being able to kill something else. And if there's a problematic unit on the board, like it's just really bad, then you'll take the hit to your life total, but get that unit off the board. And later on, you might be able to recur and do this thing again. It also has the potential of closing out the game, maybe. So I ended up giving it a C-.
That sounds like that's right in between me and Alex, so I guess that's appropriate.
Excellent. That's why this podcast works out so well. We have aggression, we have defensive, and we have undecisive in the middle. Perfect. I'll, to be honest though, I will admit I am extremely decisive in the middle. I am 100% middle of the road kind of person. I want to do all the things. All right, so assault shield, you will be defending some people with your happy C-. Next up,
Not me though.
I think it's funny it's a shield and it just smashes, because I totally have played one as an 8-2 and like smashed their 7-7 and then got in with my board. So
Wow.
yeah, shield bash for the win, baby. Next up,
I like shield bash the card though.
fair. Burning Core Drake. This is a 3/1 Nightmare Dragon at common for 3 fire. Flying, reckless, mastery 9. So whenever this happens to deal 9 damage, doesn't matter if it's attacking, defending, fighting, with combat tricks, without, create and draw 3 treasure troves. So this dragon is a hoarding. John, where are you at on Burning Core Drake?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not very high on it. I think it's like a harder to cast Sky Snapper with some potential upside, but the fact that it has reckless means it's very rarely going to make it to the mastery, and it'll probably just end up, swinging into a humbug and dying prematurely. But played at the right time, you'll probably get in at least one hit with it. So I rated it a C.
Okay, Alex.
Yeah, I have it a little bit higher at C+. The 1 toughness really keeps this card from being bonkers, but it's, yeah, like John said, it's a harder to cast one of those. It is a dragon, so there are some dragon synergies around with the format, but it's an aggressive fire card. What do you know?
Yeah, and sometimes the 3/1 does close out the game if your opponent doesn't have an answer to it, but pretty much John took the words right out of my mouth. That 1 health and then it having reckless is exactly like so many.
The reckless really ruins it for me.
Yeah, like they could play a 1/4 or a humbug, and that dragon's just gonna be like, well, I guess I'm smashing into that bug next turn and just dying.
Yeah.
Or even worse, into like a 1/4.
Yeah.
Or a 1/5. There's a few of those going around in the air as well.
Yeah, I mean there is a world, I guess, where you can go all in on combat tricks and keep forcing them to trade, but this thing doesn't have overwhelm either, so you're wasting combat trick. I mean, I guess you get it.
And there's not that many combat tricks in the format either.
All right, so Burning Core Drake gets a C. Right? Yep. All right.
That's what I said.
Moving on. Yeah, because I'm at a C as well. So we have a C plus 2 Cs. I think it's a C. All right. So we have another cycle in the format. These are the conjurings. Each color gets a conjuring. They are all fast spells that do something on the surface, and then you could decimate. So sacrifice 1 of your max power to invoke. And what invoke does is it gives you 3 choices of a chat. It's always going to be 1 attachment, 1 spell, and 1 unit of the respected color of the invoke, which you see on the symbol. So this is the fire one, and they kept a nice and clean design. Fire Conjuring. Once again, fast spell at uncommon for 3 fire. And this spell, your units get +2 attack this turn. Decimate, invoke, fire. Alex, what do you think about Fire Conjuring?
So, go wide, finisher type card. So in a certain deck, it's amazing. But just throwing Invoke onto that card makes all these cards good. I have it at a B-. I like this card.
Yeah, this one's not very exciting, but it can close out the game out of nowhere if you go into the go wide, and it could make some really profitable blocks for you if you're the go wide strategy and your opponent attacks into you. But you're right, drawing an extra card is awesome. I also gave it a B- exactly. So John, where are you at?
Yeah, right there with you guys. It's like a slightly harder to cast rally with a huge upside with the invoke. And yeah, like these, you're going to actually want 1 or 2 of these in like a go wide deck or a very aggressive deck. But yeah, the invoke makes it just generally playable, I would say. And but like no matter how much of a go wide deck you have, you're still only going to want like 1 or 2 of these maybe at most, because it only buffs attack power. And a lot of times you're basically closing out the game just with the rally effect already. So the invoke is in those instances, it's not really going to matter anyway. But yeah, I mean, Rally's always like been kind of playable with the go wide deck. I also rated it exactly a B minus.
Yeah, I mean, there's also a world where you might have a stalled board state with 2 flyers, so you'll use it in mid combat to get some extra damage in, but mainly utilize the invoke to hopefully get you to push to the win. So yeah, Fire Conjuring, sweet. So B minus for Fire Conjuring. Mark Maker is next. This is a 3. Ooh, I actually like the artwork. She's one bad Oni, and that headdress though kind of makes me feel like the bad guy from Ragnarok, the Thor movie. Forgot her name now, but anywho, I digress. It is Mark Maker is a 3/2 Oni at uncommon for 3 and fire. She reads summon, play a +1 weapon with overwhelm on one of your other units, and then corrupted 2. Corrupted is the new mechanic for the set. What this means is when this unit dies, doesn't matter how it dies, it will make a shade version of itself that is in 0x, x being the toughness that it had on the baseline. So this one will be a 0/2, and then you may sacrifice that said card for its corrupt cost to replicate or to copy its summon effect again. So you're essentially getting 2 activations of a summon ability off of unit when they have corrupted. The sack cost is related to the corrupted cost. So corrupted 2 means you have to pay 2, corrupted 5 means you have to pay 5 to sack and use the ability. The additional clause is at the end of your turn, it will get a -1 health. So it slowly fades into out of existence until you either use it or it dies. So it does give you a clock on when you can use it. It doesn't just sit around on the board forever. John, what do you think about Mark Maker?
Yeah, that's a great description of the corrupted mechanic there. I think this thing has decent baseline stats, some potential Oni synergy in the set, some weapon synergy as well, and the super cheap-ish, compared to other corrupted units. I think the cheapness of the corrupted activation here makes it go up a little bit as well. I think it's solid all around. I rated it a B.
Ooh, okay, all right, Alex.
Yeah, this is a very good aggressive card. It's a good thing to slap on your 2-drop. The weapon that comes out immediately. I have it at a B minus.
Oh wow, I guess I'm the little conservative one this time. I like this card a lot. I actually give it a C+, but I mean, you guys are both on B. I'm good with a B- on this card. I think it's exactly what you guys said. It's a perfect body for an aggressive deck, and the fact that it gives 2 overwhelm weapons is huge, because that's typically the big thing that stops aggressive decks, is that they just don't, they can be chump blocked. So getting the other thing is this also gives you 5/2 worth of stats for 5, which we've seen that at common before. With the I don't know, it's another Oni or Centaur that does it, the 5/2, but this gives you overwhelm, and you could spread out that how you play. Also gives you a chump blocker. So yeah, I'm with you guys. You guys pulled me up. Mark Maker, you get a B-. You're definitely going to make a mark on the format.
Cool.
Hopefully they get better by the end of the show instead of worse. Next up,
Yeah, probably worse.
we have another cycle. This is the touch cycle. So each color is going to get a touch of something. They are all fast spells, and what they do is they give a battle skill to something or to a unit in play, and then they give that same battle skill to a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand. Of note, you do have to have a unit in play for you to be able to play the spell, but you don't necessarily have to have one in your hand. So this is Touch of Fire. This one is, once again, 3 and fire at uncommon for fast spell, and it reads, give one of your units double damage, then give a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand double damage. Alex?
So I know some shenanigans can be had with this card, but I give Rugen's 2 choices a C-. I don't really like this card.
I see what you did. Yes, yeah, I got you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Well played, buddy. Well played. All right, what do you think, John?
I guess I'm a little higher on this than Alex there, but I understand where he's coming from. you're basically 2-for-1ing yourself a lot of times with just the double damage on the unit in play, because it doesn't buff the stats at all, but it'll let you trade up, but at the cost of the unit on board and the card in hand. But the fact that it also can buff something in your hand simultaneously, I think makes it a little bit better. I rated it a B-.
All right, and apparently keeping up with the trend, I am smack dab in, oh, not quite in the middle, but I'm at a C+. Actually, yeah, I am. I'm at a C+ with this because double damage is scary, right? We're thinking of a scenario where we put it on a 2/2 or a 3/2 and it trades up, right? But we just talked about a unit that gives overwhelm to other units. If you have any kind of a decent sized unit on the board, right? If you have a 4 attack flyer or even a bigger 5/5 on the board, that's 10 damage out of nowhere that your opponent may or may not have been expecting. Heaven forbid you should do it on something with lifesteal. And then, like John said, the caveat is even if you do it on a 2/2 and it trades up, the putting it on something in your hand as well, man, that is just, there's so much value there. You put it on Seer, it's 6 damage for 2 that can go face. So I think there's a significant upside to Touch of Force of it being 1 removal spell or 2, or even just plain old ending the game. So yeah, that's why I gave it a C+.
Yeah, I'm with that. It's just the second buff is super situational, and I mean, another really good thing you could do with it is put it on something like unblockable, maybe. It keeps the double damage buff, right? So yes. Ideally, you don't have to use it to trade with something and 2-for-1 yourself, and you can use it to get some ongoing double damage value. But it just takes a lot of setup, unfortunately.
I mean, and there's also a world where we still have Exalted in this format, so that's a thing.
Yeah, true.
All right.
Yeah.
So where do we sit? Are we gonna sit a C+, a C? What's up?
Yeah, C+ works for me.
Alex, can we get you to a C+?
That's fine.
Jeez, so begrudging. All right, we'll go C+ for Touch of Force. Next up, we have Blade Crafter. So this was one of the first cards spoiled in the articles talking about Corrupted. Blade Crafter is a 4 fire Oni at common. It is a 2/2. And it reads, summon, draw a weapon of your choice from your deck, Corrupted 6. So just to clarify once again, when Blade Crafter dies by any means, you will get a 0/2 Blade Crafter Shade, and then you could pay 6 to sacrifice it to draw a weapon of your choice from your deck. All right, John, how do you feel about Blade Crafter?
I'm like kind of excited to be able to tutor for a weapon the first time. I think the Corrupted 6 might as well be flavor text on this. I mean, you're basically never going to be able to pay 6 to do it a second time, but it does potentially trade with the 2/2 because it has a body or something like that, and then a second sack fodder thing or chump blocker is left behind. But tutoring for a weapon can be pretty sweet. So and technically could even get like a Sword of the Sky King, lol, something that can really swing the game. But the body it leaves behind is not too relevant for the cost. But I don't know. I think it's middle of the road for me here. I rated it a C.
Alex.
Yeah, they're really wanting us to play weapons, aren't they? It's a pretty low floor. You got to have a reason to put this in your deck, obviously, and if you have some bomb weapons that are worth getting, it becomes more valuable. But I'm not going to put like bad weapons in my deck, just because I can go tutor it, so yeah, maybe a C- for me.
Yeah, I think you're right, Alex. This card is what you take after you have good weapons in your deck, not the other way around. I actually somewhat gave her 2 grades. I gave her her value is based directly on the value of weapons in your deck. If you have a bomb rare weapon or legendary weapon or something that is going to be extremely powerful, then Blade Crafter goes up in value because it's just essentially 2 copies of her in your deck. So you're paying 2 for a 2/2 and then 2 to tutor. it's somewhat of a free tutor, right? Somewhat, because you're at least getting a unit on the board. You're not just spending power like for Omen of Clarity, where you're paying 6 to get a card and not affecting the board. So I had her a C- if there's no good weapons in your deck, and then a C+ if there is. Maybe even a B- if you have a, like, I'm gonna win this the next turn type weapon. So yeah, I think I'm gonna sit at a C with Blade Crafter, which sounds like that's where we sit at with everyone. So fair enough. Blade Crafter is gonna be directly related to the power of weapons you have in your deck.
Yeah. almost in the build around category there.
Yep. Of note as well is that it also gives you a body. So you if you are getting a relic weapon, actually it works for both. You have a body to put the attachment on, and you have a body to protect the relic weapon. So there's some hidden synergy there as well. Next up, we have Dancing Flame. This is a 4/4 elemental at uncommon for 5 fire. It reads Fate. Dancing Flame gets charge, or +2/+2, or its cost reduced by 2. I will go ahead and throw this out there now. We have confirmed it. The Fate trigger is random. You do not get to choose. So whenever you draw it, the computer will randomly generate which one of these 3 it gets. So Alex, how do you feel about the random Dancing Flame?
Well, when I first saw this card, I thought, it jumped in my head. This card's amazing. You get to pick the mode that you want. And then I thought that's how it was until I played it in a game, and then it was random. The card is still good though. It's so like the 3 modes have 3 different grades for me, because it's like a 4/4 haste for 5 is a C, pretty much, maybe a C+, and then a 6/6 for 5, that's like a B- maybe, or C+ B-, and then a 4/4 for 3 is awesome. That's a very potent unit.
Awesome on curve.
Yeah, so like it's still a good card, even though it was like I guess it wouldn't be Fate, right, if you got to choose. But
Nice.
True,
Nice. I like
true.
that. Well played.
it's still good though.
The something, John, you just mentioned that the 4/4 for 3 is good on curve. Actually, I beg to add to that, where it's actually good later on as well, because one of the ways that you get ahead unlimited is the first person to be able to play two spells in a turn, and having this come in as only costing 3 means you're more likely to play a second spell that turn. So I think where you can maybe use a combat trick and then still continue to develop your board instead of having to choose. So I think there's some added bonus there, because I gave this card some serious thought as well, trying to figure out, much like what Alex did, as far as like, okay, how do I feel if I get charged late game? How do I feel if it costs 2 late game? So, I mean, obviously I think across the board, the best mode is probably going to always be a 6/6 for 5. I think you're extremely happy with that, but there's a little bit of variance to it. So, what else do you have to add, John?
I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I you say variance, but I got to play with this card a bit today, and I think all, I don't know, 5 times it came up, it got the exact same thing. It was the cost reduction by 2. And yeah, it's supposed to be random, but yeah, I got the same thing every time personally. But yeah, I rated it a C+.
So
overall.
I won't go too in depth in this, but this is actually a conversation I've had a couple of times on the stream. As far as like the random thing, is the long and short of it is that since randomness is a universal thing, and the grasp of the universe is so vast that we can't understand randomness. So for us, you seeing it reduced by 2 5 times in a row, not really random. But when the universe sees that random thing in the billions, it's like, 5 in a row is nothing compared to the chains. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. I don't know if I explained that correctly, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, I'm completely joking anyway.
I just think it's cool. No, I did it for the benefit of our listeners, because they might be like, oh, maybe it just gives you what's best in that spot. Like people said, they kind of lean towards for Invoke. So are we at...
No, it was the cost reduction every time when I got to play it, and it was not great every time. It was like, really good one of the times, it was medium another time, and it was kind of bad another time. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's just kind of funny like that.
Yeah, you're definitely putting a price for it, for sure.
I rate it like a C plus just because it's always kind of decent, and I wish I could choose the mode, but it's all of them are relatively good. So yeah, C plus.
Alex, what'd you give it?
I give it a B minus.
Oh, all right. And I gave it a C, so I guess we'll go with C plus for Dancing Flame.
Woo.
I like it. I'm cool with that. I think that card's gonna perform. Okay. Next up, we have Inferno Zealot, and man, do I want to see this card in premium. I feel like the artwork's gonna look super cool in premium. Inferno Zealot is a 8/1 warrior at common for 5 fire. What random stat generator made this thing? But there's more. If that wasn't enough, it has Overwhelm and it has Pledge. What? I have no idea what's going on with this card at all. Like, I get the 8 attack with the Overwhelm, right? So it's kind of like a really slow obliterate. They can block it, but and then there's Pledge. Oh my god, I don't know. John, start talking about this thing.
Expensive Breath of Voprex on a stick.
Ooh, okay, that's all right. I like that.
I don't know. I rated it quite low. I said D minus. Like, it has some upside potential, especially if you do some like Exalted on it or something like that. But I mean, worst case scenario, they just deal 1 damage to it before it does any damage, and you just paid 5 for nothing, basically.
Yeah. Oh god. And then if their life total, is high enough, they just block with a stupid humbug, and then,
well, or if it's high enough, they literally just take 8 and don't care. Breath of Voprex.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it won't die though. If they just take the 8, it won't die, and they'll get to do it again. So.
That's true. I'm sorry. Yeah, I guess that's true. So it's humbug or bust right there. Yeah. That's true.
Alex, do you have anything to contribute about Inferno Zealot?
I feel I'm gonna stick up if you guys are bullying my homie right here.
Yeah.
So I like this guy.
Ooh,
I'm sorry.
All right.
It is
good.
It's like the funniest stat line I've ever seen. Right, an 8/1. That's awesome. It has Overwhelm. And if you block it with your humbug, I'll just do the ruinous blast and kill it, and then all the 8 goes over still. You can do tricks with this guy, and it's 9 power toughness over for 5 power, which is like above rate barely. It's just spread out funky.
I'm just expecting it to get just pinged and killed every time.
I know it gets ruined.
That upside is real, though. Yeah, true.
But so if it didn't have Overwhelm, and it has Pledge, so you can be like, I don't really, if it's in your opening hand, I don't know. I give it a C plus.
Pledge brought it up from an F to a D minus.
I know what's gonna happen. My opponent's gonna play this, right, and I'm gonna laugh, and I'm like, look at this fool, and they're gonna swing. And I'm like, oh, cool. I have like a 1/3 that I played on turn 2. Sure, I'll block. And then my opponent's gonna touch a fire it, or what is it? Touch a force. And
touch of force.
And I'm gonna take like 16 and die. And
casual double damage. Yeah, it definitely has some potential upside.
That's a great card to use with it. Yeah, no, it's like you can get people out of nowhere with this if they're not ready for it.
Or if you could be, if I'm playing it and I swing with it and I have the touch in my hands, I'm gonna be like, I got you, touch, and then my opponent's gonna play Seer on it and kill it.
It's a good blocker too. I mean, it blocks.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not wasting my Seer on this. I'm just going to ruinous burst that thing.
All right. I got Inferno Zealot at D. Where are you at, John? You said D minus?
I said D minus.
All right, yeah. Alex, where are you trying to pull us up to?
Well, I mean, I don't know. C minus, I guess.
Oh, no. No. Hold on. I'm going to check the show notes right now. What'd you throw on there? Hold on.
I have it at, I
you got a C plus. Get out of here. C minus.
I like the contention We need some more of that.
No,
that's good.
yeah. This is great. Don't be ashamed by all means. I like this. Our viewers need to hear this. Like, this is the kind of stuff that happens. I think that's totally fine.
Hey,
And for the record, we absolutely came up with all of our ratings like independent of each other. Like we're discussing them now for the first time. So
Yeah.
there you go. I said that probably. Good call.
yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. Yeah, so long story short, we each did our own grading scale, and then we're just seeing it now for the first time. Like, we didn't even talk to each other. We totally did it separate, so we can have a more opinionated and non-influential discussion about it. So
Yeah.
C plus and then 2 Ds. Man,
D minus.
yeah, we'll go up to D plus, John. Let's go up to a D plus.
You got it.
All right, we'll go with a D plus. Just make sure when you do the written article, Alex, you annotate in disclaimer that Jedi and John are low on it.
Oh, well, I can write whatever I want, so we'll see what
That's
happens.
true.
Fair.
We'll see what happens.
We'll find out when we do the Sunset Show where Inferno Zealot landed. I guarantee you this
Good luck, buddy. Good luck, buddy.
this is gonna be Alex.
Yeah, I wish him luck as well.
I mean, the artwork is so sick too, but oh god. All right, let's move on. Inferno Zealot, we hope you make it. We really do. We hope you make it. Okay. Next up, this is another cycle of cards. I don't know what to call it. Just long story short, what makes it a cycle is they're all spells that you can exhaust a unit in play to discount the card by 2. Okay, so this is a Thunder of Wings. This is a 5 and a red slow spell at uncommon, and it reads: play a 4/2 dragon with flying and charge. And of course, the clause that I mentioned, you may exhaust a unit to play Thunder of Wings for 2 less, making it a 4/2 dragon flying charge for 3. Okay, Alex, you could start us off on this bad boy.
I mean, it's a 4/2 flying haste for a real easy setup, and it only costs you 3. Sign me up. This is like my early favoriteest card in the set, pretty much. B plus. I love it.
Okay. All right. Sweet. John?
Yeah, I'm pretty high on it as well. I mostly expect it to be played for 3, like Alex said, and get in for that 4 damage at least once. I rated it a solid B.
Okay, I'm starting to think I'm a little too conservative. I actually gave it a C plus, but I like the card. Don't get me wrong, I like the card. I think 2. I mean, obviously 2 health is way bigger than 1 health in this format, but I still think that's still somewhat vulnerable. But yeah, a 4/2 flyer charge for 3 seems absolutely great. It's great early game. It's great late game. I love the fact that it doesn't have Reckless. That's a bonus. Yeah. And it triggers Wormstone, so you get a beater and it triggers Wormstone. I like it. So I'm good with B minus. You guys pulled me up to a B minus, so B minus for Thunder of Wings.
All right.
Next up we have a Stone Powder Bomber. This guy looks kind of neat. Been hitting the gym with the butcher, I could see. Actually, wow, they're really intent on porting that powder. Look at the veins out of their arm. Jeez, they stacked this dude. All right. Anywho, Stone Powder Bomber is a 5/4 Oni at common for 6 fire, and exalted on your turn. So when it's your turn, it's exalted, straightforward. But then as soon as it's your opponent's turn, then it will simply be a vanilla 5/4. John, where are you at on Stone Powder Bomber?
Yeah, he's got a decent stat line and pretty good at attacking. Far less good though on defense, since it can't pass on the exalted weapon on defense, and there's a good amount of silence. So just by silencing it, you're kind of making it like an overpriced 5/4. But it's a pretty decent card in my book. I rated it a C plus.
All right, we got to play with that guy a little bit in the 7.9 preview, and I like having one in the deck. You just got to stay aggressive with it. Has exalted, so if it dies during your turn, something else is going to get +5, +4. So yeah, C plus for this guy. I dig him.
Yeah,
okay.
Perfectly fine top end and any kind of fire included deck. I like it. So yep, C plus for me. Awesome. Stone Powder Bomber, you make a blast. That was horrible. I'm not even going to finish that. I stopped it halfway through it. I was like, nope, that's garbage. We're moving on. I'm definitely not going to edit that out either. Okay.
No, keep that one. That's gold.
It sounded good in my head. It was like I should have just said you're a blast. That's what I should have said. Stone Powder Bomber, you're a
So
blast.
close.
But these are not scripted. I'm doing these on the fly. I'm trying to get better. So, Direwolf, if you need a commentator for the next ECQ, I got you. All right. Next.
We'll all have a blast.
Oh, boom. There you go. With the alley-oop. I appreciate that. Or the assist. There you go. It's the assist this time. All right. Next up, we have Shugo's Hooked Sword. This is a +7/+5 relic weapon uncommon for 7 fire. When you deal damage, play a 2/2 Oni Grunt. So that means it puts it directly into play. It does not put it into your hand like Warhorn did from the previous format. Something else to consider, the fact that it says when you deal damage. So obviously when you have Hook Sword, if you attack, that counts as it. But while you have Hook Sword attached or equipped to your avatar, spells that deal damage also trigger this ability. So you have the chance of getting all kinds of crazy synergy shenanigans going on with this card. 7 is a lot, but it is a 7/5. I don't know, I kind of like this card. I'm an armory guy, so I'm going to go ahead and kick off this one.
Okay.
I'm not necessarily sure. I really feel like I have to... This is one of those cards that I have to play with. But at the same time, we've talked a lot about X1s, those humbugs running around, and a lot of 1/4s. So I think that you're going to pretty easily get like a 3 and 4-for-1 for this card. Because worst case scenario, baseline... Actually, shoot, a little bit. Yeah, baseline, you attack 2 different units. Well, shoot, that's still a 4-for-1. You get to kill 2 units and make 2/2 grunts. Like, yeah, I don't know. I feel, like I could see this card being somewhere about the C+, but I really want to give it like a B+, a B-. And then anytime, it is a 7. The cost is a little prohibitive, but if there's any kind of way of stalling the board like we saw in the previous format, this card's going to do some work. And, you know, if you use it to kill their flyer, it makes a grunt to protect itself on the ground. This card seems really good to me. So yeah, I'm gonna stake my claim. I'm gonna give Hook Sword a B-. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, it's expensive, but yeah, it'll basically kill anything for its cost. One thing to note is when when the weapon breaks, like mid swing, you know, let's say you just swing it at a 5 power unit, you do not get a Oni in that case. Only when it attacks, you know, and survives, or like you said, if you play a spell that does damage.
Oh, okay. So I take back my 4-for-1. It's gonna be more. It's most likely to be a 3-for-1.
Yeah, that'll be an average good case, and like it definitely goes way up if you have plenty of spells that deal damage in your deck. So. And then, you know, weapon recursion in the format, and yeah, it's basically just a big removal spell with quite a bit of potential upside. So yeah, I rated it a B actually.
Okay, all right, Alex.
I had it at a C. That was a cop-out grade because I was like, I don't really know how many times I'm going to get to 7, what kind of format this is.
Yeah.
It's expensive. I like getting the Oni. Like, if you kill something, then you get 1 Oni back. So, I mean, it's cool. So, I could see it like a C+ from me, I guess.
All right.
I've already seen this card in action, and I was pleasantly surprised by it, to be honest. Yeah. Like, my initial rating was closer to yours, Alex, but I came way up on it after I saw it in play.
Yeah, that goes to what Jedi said, where it's like you just got to use it or see someone use it, and you're like, okay, yeah, that card's good. Or decent.
All right, cool.
Yeah, and at worst, it's just, you know, an expensive removal spell, which are always pretty okay. And like you said, it's a little format kind of dependent. Like, how often do you even get to 7 power? But it seems like relatively often, kind of like the last format so far.
Yep. So I'm pretty sure it kills over as a cursory search. I'm pretty sure it kills absolutely everything in the format minus 1 unit. So
that's right. Well, there's also an 8/8 giant, so everything except for 2 units as far as I know.
Okay, fair. And then, well, I mean, shoot, you can use it to kill a small unit, and then you have a 2/2 grunt to chump block the giant one time, I guess. I don't know. All right, so Shugo's Hooked Sword, you get a B- from Eternal Journey. Now I got to look at the artwork for Shugo and see if it's the same sword or not, because I'm like that. Okay, Moving,
I hope so.
Moving right along, we're going. That was it for fire. Man, that kind of snuck up on us. Yeah, fire looks good to me. Actually, it has a couple of cards that were pretty lackluster, but overall, there's some serious, powerful cards and just good limited playables in fire. I like it.
Yeah, seems decent.
Like, tell us what you guys think. Anyone with feedback regarding how we went through these cards, like the order we went through them, like if that's cool with you guys, basically.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so make sure in the comments below, wherever you are listening or watching this podcast, you let us know how you feel. We're going through the Eternal Warcry thing, so we literally just picked Echoes of Eternity and broke it down to commons and commons only. So let us know if you like this chain or if you would prefer another kind of order and whatnot. John also mentioned before the show, this is also how you would see it in-game client if you are following along in your own deck builder. Okay, yeah. Okay. So moving on to time. First up, we have Calibrate. Calibrate is a one-time slow spell at common. Reads, draw a relic or power card from the top 5 cards of your deck, with the rest on the bottom. John, what do you feel about Calibrate?
I feel like it's kind of like a bad seek power with some potential upside with enough relics in your deck. I don't know. I'm definitely not into it though. I rated it like a D-.
Okay. I agree with everything you said. That's exactly what I said in my show notes. I gave it a D+ though, because it will cycle through your deck a little bit, and it's a bad seek power, but in a pinch it could do something. Like I said, I'm not gonna talk.
It also could literally just waste a card and do absolutely nothing.
Yeah, no doubt. I think that's somewhat unlikely just because of the fact that it can hit power, but yeah, that's still a very, very much a possible thing. Alex, do you have anything more to add about Calibrate?
Yeah, no, just poor man's seek power. I guess I had it a little bit higher than you guys have it at a C-. Potential relic synergies, but whatever. It could be a D+.
Yeah, I think if you have some critical mass of relics. Okay, so for the people that are building the Relic Matters deck, how many relics do we want minimum for us to be excited about playing Calibrate? Like 4?
I don't think there's any amount for me to be excited about this card.
Okay, all right, fair. All right.
I see what you're saying, but I'm just super not into it.
All right, fair. So we give Calibrate a D+.
Move along, Calibrate.
Yep.
Definitely not Caligrate.
Oh, look at you, man! You might have to take over the puns. That was nice, John. You're killing it.
No, thank you.
Let me top pun of the night so far. It might be.
I don't know.
In contention.
I don't know. Your Fate one was pretty good though.
It's true. That was both informative and good.
All right, moving right along, we have Pause for Reflection. This is a one-time fast spell at common. Put a unit or relic with cost 3 or less into its owner's hand. You gain 3 life. Alex, what do you think about Pause for Reflection?
I mean, it's versatile, cheap interaction and time for smallish units and relics. It's pretty low impact. I have it at a C-, but I could see me even not liking it even more.
It being a fast spell means it can potentially negate some removal or interaction in combat. You can block, they use a combat trick, but I mean the 3 or less cost really puts it in a bit of a pinch. The best thing I can come up with was with a card we'll talk about in a little bit, which is Rectifier, because it costs 3, so you can kind of double up on its summon effect, but that's about the best thing I can think of. I'm not very high on it. I also gave it a C- exactly. John, what about you?
Yeah, situational but cheaper teleport. And I mean, I kind of like teleport in a lot of formats, but like you say, like one of the best uses for it is to recur your own rectifiers, but it can also be occasionally used to blow out like a opposing combat trick or kill a weapon off of a unit. So I rated it a C.
Okay.
Yeah, the situational nature of it definitely brings it down a little bit, but the fact that it only costs 1, and is fast to hold up, like means that you can kind of hold it up for quite some time, for the right moment.
Yeah, I want to give it a C, but man, that 3 cost or less, there's just so few units that matter at 3 cost or less, I feel like.
Yeah, best case, like I said, is getting a combat trick or something out of the opponent, or killing like a relevant weapon that's on a unit.
Yeah.
Maybe like a 3 cost fly or something with a weapon on it.
All right, I'll let you decide, Alex. Where are we sitting on pause for reflection? So it's pretty much C- or C is what we're looking at.
Oh yeah, I was gonna C-.
Y'all both had the C minuses, so I think that takes it there.
All right, pause for reflection. You get a C-. Next up, we have Precision Plunge. This is going to be definitely a format-based card, but I'm super excited about it. Precision Plunge is a 1-time slow spell at common. Give one of your flying units deadly and killer. So it doesn't give it flying. The unit already has to have flying, and then it gains deadly and killer. John, how do you feel about Precision Plunge?
I'm pretty medium on it. Like it turns any flyer that you have in play into an omnivorous Vorlonk that can kill basically anything, but it's basically situational removal where you're usually going to 2-for-1 yourself. So I rated it like a C-.
Okay. Alex, what do you think?
So my grade's the same, C-, and I have it listed as conditional removal for like the various reasons, like you need to have a flyer out.
Yeah.
But there are some really good flyers that you could put this on, like the 1/5.
Right.
So like it has good targets where it like kind of lets you almost kill almost anything. But it's, it's still pretty situational. It's in the right deck, it could be better, but flyers typically are smaller creatures, so it's not, I don't think it's all that great. C- for me as well.
Yeah, I'm a little higher on it. I gave it a C+ because, like we had mentioned before, there are some heavy or high health, low attack flyers here in the format. Plus, the flyers matters is an archetype in this format with a couple ways of pumping them. So I think the flyers, though I agree, do agree. Typically, flyers, because they are evasive, are smaller units, so there's a higher chance for you to 2-for-1 yourself. There's also the Humbug Nest to make 2 Humbugs. So if you use this, you're kind of using like a card and a half. There's also, once again, some recursion synergies. So anytime you can give Deadly Killer and then recur it. So I gave it a C+, but I think you guys kind of pulled me down. I could see it being C- because flying is pretty situational and the units are subpar. So all right, fair. Precision Plunge, you're gonna have to take the plunge down to a C-.
All right.
There you go.
All right, so Sky Worshipper is next. Here's another Flying Matters card here that we're seeing, which typically seems to be focused on the Legion. Sky Worshipper is a 0/4 cultist at uncommon for 1 at a time. And it has a special ability, pay 4 to give one of your units with flying +1/+1. 2 things of note. A, it is not once per turn, so you can, if you have 8 power, you can do this twice in 1 turn. B, it is not until end of turn, so these are permanent +1/+1s that Sky Worshipper is handing out. All right, Alex, what do you think about an 0/4 for 1 that has some upside later?
Like if this unit had a better body, I'd be higher on them. Flyers are good on their own. I don't want to really spend a whole turn giving one +1/+1 counter or whatever. So yeah, I'm pretty low on this guy. I have him at a D.
Oh wow.
Okay, I give him a D+ because it kind of fits the role that Flyers want, where you have a big blocker early so your Flyers can get in, and then late game, it's tough. I agree with you. 4 is a lot. I'm typically high on cards that have application early and application late, and that is a power sink, but man, 4 power, like you really do have to get up to like 8 or 9 power before you're able to activate this and still leave up power instead of just tapping out every turn. So yeah, I think it will do some work, but mainly in just a stalled board state, if that. So yeah, I gave it a D+. John, where are you at on Sky Worshipper?
Yeah, I'm a little higher on this guy. Just I don't know. It's like a playable one drop, and like jamming up the board for the early game like that, and then like you say, a power sink later. I don't know. I'm just a little bit higher on it. I gave it a C plus.
That's a lot higher. That's a whole grade higher.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm way wrong on this, but
I mean, in my show notes, I wrote C minus D plus because I could see some applications of it working, but the problem is that it's an O4, which means everything can just attack into it, and then your opponent can decide when they want to kill it with a combat trick if they do at all. You know what I mean?
Sure.
And then we saw that deal 1 damage, so they'll typically with this you'll try to block any 3 attack unit. So it's just I don't know. If it was a 1-4, I'd probably feel a little bit better about it. Plus, it's competing with that Raven that we'll talk about later. That's an 0-4 as well, but it turns into a flying unit. So, I don't know. All right, so what do you want to give it, Alex? I'll let you be the deciding factor again on this. We got a C+, a D+, and a... Oh, shoot, you said D minus?
No, I just said straight D on this one.
So, do you think John can pull us up to a C minus?
I mean, you guys kind of convinced me. Maybe D plus works for me.
Okay, all right, D plus for Sky Worshipper. Fair enough. Moving right along, we have Inner Peace Ascendant. This is a 1/3 Mystic at Uncommon for 2 time. I dig the artwork. It has flying, so 1/3 flyer for 2 is not something we've not seen before. Invulnerable to damage on your turn. Ultimate. Pay 4 to draw a relic from your void. Okay. John, tell me about Inner Peace Ascendant.
It's not terrible stats for the cost, and the invulnerability on your turn on a 1 attack unit will only really be relevant when attacking into opposing X1s, I mean, it's going to go way up with like combat tricks or weapons in your deck. I don't know. It's kind of good potentially, and like the ultimate is not too expensive and can bring back like a relic weapon, not just any relic, So I don't know. It can be relevant without too much setup. I don't know. I'm pretty high on this card, all things considered. I guess like a B minus.
Well, the grade was, I was not expecting that grade with what you were. So I don't like this card quite as much as you. I thought I was gonna have to like go up from what you were saying, but so 1/3 flyers for 2, or that's typically a playable, stat line, and this one has random upside. So for me, I have it at C+. It's a good 2 drop.
Yeah,
I was close on that, like C+, B minus, but yeah, I ended up at B minus.
I'm at C+ as well because it's good. Like I feel like this card is gonna perform better. Like it looks like it's gonna perform good because a 1/3 flyer is way different than a 1/3 on the ground, and then invulnerable on your turn means that you're less afraid to slap a weapon on this because then your opponent has to have a removal spell to deal with it. And you can just keep bashing with that thing. And late game, it's just like what you said, John. If it's still alive in the late game or you draw it late, you're like, heck, you get a free spell out of it, right? I don't know, like but I put it at a C+ because at the end of the day, it's still baseline a 1/3. You definitely need to augment this with a relic that's worth getting back or attachments or exalted units to make it better. So that's why I couldn't quite pull the trigger on a B on it. So I'm on C+. I think we can probably lock that in for Inner Peace Ascendant, right?
Sounds good.
Works. Yeah, I mean, there's also some additional synergy in the format. Where if you can give it deadly, like that spell we just talked about, for example, that'll just always let you just keep it attacking.
Oh my God,
without fear. So like, I mean, it definitely has some synergy in the format and some upside there. Like, what's that Justice 2-1 that was on the ground like 2 sets ago? That thing kind of overperformed, right? Like just being able to attack every turn without fear puts the opponent like the first time you get them with this, they're going to be a little scared to block for the rest of the game, right? Like there's something to be said about the mind games with the invulnerable on your turn too.
Yeah, I could believe that. I just also got to think about worst case scenario, and it's a decent blocker. It's not great, but it's decent. It's not horrible either. So, all All right. Yeah, I think I'm good with a C+. Let us know in the comments below how you guys feel. This is one of the ones that we're kind of like, it's we're all on the same grade, but we're also kind of questioning it too. We're like, we're not sure. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have another stranger up, and this one is definitely making some waves. We have Magnificent Stranger. This is a 2/3 stranger at common for 2 time. When one or more strangers attack, reduce the cost of the top card of their owner's deck by 2. So once again, last time I'm going to mention it, but obviously if you have it in play, it triggers off of your opponent's trigger. They get the bonus, and of course you can get it as well, the off of your own strangers. Another thing is that it ignores power. So if the top card of your deck is a sigil, it will give the 2 discount to the next playable card, so to speak. And it will only give you 1 discount per attack. So once again, if you attack with 3 strangers, you're still only going to get the -2 discount, not -6. But the discounts do stack over subsequent turns. So if you draw power, and you get to attack with this twice, when you do draw that next card, it will have a -4 discount on it. Alex, where are you at on Magnificent Stranger?
Well, 2 3s for 2. That's always been one of my favorite stat lines on a unit. And it seems like there's a lot of 2/2s. So in this set, particularly with all the color fixing strangers and stuff, I don't know, seems pretty good. And helping you ramp out, potentially something a lot bigger earlier that's very powerful. So I have it at a C+.
Okay. Everything that you said, the body's relevant. It can lead to some very busted draws. So I actually think it's worth the risk, and I give it a B- actually for Magnificent Stranger. Especially if you discount something like a 7 drop and you get to play that on turn 5, that could be absolutely backbreaking.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on this one, Jedi. I gave it a B- as well. Bold adventure with real upside.
Yeah,
Seems
I
good.
guess that's an easy up to B- for me, for sure.
All right, sweet. So Magnificent Stranger, you are magnificent indeed, and get a B-.
Yeah.
Right, next up we have Platinum Kieran, which every Kieran is totally different. I have no idea what a Kieran is. Let me know in the comments below if you, or tweet at me if you know what a Kieran is supposed to be, because every single picture is different. Like this one has horse hooves now, but like a dragon head. And
This one's particularly weird looking.
all right. So Platinum Kieran is a 1/2 flyer at common for 2 time. It has mastery. And I already went over mastery. Create and draw an Eternity Core. Eternity Core is a 4-cost relic that gives you 2 maximum power, plus 2 maximum power. So essentially ramps you from 4 to 6 potentially. Oh man, I'm not very excited about this. A 1/2 flyer is just so lackluster, and I was a little bit higher on this card when I initially thought that it created and it gave you a Eternity Core, but the fact that you draw it so you still have to play it, meh, meh. So yeah, I'm low on it, and I gave Magnificent Stranger a D. I think a 1/2 flyer, when there's so many better flyers in this format and better 2 drops period, I'm just not super high on it. So D, flat D for me on Platinum Kieran. John, what do you think?
Yeah, expensive Cloud Snake hatchling with potential upside. D+ was what I gave it.
That's what I had it at, D+. Not too much to add. 1/3 flyers for 2 is good. 1/2 flyers for 2, not so much.
Okay, well, Platinum Kieran, sadly, you do not make the cut. Not only do we not know what kind of creature you are, we also don't know what deck you go in. All right, next up we have Shard Binder. This is a 3/1 mage at uncommon for 2 time. Shard Binder has Overwhelm, and it reads, the first relic ability you spellcraft or activate each turn cost 3 less. So let me look at my notes real quick, what I had on Shard Binder. You typically only spellcraft once a turn anyways, and I feel like most of them are going to be free or 1 when it comes to getting the 3-cost discount. The 3/1 body means it trades up if you don't have any relics, and yeah, it kind of gets you to that critical 2 spells a turn. moment, and the fact that it has overwhelm means it handles combat tricks very well. I like Shardbinder. I think Shardbinder has some serious potential. 3-1 for 2 also. Like, it just kind of does multiple things. You don't hate it late. It's obviously better a little bit earlier. So I gave it a C+. Alex, where are you at on Shardbinder?
I gave it a C, 3-1, 2-drop with like some upside. And Time really wants us to play flyers and relics, you know?
And wants us to play flyers carrying relics.
Right.
Yeah, I rated a C as well. Like Pyre Adept with some actual upside. Like, there's definitely a handful of relics in Time that cost about 3, I think, to activate each turn. And like you said, some spellcraft potentially for free there as well. So I mean, the upside is definitely real, and it's like a reasonable body for 2 already. So yeah, C.
Of note, one of the bomb uncommons we're going to talk about later is Wand that lets you draw a card for 2, and this thing makes it free. So you're drawing an extra card a turn for free. The reason why I thought that ability is a little more relevant is because of the fact that there's a couple of weapons that do like a pseudo card draw type effect, and this just makes them straight up free. Like, it's cantripping. You play the card, you draw a card. The other aspect of that as well is that what's that mage name? The guy with all the rings that came out in the campaign. You know what I'm talking about? He goes in the Rats Relics decks.
Is that Severin?
Severin, yes. So
the bad mage.
Yeah. So he he discounts your activate abilities by 1, and sometimes that makes a huge impact on the board. So this discounting it by 3, I feel like has to do something. So that's why I gave it a C+. But if I can't talk you guys up to a C+, I'm good with coming down to a C. So what do you think, John?
Yeah, I'm down with a C+.
Yeah, you talked me up.
Okay, cool. Shardbinder, you get a C+. All right, here is the touch that is making some serious headlines here. This is Touch of Battle. This is a 2-time fast spell at uncommon. Give one of your units deadly, then give a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand deadly as well. Yeah, deadly is just so powerful. We've already talked about it a couple of times. It just guaranteeing a kill. Oh. And then, we've already seen some people posting pictures in the Discord once again of them giving deadly to a spell that deals 1 or 2 damage to the whole board, and then you're just smashing your opponent's board state with like a 3-cost spell. Yeah, this card. John, what do you think?
Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting combat trick / buff with some huge potential upside. It takes a little setup for it to be great. But man, it can be really great. Like we said earlier, turns Ruinous Burst, for example, into just a busted removal spell. I rated this a B.
Yeah, it just the thing is that deadly is just you could slap it on anything. I think it's so easy to play this because you could play deadly on a big unit, you could play deadly on a small unit, you could play it on any spell that deals damage, you could play it on any relic weapon. Like, it just, oh man, I think that's where the strength of this card is, where it guarantees you're gonna get your card back.
Yeah, I'm on B- as well. It's very versatile.
Yep, so John's on B, Alex is on B-. I actually wrote B-, and the only reason why I did that is because you still have to have a unit in play, and I feel like you really want to get your money's worth by getting deadly in your hand, but at the same time, we used to pay 4 to get deadly on a unit, period. So I still think it's a B-, just because you do have to still have a unit in play. So, John, you locked into your B?
I mean, if both of you guys are on B-, like, that's cool. I'm just pretty excited to play this one, honestly.
You might be right though. This card has overperformed, honestly, on both sides of the board. I've loved having it. I hate when my opponent has it. I don't know, Alex. Do we go up to a B on it?
I mean, basically, it lets you potentially do some ridiculous broken stuff.
Yeah.
So sure.
Yeah. All right.
And the floor is not that low.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a little setup to be just fantastic.
Nope. You got it. Touch of Battle. You get a B for battle combo.
I like that one. All right.
Sweet. Thank you. I'm getting there. Everyone that's listening to this podcast is just face palming like, Jedi, please stop. But
what's the groan count at this point?
yeah. All right. Now we have the time conjuring. This is Earth conjuring, and I love the artwork on this. It's just their fists. It's so good. Anywho, 3 time fastball at uncommon. Give yourself or a unit plus health equal to the highest health unit in your void. So once again, give yourself or a unit plus health equal to the highest health unit of a unit in your. I feel like it reads a little weird. Equal to the highest health unit in your void. I guess. Okay, fine. And then of course decimate, invoke, time. John, where are you at?
It's like a harder to cast and enable refresh with some potential real upside. It's a little situational. I don't know. I rate this one straight in the middle as a C.
Okay. Alex?
Yeah, I'm up a little bit. The C plus, that invoke, like, I'm sorry, put that on any spell and it I don't know, it makes it better, obviously, but yeah, I like how John put it. It's like a harder to cast refresh, but potentially bigger, and then with pretty good upside. So I'm at a C plus on this one.
So I actually gave it a B minus, but I'll tell you why. When I read this the first time, I thought it was like a Marsh Dragon effect because I thought you pumped a unit and yourself. And I guess that would probably be way too powerful. So I was thinking, I'm like, Marsh Dragon, like, that's awesome, you know? But yeah, it's still, it could be a pretty big life swing or make a really good blocker, help something trade, especially in a world where maybe you swing in. You are in time, so you're going to have big units. I could see where you swing in, they double or triple block to kill your guy, and then you give it +5 health, and it still survives while killing 2 of their units, plus you get to invoke and draw a card. So I think it's good, but I'm starting, it's definitely not B category. So yeah, we'll go into, I'll go with C plus with Earth Conjuring. I think still being able to draw a card is extremely powerful. So all right, B minus for Earth Conjuring.
You said C plus.
I'm sorry, shoot, I was reading out loud. I apologize. C plus, my bad.
All right, just making sure.
I didn't modify it in my show notes. Hold on, let me fix that. I'll fix it in a second after I read the next one. Okay, this is a card that I already singled out early before the format in the previous season. This was gonna be a strong card, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not disappointed. I'm still very high on this card. This is Grave Watch Ancestor. It is a 2/3 elf cultist for 3 time, and she has an ultimate. Pay 6 to give Grave Watch Ancestor plus attack plus health equal to the highest health among units in your void. Now, granted, I won't lie, she did overperform in the preview format because we had Marsh Dragon, so I was easily paying this and getting a +8/+8 for 6 and things like that, or 7. But still, this card is everything I want it to be. It is a decent unit. 2/3 for 3 is not super exciting, but it's 100% serviceable, so it has an early game application. Late game, if you have 6 power playing around, or even just on your turn, if you want to rather make this a beater, you have, let's say, a 3/3 in the board, all of a sudden this thing becomes a 5/6 that your opponent has to deal with, and it doesn't cost you a card. Any kind of recursion means you can ultimate it again and make it even bigger. Then your opponent has to decide whether they want to silence it or kill this earlier, and anytime they're using a removal spell or a silence effect on a low cost unit, you're kind of winning and getting there. It has application if you draw it late, you can play it and then pump it. I don't know, like, this card just kind of seems deceptively good to me. I like Gravewatch Ancestor. I gave it a C plus. I think it's super flexible and it's great with recursion. Good early, good late. Alex, where are you at on it?
I mean, yeah, I don't have much to add. My grade is exactly a C plus. Serviceable body, like you said, that has a early and late game effect on the board. So, yep, I'm right there with you.
Same for John.
Basically, yeah. I mean, I rated it a B minus, but C plus definitely works for me too. It's another card to watch out for, to work with that card we mentioned earlier, Pause for Reflection as well. Mm-hmm. Like we said, it just bouncing it refreshes its ultimate ability.
Nice.
Not just void recursion. So yeah, and it's basically this set's version of Spiketail Kieran, which almost always overperformed. So I think that kind of swayed me a little bit in my rating, but yeah,
I think
B minus, C plus.
I'm down to go up to B minus.
Yeah, no, I'm down. I'm totally down. B minus, yes, for sure. I like it. This is gonna be my pet card of the set. All right, sweet. Grave Watch Ancestor. I'll be watching you. All right. Humbug Nest. This card is another one that's making waves or making a buzz in the feeds. Yeah, there you go. That one worked. That one was good. It took me a second, but that one was actually kind of good. I wish I caught that the first time. Humbug Nest is a fast spell at common for 3 time, and it just says play 2 1/1 humbugs with flying. John, what do you think?
Yeah, this is a pretty good card. 2 1/1 flyers, you know, as a combat trick, and it's reasonably costed as well. Yeah, seems good. I rated this a solid B. Laughs in the face of Humbug Swarm, and it's a common. You know, and one thing to just keep in mind is these humbugs do not have ambush, so like you can't, you know, even though you can play them in response or at fast speed, you can't actually use them to like change the target of like a relic weapon attack, for example. But yeah, it's a nice flexible card. Solid B for me.
Mm-hmm. They don't have ambush, but you could still play it when they decide when they've selected attackers, but you haven't selected blockers yet, correct?
Yeah, you can use them to block units that are attacking, but like you can't change the target of like a relic weapon attack with them.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to make the clarification.
Yeah, a little tricky.
Alex?
Yeah, no, I'm saying 2 1/1 flyers at fast speed that, like John said, you can find a way to use it as a combat trick, mess up your opponent's combat math somehow. Yeah, no, I like this card. C+.
Yep, C+ for me as well. It fuels sack decks as well as it triggers Wormstone. So those are the 2 additional things. So yeah, C+ for Humbug Nest. All right, next up we have, I think, probably going to be the best common of the format, honestly. This card has just seemed to overperform for me thus far. Man, it's so weird, like, actually being able to play a little bit, but I guess we had the preview season. All right, Rectifier is a 2/1 cultist at common for 3 time. Summon, you may silence another unit, and then Corrupted 2. Alex, what do you think?
Like, you've seen this picture. My note on here is like, I like this angry little cultist. Yeah, this is a good card. Like you said, it's like a mini Grodov's Favored that you can recur, and yeah, I have it at a C+. It might even be better than that.
Yeah, being able to get 2 silences off, and the hidden mode to this is actually because of that second silence, it actually attacks and blocks better than you think. I've seen opponents not attack into a board with that they have a commanding board presence because they don't want their flyer or their key unit or something to get silenced by this. And I've jammed in with this thing into a board full of like 5/5s, and they're like, "Yep, I'll just take the 2," because it's crazy. Like, this card does some work. John, what do you think?
Yeah, you guys made some good points. Like silence on a recurable stick, like with, you know, it's recurable on its own there, and you know, generates value when played. And like you say, depending on the board state, many opponents won't want to trade with this little guy in combat either. And then the nice and cheap corrupted activation means that you're probably going to be able to use that, you know, even though it has a very fast clock. Like, it just goes away that turn, you know, or at the end of your next turn after it dies, right? So you only have that short window to activate it. But it, you know, it might keep the opponent from playing something that, you know, in a given turn, or like mess up their willingness to attack or block and things like that. I rated this pretty high, a B+.
Okay, yeah, I gave it a B-, and that is a good point that you mentioned, John, that you definitely want to make sure that paying the 2 to sacrifice it is part of your game plan when you do suicide it in or you sack it. There have been times where I wanted to jam in with it, but I was like, well, if they kill it, then I can't play my 6-drop or 5-drop, and you really want to try it. You just always want to use the silence, honestly, unless it's 100% there's nothing on the board, it's a bunch of vanillas. I've silenced the Stalwart. I've silenced it. Just, you never know. Keeping things as vanilla is probably a lot better in this format because I see a lot of recursion. And then of course it gives you another body as well for the sack fuel. You can sack the Rectifier or the Shade. They both count as a unit to sacrifice. So B- from me, B+, right? You gave a B+, John, is that what you said?
Yeah.
And then Alex, what was your grade?
I was
C
at C plus, but I can come up to B minus or
Yeah, let's meet in the Jedi middle there.
All right, B minus for rectifier. Let's see. Next up, we have turn back time. Turn back time is a slow spell at common for 3 time, and it simply reads: draw a card from your void. It gets void bound. So of note, it is a card. We've typically seen this on units. This just period, any card you want. And you can get back a sigil if you want. I don't know why you would, but you can. Yeah, so yeah, you can get back a spell, you can get back a relic.
What's that sigil doing in your void?
It got milled by Sunset Priest.
Yeah,
That's
of course. Yeah, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, sure you are. Sure you are. Okay, so go ahead there, Mr. Giggles. What's up, John? What do you think of turn back time?
Yeah, I like this. Recurring any card from your void and in time. Anything from threats to answers to value generation, depending on the situation. I think it's pretty good. You won't want more than like 1 or 2 in any given deck, but I think that first one has a pretty high value. So I rated this a B plus.
Yeah, 3 is a lot for sure. Alex?
wow, this might be the biggest change. So I have it at a D plus.
Whoa!
Wow, hot take.
Cool.
I'm not a fan of like what regrow effects or bringing it back so much. It's like I would just rather have a different card, like more something else from my deck instead of relying on what's in my void. It's a grindy card, so like if you have a really awesome bomb or threat, this goes up in value for me, like because you want to bring it back or something like that, it might go up a little bit. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of these type of cards if it's not like buffing the unit or something when it comes back. But yeah, that's my take on those cards. That comes from a long line of Magic playing though, so I don't know in Eternal how it'll be.
The versatility of it is what makes it go a little bit higher for me. I agree with you. Its power level is based off of the power level of your deck. The more things you have that are worth bringing back, the higher value it gets. But at the same time, the fact that you can get back anything. There was a game, shout out to Mercurial Blue, a great Eternal streamer, definitely check out his stream, where I had to use another combat trick that we're going to talk about here in a little bit to stop myself from dying. And then I had the turn back time in my hand, and I ended up just getting back that instead of a unit to then swing it, give 2 of my big units flying and swing it for lethal. So just that flexibility where we typically see this getting back, it just, yeah, I think the flexibility makes it a little bit higher for me. Not as high as John. I put it at a C plus. So where we gonna sit? So we have what? You said B minus, John?
I said B plus. I'm pretty high on this one.
B plus, which is a straight C.
And then D. All right.
Yeah, we can meet anywhere in the middle is cool with me. But
all right.
Yeah, I also really value the flexibility here.
Jedi middle. We'll stick C plus for turn back time. Man, this is great. Right. This is so much better having this discussion. This is awesome. When you do the written set review, Alex, I would definitely put that when we have discrepancies on it, I would put the 2 sides of it for sure.
Oh, definitely.
We might have to put like little votes or somewhere in the comments, like tell us which discrepancy you lean towards, kind of like how the Misplay does on their podcast. We're like, hey, do you like Mark's point or do you like Armley's point? Jason, all right. Let's move on to Waystone Gate. Waystone Gate is a relic at uncommon for 3 time. It reads: pay 3 to draw a sigil of your choice from your deck. After the 3rd use, sacrifice Waystone Gate. Entomb. If it's your turn, play an 8/8 giant. So the reason why it says if it's your turn, this allows your opponent to destroy your Waystone Gate at slow speed and not give you the 8/8 giant, so that's why it reads it that way. A couple other things is that it does not say once per turn, so if you have nothing else going on, you are more than welcome to pay 6 or even 9 to activate this ability 3 times. And of course, it says your choice, so it's not a random sigil off the top of your deck. It does fix your power level, or your power influence. I'm sorry. So yeah, that's where I'm at on it. I just gave it a straight C. It synergizes with Relic Matters. It's a power sync. It upgrades the late game, right? It doesn't stick around. You get to get rid of it and make an 8/8 giant that could be relevant. And it does fix. I value the fixing. So it's somewhat of a do nothing relic, but I think the benefits of it, making sure you hit your power drops and all that good stuff, kind of outweighs it. Yeah, I gave it a just straight C. I think it's a completely playable card. Alex, where are you at?
I have it at a middle of the road C as well. It's fixing, which I like a lot, and it gives you a huge unit as the payoff. So it's like it's slow but steady. So I mean, a little bit dirtily, but if you're needing fixing, I think it's pretty good. So yeah, I like C for that.
John, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I guess I've just got it rated a little bit higher than you guys. It got a B minus, but that's probably a little too high. But you know, you guys described it perfectly. I think, like, I'm just a little excited for the additional huge payoff here. Other than just the fixing is kind of exciting, and then there's some other cards that like we talked about that one unit earlier that would make one activation of this free every turn. Like, I mean, there's some ways to make this like very good. But yeah, you guys can bring me down on this for sure.
Yeah, my biggest problem about having it too high is that there's going to be a world where your opponent's pressuring you and you just don't have the time to either A, play this, or B, activate it. You know what I mean?
Sure. Yeah, it has a very real downside, absolutely.
So yeah, all right, we'll go with what do I have? A C. Yep. So we'll just go straight up C.
C's fine.
Straight up C for Waystone Gate. Next up, we have Nahid's Distillation. Oh my god. Alright, so Nahid's Distillation is a 6-cost time spell at uncommon, slow spell. And it reads, draw 3. That's right, draw 3 cards. But, this is that cycle I was talking about. You may exhaust a unit to play Nahid's Distillation for 2 or less. I.e., a 4. And draw 3 cards. Yes, all the cards. All right, John.
Yeah, drawing cards is my favorite. So I'm obviously pretty high on this. Easy to enable the cost reduction, which the reduction will sometimes be free, as in like exhausting that unit wasn't going to be able to attack anyway, and for example, and maybe wasn't gonna have to block this turn anyway. So like sometimes there'll be no real cost to that, and sometimes it'll result in you taking like a little bit of damage. And I think either way, it's very much worth the price. So I rated this pretty high, A minus.
Oh wow! Holy.
Yeah, I love drawing cards. I mean, maybe I'm a weirdo, but.
Alex.
Yeah, so I'm 2 letter grades down on it. I'm
Nice.
Out of C.
You guys gotta keep me grounded here.
But that doesn't mean I don't like it. And for 6, it's almost unplayable, I think. For 4, I really wish it was instant speed, but I do still like it a lot. Drawing cards is great. Have it C+. I'll go up to C+.
Okay, I have it at a B minus because 3 cards is a lot.
It is a lot.
And there's just going to be turns where you have the opportunity where there's a stalled board state with time, and you can exhaust one of your smaller units, maybe even your 1/3, 1/3 flyer or whatever, or a humbug. You can exhaust a humbug, for crying out loud. So it's not even costing you a unit essentially to draw 3 cards. That's absolutely huge. I think if it was fast speed, it would just be broken. Like, this thing would see constructed play and just be all over the place, because that'd be insane. Man, so what'd you give it? I definitely don't think it's an A. That's I mean, this thing will not win you the game. You can easily draw 3 cards.
I'm obsessed. What can I say?
You can easily draw 3 cards, and your opponent's like, cool, that's great. Attack A space, like. So
yeah, I still feel good about that because I drew 3 cards, dude.
Fair. Look at all these cards. My hand's full.
Oh my god.
I'm taking these cards to the grave.
I need you guys to keep me grounded. Seriously, like.
Yeah, no kidding.
Take me down a peg here.
Holy cow! All right, Alex, where were you at again? C.
C+.
C+. Drawing 3 cards is pretty good, man. Can I get you into the B- range? Like,
No, yeah, that's just what my grade. I'm down. I'm willing to go up.
It's
fine.
splashable too. It's only 1 time, so you could put that. It's easy to play in these 3 faction decks. Like, I think this card.
It is splashable. Good point.
Plus, I mean, it hits the groan test. It's been played on me twice already, and both times I was just like,
Yeah.
It's just like, all right, cool. We've stabilized. They've got 2 cards in hand. I've got a card in hand. We're okay. Let's see what top decks. And they're like, draw 3. It's like, All right. Moving right along. What do we settle on? B- for Nahid's Distillation.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I got scared for a second because I read Sunset, but then it's Enforcer, so it's fine. Okay, so Sunset Enforcer is a 5/5 giant cultist at common for 6 time. It has Pledge, so if you have it in your opening hand, you can instead play this, and only on your first turn, as a time sigil, and then you never get it back, but hey, you got your fixing. And then it reads, when you sacrifice another unit, Sunset Enforcer gets +2/+2. I think this is fine. This is just your stereotypical C with some upside with the Pledge. So if you have it in your opening hand, it can count as a sigil, so you're not stuck with a 6-drop. I was initially a little higher on the sacrifice, make it a 7/7 than a 9/9 because of Yeti Traditionalist from the previous format, but this does not have Overwhelm. So the fact that it could be chump block makes it just pretty medium for me. So I give a straight up C. Alex, where are you at?
Yeah, I have it at a C-. It's like the sacrifice payoff isn't that spectacular for me because it doesn't have evasion in any way or any way to get the damage through. So it could just be chump block for days. So I mean, it's a curve filler for the top end, but it's not that great. I have it at C-.
I think we say this, and I know each one of us is going to lose to one of these things becoming like a 9/9 or 11/11 and just be like swing, swing, and be like, yep, I'm out of units. John?
I'm middle of the road on this as well. Like I would rate it a C- probably, but I think the fact that you can pledge it from your opening hand just bumps it up slightly. Like there's enough, like corrupted, for example, in the format to where like you can reasonably expect to, crash in as a 7/7 in any given turn. But like you say, it doesn't have any evasion or overwhelm, so probably just get chumped mostly. Like straight up C for me.
Okay, so C for Sunset Enforcer. Next up, we have Corpse Bloom. Corpse Bloom is a 7/7 Mandrake at uncommon for 7 time. It has Endurance. Summon, put an enemy unit into its owner's hand. Corrupted 3. John, where are you at on Corpse Bloom?
Yeah, this rating, I'm assuming, and from what I've seen, this is true. Like, 7 is not is not just a crazy power level to get to in this format. So like, it's expensive, but it's like reasonably statted for the cost with a relevant summon effect. And also the endurance is pretty nice to have on such a large unit. Like the rating would be lower if the format turned out to be a little faster than I think it is currently, but like I think it's a B-.
Okay, all right. John or Alex?
Yeah, I'm at the same. I'm at a B-.
Okay. Yeah, I value everything. The tempo swing, the endurance. It's a great top end. I actually had it as C+ because I'm a little skeptical. I always think of worst case scenario, but this card is a great answer. It bounces 2 things. Yep. Okay, you guys talked me up. It's going to be a B- for Corpse Boom. I think it's exactly the top end you want in any time deck. Okay, next up we have Ensnare. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Time. Sweet. So what do you guys think? What does Time look like to you, Alex?
I think Time has a lot of interesting things they're trying to do with like the relics and the flying and but overall it's pretty good so far. I think I like Fire better if I had to rate the 2 colors so far.
I think Time has stuff that wants to pull me into it with rectifier and the recursion and just the top end. I really do like corpse bloom. So I like time. I think it's got some versatility. It has a bit of an identity crisis, but I'm off the relics things. I'm not really worried about time relic shenanigans unless it's relic weapon stuff, then I'm on it. But I like time. I think it's versatile. It has some good cards, some bad cards, some interesting cards. So, John?
Yeah, I'm leaning a little more into time than like fire. As an overall kind of color rating, but yeah, like I agree, kind of it has like an identity crisis of sorts, but I think it'll be a solid addition in a multicolor format. I'm gonna want time in a lot of my decks, I feel like, and I am just looking very much forward to drawing like 9 cards in a game with a few distillations. No big deal.
All right, so that's time, guys. Moving right along, you card drawing fiend, we're gonna go into justice, and first up we have ensnare, which actually, now looking at the artwork, is quite accurate for a story. I'm gonna say once these guys give our ratings. So ensnare is a fast spell at common for 1 justice. Kill an attacking enemy unit with flying. So the unit has to be flying and the unit has to be attacking for this to be turned on, but it is 1 cost and it's just straight up kill anything. Doesn't matter if it's a 12/12 or a 1/1. John?
Yeah, flyer specific removal was good in the last format, and I feel like it might be even better in this one, with further emphasis on flyer strategies, and holding up power for a 1 cost spell is a pretty easy ask, so I rated this a solid B.
Alex?
So I'm a little bit lower. I'm at a C plus, just because it has to be a flyer that it's targeting. But it is a very clean, efficient removal for a flyer. So yeah, I have it at C plus.
Okay, so the artwork has a dragon being tied down by a bunch of unseen, I think. I don't think they're cultists. I think they're unseen. It's hard to say. But anyways, this is extremely accurate because in my first draft of this set, I actually got a Syndrock, which is a legendary 7/4 dragon, get blown out by this 1 cost common. Didn't even get to attacked 1 time and it died. So yeah, ensnare, I think you are absolutely happy having at least 1 of these in your deck. Probably 1 is the correct amount. I don't think you really want to run 2. It's a little too situational, but I gave it a B-, which is in the middle of the U2 guys, so I think we'll go with that.
Works for me.
Ensnare, B-. I think that card is going to overperform in this format. Next up, we have Monument Curator. Monument Curator is a 1/1 for 2. 2 and Justice. It's a Tinker, and it is uncommon. What is going on here? We definitely need some better upside for this. Plus attack, plus health equal to the highest cost amongst your relics. Okay. So, Relic Man, John, where you at on Monument Curator?
Yeah, in the right deck, this will be like, decent. I don't know, situationally good body, maybe. It becomes reasonable with any relic at all in play, and it has the potential to be large. Fluctuating stats, though, makes it, super weak to silence effects, which definitely brings it down a bit for me. I don't know, C-.
Okay.
It might be a little high even, but I don't know. There's definitely a lot of relics in the format, so.
John? Or Alex?
I mean, there's a lot of relics. I have it at D plus because it needs a relic out, or it's not good at all. So it's, I'd rather just have a 2-drop that has a little more beef on its own than rely on something else.
Yep.
But I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, I think you guys are right. I actually gave this a build around grade because, let's just be honest, the only deck that wants this guy is a relic, like a relic matters deck, and even then, what are we looking at? We've seen some 3-cost relics, some 5-cost relic weapons, so somewhere between a 4/4 and a 6/6. But
I mean, chains and pit, I think, are technically in the format, for example, but like that's an extreme example.
Yeah, it just. You hit the nail on the head. The fact that this is not a summon effect and you get like a vanilla or you get a finite number, it can fluctuate. So this thing can be a 5 or 4/4. You attack and then mid combat they destroy your weapon and it becomes a 1/1. Yeah, I gave it a build around grade, and even then, it's still just a C minus for me. I think it's a teaser. It's one of those trap cards, I think.
Yeah.
So Monument Creator, sadly, you could stay curating. You're not going to go to the fight anytime soon.
Stay in your museum.
Yeah. Outcast Elite. This is a 2/1 unseen at uncommon for 2 justice. It has Aegis and a robotic arm, apparently. When you play another unseen, it gets a random battle skill. There's some upside to a random battle skill. There's some downside to it. Obviously, when you get stuff like Reckless, or you give charge to, you know, a late game card that's a 2/1 or something like that. There are some serious benefits to it. Also, it's only when you play another unseen, so you have to hit that critical mass of unseens. I think you're really just valuing this thing for the 2/1 Aegis body. Alex, where are you at on Outcast?
I mean, 2/1 Aegis isn't really too exciting for me. It doesn't really tangle with a lot of things. You know, it dies to anything that blocks it. So, yeah, I mean, if you have a bulk, like a big amount of unseens, maybe like a concentrated amount, that would make the random battle skill thing be okay. But I have it at a C minus, just a 2-drop. You know,
what number of unseen would you think your deck has to have?
You know, like maybe 5 or 6 other ones.
Really? So it's averaging like 1.5 activations of it.
Yeah, like if you get 1 activation of it, then it's like okay. But even that, it could be potentially not okay of an activation. You know.
Yeah, I just can't help but compare it to the 2/2 unseen, that when it enters, it gets the battle skill, a random battle skill, and then it gives it to a unit in your hand. I feel like that's so much better and stronger than this card.
Indeed.
On average, yeah, I think I agree with that.
Plus, you can choose whether you want to use the battle skill or not. So if it is Reckless, or you can choose not to give it to the unit in your hand, versus, you know, it happens when you play the unit. So you play that unit, let's say it's your 8/1 Zealot. Well, that's not unseen, so never mind. But you get what I'm saying. It's already in play, so if it does get Reckless, or I don't know, Unblockable is good, Flying's good. I guess most battle skills are good, so you're perfectly all right with that. But yeah, I give it a C. I think it's just run of the mill. The Aegis may be relevant, may not. I'm not sure. What about you, John?
I gave it a C as well. Like, you know, yeah, you might be able to high roll some good abilities, but it's pretty random. The Aegis makes it a little better, like if you have some good weapons in your deck. So I mean, there is some potential upside there as well. But yeah, strictly medium on this.
All right, Outcast Elite, you get a C. Next up is Siege Provisions. This is a 2 Justice Relic at common for once per turn. You may pay 3, so there's that key number again to go with that Chard guy. Chard Mage, what was it? Chard Mage?
Shardbringer?
Bringer, yeah, that sounds right. Shardbringer. You may pay 3 to give one of your units +2/+2 and endurance this turn. Pay 1, spellcraft 1, play Endure. I don't remember what Endure does, so I'll let you. Do you know?
It's invulnerable this turn to a unit.
Ah, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. I had it played against me. Okay, fair. I can dig that. It's a good way to trigger masteries and stuff. Okay, not bad. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I mean, Relic Matters, I guess, you know, makes this a little bit more playable sometimes, but, you know, it might let you get into the red zone sometimes when you otherwise wouldn't be able to, and I don't know, but these types of cards have always kind of underperformed for me in practice and in other sets, so I'm pretty medium on this, maybe like a C minus.
I think this card is going to do a little bit better than it seems, because it's a guaranteed +2/+2, but I think where you really get value in it is the endurance. This combos really well with flyers, right? Giving +2/+2 to a flyer is absolutely huge. And then the endurance means that you can attack with a unit that may need to stay back and block, but now it can attack and still stay back and block. You get a free attack with the Endure. So I think this card might do a little bit better. Plus it only costs 2. So it's a good way to trigger Relic Matter synergies and not pay too high of a cost. You can still play another unit if you draw this late. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a little better than it looks. It opens up, allowing you to be aggressive when you normally wouldn't have been. And the +2/+2, like John said, it lets you get into the red zone more times than you would think. You could trigger it multiple times. Am I right? Like you can do
Once
it
per turn.
Oh, it is just once per turn.
Yeah.
Maybe someone
No.
played it with the spellcraft, so like it felt like it was doing more stuff or whatever. Maybe that was it. But yeah, no, I like that card. I think I have it at a C+.
And I gave it a C, which once again looks like middle of the road. So siege
Cool.
provisions, you get a C. Easy day. I like how we have like just enough diversity, but then we're all on the same sheet of music for most of these cards. So I feel like we're doing something right. Next up, we have
Mostly.
Well, as long as it doesn't say draw a card, I get it.
Oh.
Steely. I keep wanting to say steely-eyed, but it's not. Steely Stranger. This is a 1/3 Stranger at common for 2 justice with a wicked cool shield. When one or more strangers attack, the top unit of their owner's deck gets a random battle skill. So we're starting to see that random battle skill or battle skill theme going with justice here. Alex?
So my grade is a C-. The 1/3, it can attack early pretty easily, but then just on its own, it gets outclassed pretty easily. So, I mean, it's a good effect if you can have more strangers to back it up with, but yeah, C- for this guy.
Yep. John?
Yeah, I said just a straight C. Like, unimpressive body with a symmetrical and very random effect. You know, like sometimes it'll throw reckless on something that you do not want to have reckless, for example. So it's not just always going to be positive. And then, you know, can typically only get 1 buff per turn at best without like some extra killer attacks going on or multiple of these guys in play. And it's a dice roll whether it'll even matter. So yeah, just a C.
I will say this guy goes up in value if you have the flyer stranger, because then you could consistently trigger the random battle skill. And you know, we keep saying reckless, but let's be honest, it's not always that, right? You can get Aegis, you can get double damage, lifesteal. So, but yeah, I'm with you guys. I gave it a C-, the 1/3 and everything you guys said. So C- for Steely Stranger. All right. We have a uncommon removal spell here, pseudo removal from Justice. This is Timidity. So we first saw this on Valkyrie Accuser. It created it. Now we're seeing the actual card. Timidity is a curse at uncommon for 2 justice, and it reads, the cursed unit can't attack. Obvious things is it is a curse, so it just stays on the battlefield. Their opponent could potentially silence it or block or bounce it or something to reset that. The unit cannot attack, but the unit can still block. So please do remember that before you start crashing into something. And yep, that's all I got to say on it. So back to you, Alex. What do you think about Timidity?
So yeah, it's a removal spell. Basically, it's kind of a removal that Justice gets, that it stays online for any curse synergy you might have going on. I have it at a C+.
Okay, and John?
Yeah, I'm a little bit lower on it. Like, it can definitely help you not die, but often the unit still being able to block is still going to be pretty bad for you at some point. And like you say, there's some ways they can like interact and get rid of it or silence it or something like that. But you know, that's countered by having a little curse synergy and injustice. So I don't know. I just rated it a straight C.
Okay, well, I saw it as, I know it's conditional removal, but it's also somewhat deals with everything. So I actually gave it a B-, but I think you guys both talked me down, so I'm good with a C. What'd you guys give it?
It was C, C+, and then B-, so that's average.
Yeah, let's go with C+, because I still think it's removal, but the fact that they could potentially bounce it is a thing. That being said, also sometimes the fact that it doesn't kill the unit might work in our favor when they have recursion and they need the unit to die.
I was a big fan of this, you know, when it was played for free with that a Valkyrie, but yeah, I'm a lot lower on it.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Just as a standalone card.
Yeah, exactly. You said that great. When you get it for free, it's a completely different animal. All right, so C plus, is that what we're going with?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep.
All right, C plus for timidity. Let me update my show notes real quick for you, Alex. All right, next up we have Touch of Purity. This is obviously the Justice Touch. You got the touch. Touch of Purity is a fast spell, uncommon for 2 Justice. Give one of your units lifesteal, then give a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand lifesteal. John, what do you think?
Yeah, lifesteal is usually a pretty good ability in draft, like helping you kind of win the overall race to the finish. But it won't actually help, win a specific combat or anything like that. So, I'm a little lower on this than some of the other touches. Like C plus is what I rated this.
That's me exactly. Just lifesteal times 2 for that cost. I think it's worth it to have lifesteal on 2 units for 2. So. Yeah, I have it at C plus.
Wow, and I give it a D. I don't want to spend a card to give units lifesteal. Like I see the potential in it, but man, paying a card for it is like what happens if you only have like a 2/2 on the board and no unit in your hand, Or even if you have, I don't know.
You're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah, I don't know. So what do you? I'll let you guys decide.
That's the opposite of Magical Christmas Land, that's like the opposite of that.
Oh, you mean like what happens to me in draft? Yeah, I got it.
Man, am I too high on it? Maybe.
I don't know. I mean,
like John said, in limited, I think it's good.
Lifesteal is a pretty good ability in limited. Even
it is.
I mean, you could talk me down like a grade or whatever, but I don't think it's quite in the D's.
Okay. So what's your
C minus maybe?
What's your bare bones situation that you're happy with? Like, what is like the oh god? All right, fine, I'll do it. This is good enough. What scenario is that for you?
Like I don't know. Like, so say you have lifesteal, you put it on your 4-drop. That's out, and then you give it to your 6-drop that's in your hand. I don't know. It could be backbreaking basically to have 2 big lifesteal units or decently sized lifesteal units.
Oh yeah, for sure. I totally see the value in that. 100%.
If you got like an unblockable unit or something like that, it goes up quite a bit, or
Okay. So if you
just something you expect to stick around for a while with like a big amount of health or something, I don't know.
All right, how about this? You have a 2/4 in play, and you have a reinvigorate in your hand. The +1/+1, ready a unit. Yeah, I think it's +1/+1 ready a unit, and it gets a +1/+1 for any additional battle skills it has. Is that good? Are you happy if you touch a purity that?
Yeah, as the second card, I mean that's decent, I guess.
So a 2/4 and a +2/+2 is good enough.
That's a pretty low impact example, I guess, but that's decent.
Okay, Alex, are you okay with that as well? I mean, I'm genuinely asking. I'm not trying to call you guys out. I'm having a genuine discussion about this card.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I could see it not being great too. I just, yeah, maybe it is like a C minus instead. I don't know.
I mean, clearly, yes. If you're able to land, for example, the 7/7 corpse when we've talked about, and they give that thing lifesteal, like you're really hard pressed to lose that game. That's just an absolute beating. But that's also top end. I guess that you're still talking about commons as well. All right, what was your guys' grade again?
We both said C plus.
That's what I had it at, C plus, and then Jedi comes in with his F.
It's a D. All right. How about a C? I'll fall with the majority. How about C?
Sure.
Sure.
Oh my God, you guys are killing me here. Really? Like, it's not gonna be busted every time.
No, I'm just like I don't know. Like I feel bad like making you come up from where you were at, but
no, I mean you guys are right though. Like I said, you there's a 4/5 flyer in the format. You give that lifesteal, you're sitting pretty. So there is some serious upside for sure. And then, I mean, shoot, you can give the Conjuring that we're gonna talk about here in a moment. You give that lifesteal, that's a blowout. Like that's the display, the Ixton display. So there you go. See, I've seen both sides of the coin. There you go. I'm neutral. All right. So
average.
C.
No.
Touch of purity.
Yeah. See, let's go with that. Touch of purity, you get a C. Touch of purity, you get a C. I mean,
Will break.
All right.
Right?
Yeah. Will breaker. Thank you. Will breaker is a 1/1 for 2 and a justice. What is going on here? Unseen common. Oh, but wait. It has double damage. Okay, so it's kind of a 2/1. All right. Summon. Play a -1 attack curse on each enemy unit with flying. So once again, play a -1 attack curse on each enemy unit with flying. I really don't know how to rate this card. I gave it, where'd I give it? Well, I gave it a D+ because it just feels so situational to me. But like I totally did. My show notes for it are literally maybe ? Honestly, I have no idea. So I'm just gonna let one of you take it. Which one wants to take Will Breaker first?
Well, I just have it at a D, and I don't have any notes on it, but it's like it's so low impact and potentially bad that I don't even want to mess with that guy.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I don't think I said it, but it has Corrupt 3. I don't remember if I said that or not. It negates a Humbug nest, right?
Yeah.
They get like 2/0/1 flyers. I don't know. Alex or John, do you have anything to say about this card?
Yeah, I mean, there's some situations where it'll be kind of good. Like, you know, it goes. Double damage is a powerful effect sometimes. So I mean,
yeah, super scary.
It definitely goes way up when you have a deck with like weapons and combat tricks and things like that. And you know, there's going to be some opponents you run into that are just swarming the board with flyers, and it'll actually be the summon effect will actually make a difference in those cases. But you know, at its worst, it's just a base, like you said, like a 2/1 for 2, which is not great, but it's like playable. Yeah.
Maybe
I said C- for this guy.
Maybe I'm being too harsh on it because double damage is still scary, and you are just paying 2 for it. It's not like this is a 4-cost card or anything, so the summon effect is kind of just somewhat upside.
Yeah, that's how I was looking at it. Like,
yeah, I guess I could see. I don't know. I still think it's a D. I'm very skeptical about 1/1s. There's gonna be scenarios where this card's gonna blow somebody out, but at the same time, the only time you're attacking with it, your opponent knows something's up.
yeah, I mean, blocking a double damage unit with a clearly higher statted unit that you don't want to lose. I mean, it's a scary thing for a lot of people, right? Like,
Yeah.
that first attack might get in for free in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and there are ways to give it flying. Okay, you talked me up to a C-. I don't know. How do you feel about that, Alex? Have we moved you at all, or are you still on D?
Yeah, I'll buy that for $1.
Okay, all right. C- with Will Breaker. I'm gonna leave the D+ though in the show notes. That way, when we come back in the Sunset Show, I can find out if we were wrong or right.
Yeah, I mean, you guys could convince me to be D+ on it too, but like, I think the 2/1 stat line is like, playable for 2 anyway. I don't know.
It's just so vulnerable, and there's no blitz thing. But I mean, I could see a world where it just sits on the battlefield, and all of a sudden you give evasion or give it a huge pump spell and it does something. But I don't know. I think the most of the time it's gonna be pretty lackluster. Okay, this card is absolutely horrible. Resounding Shockwave. Now watch you guys both give it high votes. Resounding Shockwave is sadly not making any waves for me at all. This is a 3 Justice. Oh, I should have waited to the end for that. Darn it. Justice 3 uncommon spell. Stun each enemy unit with flying. You may exhaust a unit to pay Resounding Shockwave for 2 less, i.e. 1. And of note, it is a slow spell again, not fast spell. Alright, John, do you have anything good to say about this card?
I mean, I basically gave it the same rating as that last card. Like, they kind of have a similar effect, right? Like, it's a situationally good card. Like, it's only going to be good at all when your opponent's just spamming the board with flyers. But like, I'm not big on slow stun effects in general. Yeah, but it can be nice and cheap. I don't know. I gave it a C minus, like with Will Bricker there. That's probably too high.
I gave it a straight up F. I think it's way
straight up F. This one's your F. Okay.
I think it's just way too situational. Like, just way too much. Like, don't get me wrong. I get it. Sometimes you lose to just flyers, but this doesn't even kill them. It just stuns them. So if you weren't able to attack on the ground and win the race, and then it's slow spell, so it's only really stopping them for a turn. And no, I don't like this card at all. Alex, be our tiebreaker here. What's up, man?
Well, like, if I had a market, this would be a great market card. Like,
yes,
right?
yes.
Like, your conditional things for flyers, put that in your market. So,
yeah, that's what my rating is. Yeah, market rating.
I don't see me ever putting one of these in my deck, so I didn't give it a F. I gave it a D, but maybe I should just give it an F because I don't see me ever.
That's
playing
true. Like, I'm with you on that. Like, I probably would never actually just put this in my deck.
See, yeah. I told you. There you go.
That's true. I just like I've always just had this thing against slow speed stun effects, and this one's situational too. But like, yeah, you've super convinced me.
So if there's a resounding shockwave in the middle of the woods with no one around, does anyone hear it? All right, let's move on. Resounding shockwave, you get an F. That's right. You just okay. Sky King Storyteller, 2/3 Oni at common for 3 Justice, Warcry, Mastery 6. Put an 8/8 Sword of the Sky King into your deck. Yes, all the memes. All right, Alex, what do you think about Sky King Storyteller? And I don't mean the artwork.
I can't say those handcuffs though.
Yeah, I gotta call out the artwork here. Like, what is going on here? Like, is the story so bad she's gonna like handcuff us to something to make us listen to it? Like, what is going on here?
I don't really understand the artwork either. But she's a C. She's a 2/3 body. It's not exciting, and it's gonna be hard for you to get that mastery to 8 unless you have help. So
Mastery 6.
Mastery 6, okay. I mean, slightly less hard. So yeah, I have her at a C.
Okay, John.
So, I mean, if I average my 2 ratings for her, it's a C. Like I said, kind of D plus with no synergy, like up to like maybe even a B minus with a ton of synergy. Like the baseline's pretty bad here, as far as the just body for the cost. But in a deck with Oni buffs and combat tricks.
I don't think...
and possibly the ability to fetch that sword out of your deck, like it could be pretty good.
I don't think it's pretty bad stat line. 2/3 for 3 is completely serviceable, and then the Warcry.
Yeah.
If you I don't know. If you Warcry once with this thing, I feel like you already got your money back.
I mean, like, I just look back at the last format, which I think this is kind of similar overall to, and like that there was an uncommon Oni 2/3 in that format that was pretty bad most of the time as well. That's where I'm looking at for the low end here. So like if I average my kind of build around rating versus like the low end, I mean it's like a C.
Okay. Yeah, I think Mastery's gonna be a little tough, but you have like one combat trick, and just having that insurance policy of your opponent knowing, hey, eventually Sword of the Sky King's coming, but maybe it is just a little too cute. Either way, I gave it a C plus, so you guys are fine. I'm good with the C. We'll give Sky King Storyteller a C.
Okay.
I wonder if we're ever gonna see like the actual Sky King card. That'd be kind of cool.
Is he the one getting handcuffed?
The world may never know. We'll tweet at it, LSV. Okay.
Hashtag Eternal Lore.
Justice Conjuring, which is Wind Conjuring. This is a 3 Justice fast spell uncommon. Ready a unit. So if it is exhausted, it readies it so it can block. it gets +4/+4 and endurance this turn. Decimate, invoke, justice. John.
Yeah, I like this card. Like, cheaper high alert with upside? Like, sign me up for this. You know, it'd be an easy A if it were more splashable for me. But you know, that invoke is of course again just extra gravy on this already pretty excellent combat trick.
What'd you give it?
B plus.
Yep, exact same for me. Alex?
Cool.
So I love this card. I'm a little bit down. I had it at B minus just because of the double justice. But go ahead.
If you're in a justice deck, you're gonna play, you know, basically any number of these that get passed to you.
Yeah,
Yes.
This card makes you play justice. Yeah, get out of here with your minus. It's totally B plus. It's B plus.
It's just minus because we want to splash this in literally every deck.
Yeah, we're taking it. 100%. Wind Conjuring is the goods. Okay.
Yeah.
It is.
All right, B plus for Wind Conjuring. Soar high, my little drafters. Soar high. All right, next up we have Zolta Exile. This was created by a card, but now we're actually seeing the card itself in this set. This is a 2/2 Exile at common for 3 justice, and it has Aegis and Endurance. Nothing special here. We've seen it before. 2/2 for 2, so you're essentially paying 1 power for Aegis and Endurance. Depends, once again, on the weapons and the kind of things you can do to put on this. There are occasional board wipes and things like that. But the Aegis is okay. Endurance is okay. Not so great on a small body like this. I feel like it also had a different unit type other than Exile. I had Exile on something else, but maybe I'm wrong. Anywho, John, where are you at on Zolta Exile?
Yeah, exactly what you said. I mean, it's just kind of an understated 3-drop. Like, if the Aegis was already on like a unit with evasion, it would be way up there. But you know, it requires another card, you know, such as a weapon to be good, really. I'm a little shocked it's not an unseen, but like, I think it has always been just an Exile. But you know, it would go up a little bit if it had a relevant unit type for the format. But yeah, I got it as a C minus.
Actually, interesting. A little bit of lore. Now that we know what the story behind Zolta is and the fact that it's an Exile, it makes sense because it kind of has the hairstyle of the Zoltan people, but then notice how she doesn't have the gems on her. So that actually kind of makes a little bit of sense. There's a little flavor continuity there. Alex, what do you think about this filler card?
I gave it the exact same grade, and my note on it is filler. So yeah, the 2/2 body for 3, like neither of those abilities excite me too much. So
yeah,
if you're desperate for 3-drop.
That's funny. Yeah, that's exactly what mine is. It says C and then filler. Great, awesome. All right, Zoltan Exile, you make the cut. Let's move on to here. This is a spicy card here. This is Dive Bomb, and we know this because it was in the preview draft format. Dive Bomb is a 4 justice fast spell at common, and it reads, give 2 of your units +1/+4, okay, and flying this turn. Boom. This card, like, I'll straight up, I'll just be honest. I gave it's between a C plus and a B minus to me. I want to give it a B minus, but at the same time, +1+, I don't know. This card overperforms, but at the same time, you still have to have 2 reasonable units for it to overperform. But this card is great on defense, right? Giving 4 tough health to 2 of your units means they're going to most likely survive combat with whatever they're tussling with. The fact that it gives them flying means you have a good chance of ambushing a flyer and killing it. It's fantastic in offense because if you have 2 big ground pounders that are just stuck because of double and triple blocks, you can send them both to the skies and just absolutely wreck your opponent if not taking down the game. I think this card is extremely powerful. My only question is, it does cost 4. So where do you prioritize this card? Alex, let's start with you.
Well, I have it at the lower grade that you had said, C+. It's very versatile, all those things you just said. It's just a little clunky. And the 1/4, oftentimes it might not kill what you want to kill with it, because it's just +1/+4. But I mean, it does have all those uses, so I do like it. It's just It's not amazing.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I dig it. I dig it. What about you, John?
Yeah, I think you guys have basically said it all already. I was also kind of torn between like C plus and B minus, but I lean towards the B minus side just because of its versatility. But yeah, the fact that it's 4 power kind of holds it back a little bit. You know, it's a big ask to hold that up on defense unless you've got other things you can also do at fast speed that are just good. You know, at the same time, if you end up not using it, I don't know. I could go either way with this one.
All right.
Like I've played against it a few times, and it's pretty telegraphed when your opponent has it, so you can kind of play around it and not attack with something that's really going to get too messed up by the +1/+4 unless they like double block it or something, you know. So yeah, C plus for me, but we could do B minus. It's up to you guys.
I like erring on the side of caution on this one. It still has some downside to it, and wind conjuring it is not. So dive bomb, you're gonna go ahead and sit a C plus, which I still think is quite honorable. Just remember to play around this card, guys. It is definitely gonna win and lose some games. All right, next up we have Promising Pupil. Promising Pupil is a 2/2 unseen at common for 4 justice. It has Exalted, and then Mastery 2, Promising Pupil gets a random battle skill. And I gotta say, it is wrecking that wooden attack dummy. Like literally, it's tearing it apart with a kick. Like, man, capoeira dance fighting in full effect.
That's funny. That's it kind of resembles the card that it is because it's. So I like it. I have it at a C plus. It's understated for 4, but you get it again, the +2/+2 on a weapon, and if you can get that random, you know,
Battle skill
to pop on, then that's a cool weapon potentially to put on something else when it dies. So yeah, I have it at C plus.
I think the mastery is going to be kind of impossible to get. The reason being is you can't play it any sooner than 4. So it only has to survive combat 1 time to do it. But playing on a 4 means there's going to be a lot of things that could just outclass this. Though I do like what you're saying as far as getting it's a 2/2, but then you get the other 2/2 with the Exalted weapon. So somewhat you can technically see this being a 4/4 for 4, which is serviceable if it's kind of an installment plan. That makes it a little bit better. I'm not very high on the mastery effect on it. So yeah, let's see. John, where are you at on this guy?
Yeah, like a lot of these justice cards so far, it gets a lot better with, you know, buffs. But, you know, at worst, it's like an overcosted Crown Watch longsword that kind of gained you a bit of life, maybe. I rated a C.
Yeah, I give it a dead C as well. I think the value in this card is going to be how well you can exploit that Exalted. You know, can you give it deadly? Can you give it flying? Something like that.
Right.
You know, I mean, you know, one attack with dive bomb definitely triggers this thing, so that's something to consider. But it's definitely not attacking with a little bit of support, and then much like it, you're telegraphing if you are attacking with it that you have something up your sleeve, or yeah, they just rather put the weapon on a flyer or something. So I think the fact that it's pretty easy to read what's going on with this card, I like it at a dead C.
Yeah, it can also just be, you know, silenced when you play it. If the opponent's expecting you to do something broken with it, they'll just silence it, and then you just played a 2/2 for 4, which is not great.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're good with a C for Promising Pupil. Next up, we have Zoltan Arbalist. This is a +1/+4 relic weapon at uncommon for 4 justice. Another sleek artwork. Don't know how technically sound it is, but it looks cool. It has Warcry, and then summon +2 attack this turn. So the turn you play it, it attacks as a 3/4. And it has one more thing, Fate, you gain 1 armor. So for all intents and purposes, this is let's just say for the turn you play it, it is a 3/5 Warcrying relic weapon. Okay, John, what do you think of Zoltan Arbalist?
Yeah, it's like a slightly lower statted, but also lower costed Rampart Arbalest, which I was pretty high on in prior formats. So, you know, it has the potential there for 2 for 1 is kind of its best case, and then at worst it can still just remove an X3. And then yeah, the Warcry is just kind of gravy there. And when you you know, if you recur it, you still get the fate again. If you already have a relic weapon in play, the fate just adds on to that weapon's armor. I think that there's a lot of good stuff going on with this weapon. I rated it a B-.
Oh wow, okay. Of note as well, if you're able to pick off something and it stays alive, you still have the ability to pick off an X1 that we know there's a lot in this format, and you're getting 2 Warcry triggers off of that, so that could be a bonus as well. I gave it a C+ because I do think it's strong, but it's also somewhat situational, because you also have to remember that your opponent sees it coming because of the fate. So they could somewhat play around it, somewhat. You know, it depends obviously when you draw it. If you draw it before you can play it, they can play around it. There might be a unit on the field that you can already hit with it, but that is something to consider. I do like the fact that it does have Warcry, and like you mentioned, the fate trigger means you're getting bonus on it on both ends, because it gets +2 attack. Oh, it says this turn, so that part doesn't stack, but the fate definitely does. Alex, what about you?
Yeah, I have it at a C+ as well. I mean, you could pick off quite a few things the turn that it hits the battlefield, and then when you could get 2 triggers, like you said, then it's like even extra gravy. I like this card.
All right. So, John, are you locked into your B-, or do you think we might have?
No, if you guys both, I mean, it's just one slight point down or whatever. That's cool with me.
All right, let's go with C+.
I think the other Arbalist always overperformed for me. So, you know, I have some hopes for this one.
The one thing I will say is that I feel like it being double Justice. If I see this in a pack and I'm not locked into not playing Justice, I would probably take it, and it would lean me towards Justice, which we do place as a B type level. So I don't know. Yeah, Alex, do you think we need to come up on this?
I mean, maybe because of the color that it's in, like it's pretty valuable.
I mean, it's also limited removal, right? There's gonna be times where you draw this late game and there's nothing that it can kill.
Yeah, it does have, you know, conditions to be good for sure.
Yeah, I think it might still be a C+. I think it's a high C+, C++, because you know we need to make a grading scale. Yeah, let's go ahead and stick with a C+.
For all those programmers out there.
Yeah.
I mean, like, if you're picking off a bunch of humbugs, then it feels amazing, right? But
yeah, no doubt, for sure.
Not that would happen, but
I mean, it can kill one of those 3/1 flyers and still survive, so that's a thing as well.
And I'm not gonna lie, when I evaluated this card, I literally did not even notice that it had Warcry. So that makes me like it even just a little bit more. Fair.
All right, good. I'm not the only one that misread a card. Good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on, we have another weapon. We have Enchanted Plate Mail. This is a +3/+3 relic weapon at common for 5 Justice. It has Pledge and then Spellcraft 2, play Inspire, and off the cuff, Inspire is you can give a +1/+1 to the top card of your deck, and then you can draw a card. Correct?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Excellent. Sweet. Alex, start us off on this guy.
So it's a versatile relic weapon. I mean, it's like middle of the road and everything that it does, but I think that makes it be a C pretty much.
Yeah, I put it at a C as well, but I think it's a really solid C in the fact that it's you said it correctly. The Pledge makes it good in your opening hand. It's okay in the mid game because it can kill potentially a 3/3, and it's a little lower on the late game, but at the same time it's a little bit better as well because it kind of cantrips. It allows you to draw a card immediately, so it replaces itself. So I think doing a bunch of things medium makes it a little bit better, but the fact that the ceiling on this is still kind of still low, I put it as a dead C as well. John, do you have anything to add?
No, you basically said it all. I also rated it a straight up C.
All right, nice. Yeah, awesome. Sweet. Consistency is key. I mean, I like the fact that we've argued on a couple of cards, and I like the fact that other cards were all on the same sheet of music. So, okay.
Yeah.
Moving right along, we have Rageheart Paladin. This is a 4/2 Paladin at common for 5 Justice. So we're not very happy about that stat line again. Let's see what else we have in the text box. We have Lifesteal. Okay. Then plus health equal to the highest cost amongst your relics. So this will count relic weapons. Of course, that seems to fill with Justice. So let's just take, for example, the 2 cards that we just talked about. One is a 4 cost and one is a 5 cost. So this guy has the potential of being a 4/6 and a 4/7 lifesteal, which is pretty darn good. Alex, or sorry, John, what do you think?
Yeah, with an expensive relic out, or a high toughness relic weapon, yeah, this guy will really help grind the ground to a halt. But otherwise, it's just not that impressive. The stats are a little low baseline, so I rated this a little lower, like a C minus.
Okay, let me. Well, Alex, go ahead. What's your take on it before I ask my question?
On this one, it's like I didn't really know how to rate it. It's almost like a build around.
Yeah.
I guess like a 4/2 lifesteal trades horribly when you're on offense. On defense, it could trade like on par with something else, but it's one of those you got to make it work a little bit to really make it shine. So I think I copped out and gave it a C, but it might be a little bit worse than that.
Okay. So let me ask you both this. What power level on this, like how much health do you want this guy to have before you're happy with it? Like, is making a 4/4 good enough? Do you want it to be a 4/5? What's your bottom end on this?
I'd want it to be at least a 4/5.
Okay. Alex?
I think 4/4 for 5 is like a pretty respectable, with lifesteal is respectable, but 4/5, I mean, that's amazing pretty much. But
yeah, I'd just be like you say, it's kind of a build aroundish card. Like if you have a bunch of flying beaters and this guy's just jamming up the ground completely, it's going to be pretty good in that kind of deck. But just without some synergy, it's going to be pretty weak.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess it probably is a build around card, because I gave it a C plus only because of the fact that the relics are supported. You have 2 different archetypes in this format that support relics. You have the relics matters, actually technically 3 if you count the flyers, because they have a bunch of relics to pump flyers. But you have, if you have just a couple of 2-drop relics, right? For example, the Combre one that we'll talk about ramps you. It's essentially a power stone that makes this guy a 4/4, and it might have made him cost 4 somewhat. There's plenty of weapons. We have already seen some weapons at common that will pump this guy to a 4/5, and if this guy goes up to a 4/6 lifesteal, I feel like that's a huge roadblock, because we've already seen a bunch of units that have 4 health but like 5 attack, 4 attack. So this thing just straight up stonewalls them. If they use a combat trick to kill it, you're still getting maybe a 2-for-1, maybe a 1-for-1, and then you're gaining life. So I think the upside in this card is somewhat worth the risk if you know you're in the relics.
Yeah, the only issue with relic weapons is, you want to be attacking down units with them, which, lowers his toughness or health right then and there. So, but yeah, there's definitely enough support, it seems, in this format where he can be good. But yeah, the worst case scenario is not great. So I can meet you guys in the middle on this one as a C.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too. I'm cool down going to a C. So yeah, we'll give Rageheart Paladin a C, probably just and then maybe like a build around C plus, maybe something like that. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, this guy wears exalted weapons pretty well. He's good for combat tricks as well, so there's some value there. But let's move on here to a Mithril Paladin. I don't know why, but I dig the artwork. I like the aesthetic of it. Mithril Paladin is a 3/4 elf paladin at uncommon for 6 justice. Your text box reads exalted, then mastery 5, play a 3/4 relic weapon. So essentially you get a free mithril mace if you're able to attack with her and survive. Alex, where are you at on mithril mace?
Mithril
Paladin, I'm sorry.
I have C plus. I was a little bit lower, and then we had the conversation, and you kept saying exalted over and over and over again. Yeah, so yeah, if you can land that guy, it's a pretty decent unit to have on the board. Yeah, I have it at a C plus.
The hidden thing about exalted is that it forces your opponent to play differently, because they have to consider, if you have a flyer on the board, even a 1/2 flyer, then they have to understand that even if they kill this, all of a sudden that flyer is going to get pumped, and they have to have a backup answer. So not only is exalted good stat line period, like a good battle skill, but the fact that it forces your opponent to immediately start to play differently. They can't just smash into you. They may or may not want to block this thing. It really puts the ball in your court, essentially. I mean, obviously, worst case scenario, they have a silence effect and they immediately silence it, and then you just paid 6 for a 3/4. I'm not taking that off the table. But once again, I like cards that work well in their slot without the mastery, and the fact that this thing already comes in with exalted, and then should it, and plus your opponent may be aggressively trying to trade with it. They're like, look, they have stuff on the board that I can manage if they put the exalted weapon on it, so let's just get off the board now. If you have a backup combat trick, now you're triggering the mastery on this thing, you're getting a 2 for 1. I think there's some serious upside to it, and there's probably a reason why they moved this card to uncommon and why it costs 6 instead of like 5 or something, in my eyes. John, what do you think?
Yeah, you guys, again, just basically said it all. Like, I think the value goes way up in a deck with some good combat tricks, like, Finest Hour, Wind Conjuring, because it, just on that first hit, just triggers the mastery, just gives you a free removal spell, basically. And, it's a good blocking body just in general. So it's going to stop all but like the largest units from attacking on the ground, just because they're not going to want you to just get the exalted weapon or trigger that mastery for free. So yeah, I was a little skeptical at first on this card, but after thinking about it some more, I rated it a little bit higher, B-.
Plus, in my experiences too, just from the little bit I've played, excuse me, in the format, I've noticed that there's so many good silence targets that a lot of people are just silencing things early, and that might be the fact that now our big silence unit is Rectifier on 3, but there could be a chance where they burn all their silence effects before Mithril Paladin comes down. So yeah, I give it a C+ as well. So I think we're locked into that. So yeah, Mithril Paladin, you get a C+. You can take that sword into battle anytime I'm shooting you up. I was gonna say sleeving up, but I'm like, it's a digital card game, so we'll just move on with that one. All right, that is the end of Justice, guys. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah. It's
well said.
yeah, no, that was great podcasting right there. No, I don't really like the early game, but it has some cool spells, some cool some relic weapons that are okay.
John, what's your opinion on Justice here?
He said something I was exactly thinking. Like, the early game's not really there in Justice, but it's got some powerful late game stuff going on, and some it's got probably the best combat trick in Wind Conjuring, and some good relic weapons. So yeah, it's middle of the road to me, or like a support faction at first glance, where you want it, the powerful Justice cards like later or splash. Unfortunately, some of them are double Justice, so like maybe not exactly a splash, but you know what I mean. Like, the early game seems a little weak in this faction.
Yeah, and it might be just the public's outcry for Justice being able to do it all the time, but I do think there's some serious cards and finishers here. So yeah, I personally like Justice. I will not hate drafting it at all. I just have to have some respect for it and understand that some of my decks are not going to have it, which I'm okay with that. My first draft deck of the season was the Sacrifice deck, so I had no Justice in it. So I'll call that a win, and now I can draft all the Justice I want. But all right, let's dive into Primal. Primal is next, and we're going to start off with Nesting Raven. Nesting Raven is a 0/4 bird at common for 1 Primal. You may sacrifice a Nesting Raven to play a 1/1 Raven with flying. A couple of considerations here is the fact that there is no cost to sacrificing it. So you can literally do it at any point in time during your turn to do it. The other thing is that it plays the Raven. It does not transform into the Raven. So this means that Raven will not be able to attack that turn. So just 2 little food for thought things to keep in mind. Alex, why don't you start us off on Nesting Raven?
I'm really low on this card. I don't like. It's like a zero. Basically, it gives you the option. Do you want the 0/4 or the 1/1 flyer for 1? And I don't like either of those things. So I have it at a D.
Okay, John.
Yeah, it's a little funny. Like the free sacrifice can be relevant in in a certain deck, but it seems like basically the sacrifice factions aren't including primal, so maybe not. Like you say, it doesn't transform, so like you can't, for example, slap a weapon on this thing while it's a 0/4 and eventually decide to give it flying. It'll just drop the weapon. But it's like a decent one drop in primal. Like there could be a world where the 0/4 is like gumming up the ground even later in the game, and you're already like winning in the air with a primal X deck. So I think it can be kind of a role player in a deck like that, but humbugs are never very exciting, especially when it's just one card. Like a 2-for-1 humbug is a little more exciting, but I don't know. I rated it just a C.
Yeah, I gave it a C as well, and I'll tell you why. What really put it over for me is, one, playing it on turn 1 or 2 means it's going to block a couple of things, but the sacrifice effect is actually what's key here, because there are a couple of cards in the game that care about units being sacrificed, and the fact that this thing can sacrifice itself for free and help trigger that has some added synergy. So I think, and then obviously trading it in, like, cool, I've stabilized, I don't need a blocker anymore, I'll turn it into a flyer that can maybe do some work. I don't think it's by any means an amazing card, but I also don't think it's unplayable. So yeah, I gave it a straight C as well. So Nesting Raven, we're gonna have to see what you build across the format. Next up, we have Book Club Yeti. This is a 3/1 Yeti at common for 2 and a primal, and he's about to beat the snot out of this librarian apparently. And it reads, sacrifice Book Club Yeti to deal damage to an enemy unit equal to the highest cost among your relics. What do you think, John?
Yeah, it's another Pyrodept stat line, 3/1 for 2, but I mean it has actual upside here. The ability to use this as a situational removal kind of later in the game. That's a pretty nice extra ability to be tacked on this, and having this stat line in primal is not a normal thing, I don't think. And it can trade reasonably well in combat, especially on defense when you get to choose. So I gave this like a C+.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, everything John just said, C+. It's aggressive 2-drop with good relic late game upside. So yeah, I like, things might be looking good for primal. I like it.
I gave it a C, and the reason why I did that is because of the fact that your opponent can see this coming, so there's ways to kind of deal with it somewhat. That's the only reason, but that being said, I'm with you guys. So you know what, you go ahead and sold me on it. We'll go to a B or a C+. So C+.
Yeah, like I'd normally just rate a vanilla 3/1 for 2 as like a straight C, and this one's just got pure upside on it. So
yeah, no, I
bump
agree.
it up just a notch.
Yeah, I'm good. You guys sold me on it. I'm buying
cool.
I'm gonna join the book club. We're
join
on it.
the book club. All right.
So we're on it. Book club Yeti. You get a C+.
And the art on this one too. That's just funny.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
Great art.
Okay. Overlook Spotter is a 1/3 elf at common for 2 primal. It has Pledge, then +3/+3 while the enemy player has 10 or more cards in their void. And Pledge on a small unit is so iffy or an early game, because it's weird because you want Pledge on a bigger unit. So in your hand, you're like, yeah, I'm nowhere near casting this. Let's go ahead and just turn it into power. A smaller unit, you rather play it because that's what it's there for. It's to fill up your curve. But the flip side to that is sometimes if it's your bomb, you have kind of pledge remorse or regret, right? Where you're like, man, do I really want to pledge one of my best units? Versus this guy, you're like, yeah, sure, I'll pledge it all day long. But it's weird. It still feels weird. The two, like, they kind of battle each other a little bit.
That's a good point. I guess it's more like if you just have critical mass of these guys in your 2-drop slot, like let's say you're playing like 4 or 5 of these because you're some kind of like felled mill deck or something, then you wouldn't, you've got 2 in your opening hand and like only 2 power, then you're going to be like, yeah, I'll pledge one of these, maybe that's when it comes in.
Yeah, true. I dig that. And then of course, just for those listening, once again, because of if there's 10 or more cards in the enemy player's void, this thing will get a +3/+3 to become a 4/6, which 4/6 for 2 is pretty darn good. But let's be honest, it's gonna be a couple turns before the opponent gets 10 cards in their void. Alex, where are you at on Overlook Spotter?
The discard theme is alive and well in the 8.0, at least so far. It seems like to me. 1/3 that becomes a 4/6 it's like a good, like an alternate win con for you potentially when your 1/3s become 4/6s that can now just beat down, But overall, I have it at a C minus.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I gave it. I gave it a C minus as well. What'd you give it, John?
I said a C, just because it's like a dirtily 2-drop, but it seems like there's a few cards with this mill threshold of sorts payoff, and like I would give it a C minus, but I think the pledge is always nice, and the fact that it can grow essentially for doing what your deck's already doing, if that's what you're in, I think that brings it up just a notch, but I could go with a C minus with you guys.
I mean, I guess I didn't even really consider the pledge too much, so that might be enough to push a card up a little bit.
Having additional power.
This is the kind of card where, like, once you start getting handed, people are just going to keep passing these, like, if they're not in a mill deck, right? So, I mean, you might end up with this being basically your only 2-drop, like 5 copies, 6 copies of it, or something weird like that.
That's a good point. You're definitely not going to spend some high. No one's going to spend high picks on this card, so there's a good chance you could pick these up pretty late. And of course, the shuffler does not, or the hand generator or whatnot, whatever you want to call it, does not categorize this under power, so it has a higher chance of smoothing out your redraws and things like that. So yeah, okay, cool. I'm good giving it a C. I'm not you don't have to twist my arm to get me to.
It's almost a build around kind of bump up there too.
No,
yeah. It is just a dirtily 2-drop otherwise, without any synergy.
Fair. I mean, but the 6/6 overwhelm was probably a little bit better of a build around when it came to milling, but I can see where you're going with. Okay, cool. So Overlook Spotter, you get it. I'm good with a C here.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have Provoke the Dragons. This is a slow spell uncommon for 2 primal. Deal 2 damage. Period. Your dragons go berserk. Yeah. John, you can take lead on this one.
Yeah, it's deal 2 damage at a reasonable rate with a real upside. I think the slow speed definitely brings it down slightly, but it also just goes way up with more dragon synergy and spell damage synergy that you might have, and those are kind of like a mashed together theme for this set, it seems like. So I rated it somewhat high as a B minus.
Yeah, actually, that's exactly where I put it at B minus as well. 2 damage for 2 costs is good. It's going to trade up. We did already look at the stats earlier and realize that there are a lot of X1s and X2s in this format that this can kill. And the one thing I will say, though, it is slow speed and it is only going to be 2 damage. So be very wary of combat tricks if your opponent has undepleted power still open when you are thinking about playing this. Yeah, I think it's safe to ignore. I think the second line is just bonus text that may come in handy, but you're really just looking at the 2 damage for 2 part. Alex, what do you got?
So I'm at C plus for the slow speed 2 damage, if like that was the only thing on the card. But the dragon line of text for me is you can win a game out of nowhere with reckless flying. So, well, not reckless. What is it? Berserk flying.
They become reckless, but yeah, like with that, you can just. It's basically double damage for all your if all you got is flying dragons, like it's just kind of double damage out of nowhere for that turn. Like, yeah, you can just theoretically kill someone out of nowhere, like snipe their 1-2 toughness flyer they were going to block with, and then smash them.
So like the upside for me makes it like a B plus on that end. So I mean, I don't know if like it's an average of those 2 things. Like I'm okay to go to B minus then, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think dealing 2 damage and berserk is a B plus level. I don't know. I think that's a little too high, right, John?
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, like this is at least 2 themes that go together with dragons in the set. Like, so there can be some real synergy here. Like, it has some upside potential, but the floor is relatively low too. So yeah, I think B minus is appropriate.
The bummer.
Go ahead.
The bummer part is that I don't think we've talked about it yet. We'll probably talk about it in a moment. The dragon that gives us spell damage, right? So this thing can potentially do 3 damage and then make that dragon go berserk is like a 1/4. So the berserk.
That's not the only one in the set, though.
Well, I mean,
there's quite a bit of dragons that it works with. Like,
no, I know that. I mean, just the dragon that goes the best with it because it utilizes both lines of text. You get what I'm saying? It gives it the +1 damage
or whatever one that does. I mean, there's high rarity ones.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Go very well with this as well, and other, there's like a relic we'll talk about later that kind of goes with this too, and there's a lot of cards that will randomly help this card out, and they all kind of go together already. So I don't know, it has some potential.
All right, cool. So let's settle at a B- for Provoke the Dragons. All right, it definitely provokes some thought and discussion between us. Okay, here is looking like the blue or primal removal spell. We have Biting Winds. This is a fast spell at common for 3 primal, and it reads deal 6 damage to an attacking enemy. So Alex, you had the fortunate ability to have 2 of these in the deck you recently drafted. So let's start. You can start us off on this conversation.
Yeah, 3 for 6 damage. That's basically go-to removal for primal. I have it at a B-. Leaving 3 up later in the game is not that hard to do, and it takes out almost everything. Yeah, I'm pretty high on that card.
All right, and John?
Yeah, I just rated it a straight B. It's like reasonable removal for almost everything in the format, and it's splashable.
I give it a B- as well. I think it's going to kill a lot of things. The only issue that you always have to think about is with damage-based effects is that combat tricks are always an option to negate it. It's not clean-cut removal. Once again, though, 6 does kill a lot of things. There's a couple of 7 and 8s that this thing won't kill. And of course, there is the stipulation as well that the unit has to be attacking. So I think the fact that there's a little bit of restrictions to it, and 3 is a cost, right? 3 is not the easiest thing to leave up. It's not super hard. It's not as hard as 4, but it's definitely not as easy as 2 or 1. So I think that's why I put it at a B-. It's great. Don't get me wrong. This card is great, and that's why I like it at a B. But it's not the most flexible thing, which is fine. That's what we can expect from Primal. So I have it a B-. So what do you think, Alex? Do we go up or do we stand our ground?
Well, it's great against the big relic weapons that try to get in there.
Okay,
yeah, it does
good
go
point.
face in those cases. So yeah.
Okay, never mind. Yeah,
I'm
good
kind of with you guys on the B-. Like either way, like I just compared it most directly to the old 2 costume we had. What was it, Lightning Strike or whatever?
Deal 4, and then
deal 4. This is like 1 more for 2 more damage. Like it just makes it slightly more flexible, but also at the same time slightly less flexible because of the cost increase. I don't know. I think it's like pretty directly comparable to that.
Either way, you're going.
Also been great against relic weapons too.
You know what? I'm fine going. You're right. It hits weapons as well. Yeah, I'm good with it a B, honestly, because then I'm thinking also about the tactic. Remember the power that can turn into deal 5 to attacking unit?
Yeah, that's always good too.
Yeah, so it's 1 less power and 1 less damage, but that did a lot of work. So actually in limited, I think this card is, I'll give it a B. I'm up to B. What do you think, Alex? Cool. Can I get you up to a B as well?
Yeah, I talked myself up as well.
Okay, cool. Excellent. So we're going to go with a B for Biting Winds. Next up, we have a Bottled Storm. This is a 3 primal relic at uncommon. Pay 3 to deal 1 damage to an enemy. After the 3rd use, sacrifice Bottled Storm. Entomb. If it's your turn, draw 3 cards. Dan, wow. So you gotta pay, you gotta pay 12. You gotta pay 12 to draw 3 cards, but it's 12 across as many turns as you want it to. The 1 damage is better in this format than expected because we've already identified all the X1s. Another little secret mode of it is the fact that it does not say once per turn, so you can't activate this twice in 1 turn for 6 to deal 2 damage to something. So there is that as well. So I think this card is a little better than it seems, but it's definitely not busted. Like, you're making a huge investment on this over the course of a couple of turns, and of course your opponent can see it coming, so they have a little bit of time to destroy it if they're worried about it. So I gave it a plus, or a C plus is what I gave Bottled Storm. And John, I know you might go off on this card, so let's go ahead and start with you, Alex, on this one.
Well, for me, I gave it a B minus because I really want to like this card. 3 pings followed by 3 cards. Yeah, no, I'm going to try this card. I promise. No, now John can go off on a soapbox.
I mean, it does say draw 3 cards, but I was super skeptical about this one, to be honest. You know, like a very slow way to draw 3 and maybe kill something. It definitely goes up a bit with like relic synergies, and if you have a couple of those units where the pay 3 would actually pay 0 once per turn, then it definitely goes up as well. And if you have things that care about relics too, like there's a deck where it's definitely a C plus or maybe even a B minus of some sort, but like as just a base rating, I gave it like a C minus. And it doesn't care at all about spell damage buffs either. Like it's always only going to deal the 1 damage.
All right, so what are we gonna settle on then? We going C plus, C? What's up?
This is kind of one that's basically in the build around category for me, right? Like the rating I gave it was in a deck with maybe little to no like other synergies going on.
Yeah,
like,
it needs to have like relic matters.
Yeah, or that like a couple, if you have a couple relics with an activate ability like this, and a few of those units where that pay 3 is actually free, then I mean I think it has some very high potential. The fact that you can't buff this spell damage also makes it a little less exciting to me. For a guy that just loves anything that says draw cards, I'm a little low on this card, but yeah, it's like a build around grade. I'd go as high as C plus for sure.
Okay, I'm good with that. Let's go with a C plus for Bottled Storm. You definitely want some portion of this to matter in some form or fashion. So, all right, Bottled Storm, you get a C plus, and we'll have to see how it works out. Next up, we have a Forlorn Griffin. This is a 1/3 flying Griffin at uncommon for 3 primal. It also reads, when you play a relic, you gain Aegis. I give it a D. A 1/3 flyer is barely okay at 2, and it at 3 just And then yes, relics matter, so there's the face Aegis, right? And this function is in the format, so there's ways of destroying relics, but I mean I just don't feel like we haven't seen any relics other than weapons that are completely busted, and Primal isn't even in those tri-factions because it's Time, Fire, Justice. I just don't. We saw something that gave you face Aegis in the last format that was a flyer, and it was cheaper, and it barely saw play. I didn't think it was that useful, so I don't think this card is. So I gave it a D. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I think most of the things you'd care about having a face Aegis are just in the draft packs now, like Kodosh sees all, like big curse relics like that. But yeah, there's a few relics, like for example the one we just mentioned, and then the one in time, and then one we'll get to later, the wand, where you do kind of want to protect those in some way, but most opponents aren't going to be running ways to destroy those, I think, for the most part. So I'm not that excited about the face Aegis either. And like you said, it's a 1/3 flyer is typically something I'm used to paying 2 for and being okay with, and for 3 it's very unexciting. I rated it a C minus.
I mean, because the thing is too is that it's not just that it gives you face Aegis. You have to play a relic for it to give you face Aegis. So now you're talking about you need somewhere between 4 to 6 relics in your deck for it to consistently do it. There's gonna be times where you play the relic before you see this, or this hits the board and there's 3 or 4 turns before you get the relic. It just yeah.
The one good thing at least about that is you are playing the thing that you want the face Aegis to protect. So I mean, at least it does have that synergy, but it's pretty unexciting.
Yeah. Alex, you got anything?
Yeah, no, C minus. I mean, maybe not a D because it says flying on the card. And for 3, I mean, that really is not a good card, but I could see D plus.
Yeah.
For it.
Yeah, I could go as low as D plus, but yeah, I also said C minus.
No, that's fine. I'll come up to you guys, but we'll go to C minus. That's fine. So C minus for Forlorn Griffin. Next up, we have Spellstorm Stranger. This is a 1/4 stranger at common for 3 primal. When one or more strangers attack, their owner's spells deal +1 damage until their next turn. So I gave it a D+. The 1/4 body is fine for defending. It attacks absolutely atrociously. The +1 spell power is a little bit better than usual because it doesn't say until end of turn. It says until your next turn. So there's that. It works with fast spells, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. Spells Matters was kind of a thing in the last format, and it didn't really see a lot of play, and I'm not sure if it is in this format, so I will defer to our spell crag expert, John Holio. Where are you at on spell?
Very close. I said C minus instead of D+. It's super close to that rating. Like dirtily 3-drop with a very situational effect. And sadly doesn't stack with multiple stranger attacks, in that turn. Like it might go up a little bit if it did stack like that, but yeah, I'm very unexcited to play this card, to be honest.
I mean, he's not even shooting the storm in the right direction. He's shooting the storm into the ground instead of into the sky. Like, come on, bro.
Looks like he's melting some snow or something. I don't know.
Yeah, he's just all kinds of lost here.
He's a stranger to aiming.
he's
Sure.
a spell stormtrooper stranger.
Yeah, there you go. He misses every time. Yeah, you're gonna have to show me this stranger spell deck. Someone's gonna have to show that to me before I jump in on that one.
I don't think it's a stranger spell deck. It's more like this is just if you're in a hardcore spell damage deck, this might help out in that deck in some way. Like just one more thing that maybe boosts spell damage. But there's much more exciting or easy ways to do that in other cards in the set, in the format.
Agreed.
All right. So
what was your rating there, Alex?
Was it C minus? Is that what we're at? Or?
That's
right,
what I said.
That's fine. I'll go up to C minus. That's fine. I'll give it a pity grade. We'll go up to C minus for
Okay.
Spell Stormtrooper. All right, Stranger. Let's go up to Static Discharge. Oh man, Primal's just batting 1,000 here. Static Discharge is a 3 primal cursed relic at common. When the cursed player plays a spell or attachment, they deal 1 damage to themselves. Yeah, F garbage. John?
Don't put this in your deck, please.
D minus is what I said.
Get out of here, dude. Like, what? You gotta be kidding
F
me.
plus? D minus? No, I mean it is.
It is a curse and a relic.
Right. There's some deck that maybe wants to play this, but I mean it's about as close to unplayable as you get probably.
You're gonna spend a card and part of your turn, if not your entire turn, to put this on your opponent. Your opponent's gonna read it because they've never seen it before, and then they're gonna untap and they're gonna kill spell your 7/7 and take 1 damage doing it, and then they're gonna continue to smash you in the face. Like, yeah, let's just we're moving on. F for Static Discharge. Just turn it into Shiftstone. You'll be happier that way. All right, moving on. Touch of Wild. This is a 3 primal fast spell uncommon. Give one of your units Overwhelm. Then give a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand Overwhelm. Alex?
You got to have the right units in your deck for this card to be good, I think. So I don't have it very high because it's conditional on that. I have it at a C minus. It's in the color that has a lot of flyers, which really don't need Overwhelm, So, I mean, I guess it depends on what you're pairing this with. But I have it at C minus. It's like my least favorite of these, I think.
Mm-hmm. John?
Yeah, I also said it's probably the worst of the touch cycle, but a win con in a deck with like that primal damage based board wipe. So you're gonna pick it highly, and if you manage to pick up one of those, but not a lot else. Like Overwhelm with like high attack deadly units is also pretty good, but like Alex said, you're gonna want to have the right units in your deck to even care about this.
What was it? Magma Zealot, the 8-1 that already has Overwhelm on
It
it.
already has Overwhelm,
Yeah.
so that's not a good example.
No,
But
yeah, this
Leave
card.
that guy alone. Leave him alone.
This card is a win more card for me. Like, you want to
Yeah.
have big units and you want to be able to attack with them to then give them Overwhelm. So you're already winning. It's a D+ for me.
yeah, I said C-, but yeah,
I know you guys are way too kind on these cards.
No, you're way too mean, I think. And what's funny is you're the Jedi and I'm supposed to be the bad guy, and you're being mean to the cards.
No, because you are being mean because you're using your emotions. I'm thinking clarity with a sound mind, and thus I'm giving it a honest grade.
You twisted the Star Wars stuff on me there. Kudos. That's fine. That's fine.
There's a reason why I run this show, homie.
Right. Who's the real Sith, right? Let's see here. Yeah, but basically,
I mean, come on. There's gonna be new players drafting.
Yeah,
we gotta tell them this is not.
I guess so. If you have big fatties in your deck, C-, like units that it works with well. Other than that, you really shouldn't be putting in your deck. So it's almost like an F. But so I
yeah, that's C- or D+ is even kind of a build around grade. Like Jedi said, it is kind of a win more card in your average deck.
Come on, go to D with me. I'm good downgrading to a flat D then.
You won't even take the D+. Okay.
You're downgrading all yours on the spot too. What
Well, you said it's not a D+, so I can go down to a D, but you're not gonna pull me into the C range with this. It's a win more. And then it doesn't. If you have 2/2/2s on your board and your opponent's smashing in the face, this thing does absolutely nothing. Like,
I'm just gonna keep drafting until I get that primal board wipe. I get to give that deadly, and I get to give it Overwhelm, and then I'm just gonna have the best time ever.
Oh, that's great. So just a legendary and 2 uncommons on 1 turn. Got it. Sweet. There you go. There's the dream.
No big deal. Hey, you don't have to play them all on the same turn. But, as long as it's in your hand, you can just keep giving it buffs as they come. No big
Fine.
deal.
I'll be flexible. I'll give it a C-. Oh,
No. D+.
D+.
Oh, you guys were just trolling me? Get out of here.
No, I thought
you're trolling yourself.
From D, you trolled us.
Yeah.
Whatever. All right, fine.
D+.
Wild touch. You can get out of here. No touch of the wild here. All right, moving on.
Let's move on to a real card.
There we go. Here we go. Water
Yes.
Conjuring. This is a fast spell at uncommon for 3 primal. Stun 2 enemy units. Ka-ching. And there's more. Decimate, invoke primal. Yes. All right, which one of you two wants to go in depth on this card and why it's so good?
Sure, I'll take it. Yeah, it's a slightly harder to cast Flash Freeze with upside. It's fast stun effects like this can be a real blowout in combat, or can just help you win the game. Also, yay invoke. When you already have enough power in play. But I mean, just if it didn't even have the invoke, I'd still like this card. I've always been a huge fan of Flash Freeze.
Break down how it works mid combat for our new listeners.
Sure, it works very well if you have a beefy unit, which if you're attacking and you end up basically forcing a multi-block, you just stun 1 or 2, however much you need out of that multi-block, and just eat everything that's still blocking. You can just blow them out like crazy with a move like that.
Yeah, so essentially if you stun a unit mid-combat, it removes it from combat. So it will not deal damage, and that way you negate the double block.
Yeah, and then because it's fast speed, it not only works then, but just it lets you stun whatever the opponent, the other side of that is you can just stun out whatever they're getting in with each turn. And if it's like flyers, for example, and your flyers are outclassed, well, now you get to attack for 2 turns or whatever. Basically not for free, but at the cost of a card. But this can really swing games, effects like this.
Yeah, this is called tempo, is what John's trying to explain. Alex, do you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about how this card is a good tempo advantage, especially when you're getting down to the wire of racing?
Well, yeah, because you're using 3 power to negate however much power your opponent used to put their blockers out, and very versatile because it's at fast speed, so you do it before your turn, while you have the power up. So it's very versatile in the sense that you can have other fast spells up as well.
This can also blow out, like if you're already just trading and the opponent decides to burn a combat trick or something, then you can basically counteract that by taking that unit they just spent another card on out of combat.
Yeah, nice. Excellent. Yeah, it just, I wanted to go a little more in depth on this card because it can be deceptively good to a new player where they're like, I don't understand, I'm just taking 2 units out temporarily, but it is actually a very powerful effect. All right, sweet. Water Conjuring. You, what do we give it? I gave it a B.
B.
I had it at B plus. I really like.
That's an A minus.
Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, I love this kind of stuff. It would be a B plus, but it also has Invoke on it. That brings it up a notch for me.
Yeah, but if you're behind, this card doesn't help you, and it doesn't.
It helps you basically draw 2 cards without dying. In that case, I guess.
That's
you get 2 turns of not getting wrecked.
That's if they're only attacking with 2 units.
Well, I mean, if they're super wide on you, you're still just taking the 2 threats you care most about out of combat for a few turns. I don't know. I'm really high on this card personally.
For me, it's more the 2 primal.
Yeah, I guess that does kind of bring it down a notch on the back end, so I could go with a B plus on it.
Yeah, I can come up to B plus. I don't think it's A range. It's powerful, but
man, something's got to be A's around here.
Yeah, but this thing, it doesn't kill anything, and you have to have units on the board for it to be useful. So
it does kill something if you have a deck with plenty of large units, like we just talked about, and then and the other side of that is it kills your opponent.
Yeah,
if you've got good, it does have some setup for that for it to be really good though. Yeah, but I mean, it also replaces itself on like regular flash freeze.
Yeah, but A's to me have to be good on their own in any situation, and I just I don't feel that's
Fair
it.
enough.
But that's fine. B plus is good. Alex, you're good with a B plus?
Yeah, that's what I gave it.
Oh, that's right. We're meeting in the middle for you. All right, cool. Water Conjuring, you get a B plus. Next up, we have Brood of Eremot. This is a 3/3 Nightmare Dragon at common for 4 primal, and it just has flying, plain and simple. So, full 3/3 flyer for 4. I like this card, but I will let Alex take the lead. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I think Primal is making a strong comeback. This common wants to pull me into Primal. The 3/3 flyer for 4. It's just a classic, great stat line on a unit. So yeah, I love this card. I have it at a B.
Yeah, you think we get a lot? We get a lot of 3/3 flyers for 3 at rare. So the fact that just for 1 more power, we're getting not even double influence, because Valkyrie Enforcer is double justice. So the fact, and actually the spell damage stake is double primal as well. So simply, literally, just for 1 additional primal or 1 addition power, we're getting the same stat line at common. So yeah, I think this card is very strong. It absolutely loves pump spells and attachments. John, where are you at?
I got a little confused about what you said there. It is double primal in the cost, and unfortunately, a lot of the good primal cards seem to be that way. But yeah, like it's a solid evasive threat. I rated it a solid B as well.
Okay, I gave it a C plus, but I'm good. I'm good upgrading it for sure. What'd you give it, Alex?
I just gave it a straight B as well.
Okay. Sure. I'm good with that.
I mean, I could go as low as B minus on it, just because it's the double primal is a little restrictive. Yeah.
It also dies to Seer, right? So that's a thing.
That's true.
But Seer is uncommon. I don't remember now.
Yes.
I think it is uncommon. So okay, that gives it a little bit of a bonus, because that's really the biggest thing that could take it out. Yeah, I think I'm okay with a B. I think that's fine. I'm good with a B. It's a must answer threat. And if they don't, it's going to be taking 3. The 3 toughness means the Humbug Nest won't be able to kill it on its own. So it does just trade with the other 3/1 dragons. And I believe there's 2 minimum, possibly 3 with the skeleton one that we'll talk in a moment. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like B minus might be a little bit better. Like there's a few ways to cleanly deal with it. I don't know. What do you guys think? Are you locked into your B? I can be persuaded to go up for sure.
No, I'm cool with a B minus.
B minus. I'm good with that.
Okay. All right. So B minus for Brood of Eremot. You are perfectly happy having this card in your deck. Next up, we have Plagued Griffin. This is a 1/5 Griffin at uncommon for 4 primal. Flying, summon, play Electropy on an enemy unit, corrupted 6. So Electropy is a curse that you play on a unit, and then at the end of the owner's turn, it pings them for 1. Alex, where are you at on Played Griffin?
Yeah, I'm a fan of this flyer as well. The 1/5 for 4, I think is a good stat line. Or it reminds me of the Raven, and from the last set, the 0/5 that something had to get discarded for it to get the pump, which I would always cut from my deck. But I said, man, if this just had 1 power, it would be playable, like very playable.
There's always been the flyer in time that's kind of like that, right? For 4.
Yeah, the patrol something.
Tower Top Patrol.
Yeah, Tower Top Patrol. There you go. Yeah, and that card's always performed really well.
It's always been pretty good, but like the downside is like sometimes it doesn't. You can't really win the game with it sometimes, right? It has trouble attacking. Well, this guy kind of doesn't have that downside because it has this Electropy thing built in, right? Like it just jams up the air if you're not able to attack with it, but it still just pings them every turn. While having the low power means whatever unit you put that Electropy on, like if they try to keep Suicide attacking with it, this guy can probably block it without killing it too. So, and then you get a second Electropy potentially with the Corrupted on it. Like, I'm pretty excited about this guy. Like, I rated him a B+.
Yeah, and the fact that if it is able to attack, that it's doing 2 damage over the course of 2 turns. So there's that. The other thing is it goes really well with double damage touch, with Deadly Touch. Deadly Touch is probably the strongest one for this one, hands down. But there is consideration. Something else as well is the fact that it is a corrupted 6, so that's expensive. But it is going to make a 0/5 shade, so you have plenty of time to decide when you want to sacrifice the Griffin. And if not, it could still block on the ground a couple of turns. I gave it a C+. I still, I don't know. Like I said, I'm very restrictive of my grades. I'm hard pressed to. Maybe I'm always thinking worst case scenario, but I do like this card. I think this card is really good. I've played against it a couple times already, and I felt like it performed. I really did.
This is also one of these flyers we talked about that could actually be good with that the time card we talked about earlier, where you give a flying unit killer and deadly, right? Because of the 1/5.
Yes.
This one basically just lets you kill something without 2-for-1ing yourself. But like basically I rated that last card a B, and so I was like, I like this one just a little better. So I went up a half a grade or whatever, and B+ was my reasoning there.
Alex, what do you think?
I was straight up B on this guy as well. I mean, he's double primal, or it is double primal as well.
Yeah.
All right. I'll give in. I've put in enough argument right now, so I'll go with you guys. We'll go B for Played Griffin.
Works for me.
Okay, moving on. Next up, we have Rune Marker. Rune Marker is a 2/4 shaman at common for 4 primal. Mastery 4. Your units with flying get killer. Alex?
I gave it. This is a generous C. I don't like this guy. Giving flying units killer is like not something I'm too keen on doing. They're small on the back end, so they're not good killer units. And a 2/4 for 4 is very middle of the road. You could do a lot better than that. So maybe it's even a C-, D+. Actually,
yeah, we've already talked quite a bit as far as the stat line between flyers and killer and stuff, so I don't think we need to beat a dead horse. But I give it a straight C as well, because at the end of the day, a 2/4 does some work. We did mention how many 3x or 3/2s and 1 x2s and stuff there are in the format. This thing will block. It'll force your opponent to maybe use a trick. If they use a trick on Rune Marker, you don't feel bad about it. So I'm fine with the C. John, do you have anything to add?
I just gave it a C-. I'm basically right there with you guys. Like, it's just too much setup and potential for this mastery to do literally nothing that you care about, or nothing at all. And the body's pretty medium for the cost. So yeah,
okay.
C- is what I said.
Okay, C- for Rune Marker. Okay, here's the dragon I was talking about earlier. This is Double Helix Drake at common. It is a Nightmare Dragon, 1/4. And 5 and a primal is its cost. It reads flying. Your spells deal +1 damage. Mastery 3. your spells deal an additional damage, +1 damage. So if you hit mastery, spells get a +2 damage to them. Mr. Spellcrag, your opinion, sir?
Yeah, the baseline is pretty bad here, but I mean it's definitely like more of a build around card. Like the rating goes way up in a dedicated spell damage deck. But 5 for a 1/4 flyer is super unexciting at the base level here. So I rate this kind of low as a C-.
Let me ask you something. The Electropy from the Plague Griffin, does it trigger off of, does it get the +1 spell damage or no?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so
and neither did that bottled, relic we talked about earlier.
Yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah, none of those get the buff. It has to be an actual spell that you're playing.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. This card is borderline unplayable unless you are the Spells Matters deck. If you're the Spells Matters deck, and then this gets probably somewhere about a build around C+, because you're still waiting until turn 5 to play it.
Right.
And then the mastery is not going to happen anytime soon either. So, and it's kind of a wombo combo too, because of the fact, or nombo, because of the fact that the ways to pump this so you get the mastery quicker are not going to trigger off of the +1 spell damage. So you have spells in your deck that, I think it's a C+ build around C+ in the Spells Matters deck.
That's even a little generous.
Okay, fair. I'm always willing to go down on a card for the most part. Alex, what do you got?
I just have it at a D. I don't really want to play
yeah.
Like in the Spells Matters deck, even in that deck, I have to have quite a few damage spells for it. Yeah.
Okay, fair. All right, so let's go with build around C-.
Works for me. Yeah, that's the rating I gave it.
All right, build around C- for, and I give it, for Double Helix Drake. Next up, we have Tainted Mark. This is a 5 primal cursed relic at common. When one or more units hit the cursed player, draw a card. So, of note, it says 1 or more, so you're only going to get 1 additional card off this. You're not going to hit him with unkindness. Hit him with 3 ravens, draw 3 cards. Oh my god, drool. The thing is that it somewhat has charge, right? Because you play this on turn 5, and hopefully your 2 or 3 or 4 drop can get in there and draw you a card and immediately replace itself. It works very well with evasive units, i.e. flyers or unblockable. That being said, it is still a 5 cost do nothing relic. That being said, though, drawing cards is kind of nice. I mean, so I give it? I give it a C+. Great in flyers, better than Blood of Makar, and it could draw you once again a card the turn you could play it. So yeah, pretty much everything I already talked about. So I gave it a C+ because I still think the do nothing part of it is a little scary. There is also the Relic Matters. Maybe, I don't know if that's, I don't know. Drawing a card is pretty darn powerful, but you definitely have to have some kind of a board state to make it work. This makes all your 1 attack flyers kind of a little bit better. I mean, they're easier to block, but they're still evasive, and just hitting 1 damage works. So, Alex, you're up. What do you think about Tainted Mark?
Well, my grade is the same. It's, for me, it's one of the probably best relics you could put in your Relics Matters deck. Like the ones that get power and toughness based on the casting cost and stuff like that. And it's just, the payoff's great. So I have it at C+, even though it is a do nothing relic.
Okay. I mean, it could potentially replace itself the turn you play it. So that's something, right? John, where are you at?
I was a little more apprehensive on this. Just my rating I gave it was not really with the build around in mind. Like I think the C+ is fair if you've got, like plenty of flyers and unblockable units in your deck. And like you said, even Relic Matters. But I was like C- at its, if it's not really a deck you're looking to play this in. It's a little more expensive than I like my, cantrips to be, or situational cards. Like it literally could just be 5 cost do nothing relic, which is a pretty low floor But at least as a build around card, it's definitely a little bit higher, like C plus, like you guys said.
To be said, obviously, is that you don't want to run more than one of these in your deck. You're definitely not running like 3 of them and think you got there.
No way.
No, just because I believe they do stack, right? If you have 2 of these on your opponent, I feel like they'll both trigger and draw you 2 cards, but
yeah, definitely.
It's such a cost at card quality to your deck that you're only going to want to run one of these regardless. I mean, it's not unheard of, right? We see this. Primal is part of the Flyers Matters archetype, so I don't think it's that difficult. The flip side is obviously we have a card that for 4 or 6 draws us 3 cards and doesn't require us attacking or wasting. I mean, I guess it does use a card. This can potentially draw you more than 3 cards. So let me ask you both this. How many cards do you want from Tainted Mark before you're happy with the exchange? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4?
Probably 3.
That sounds fair.
Yeah, that's where I'm at on it as well. I think if you draw 3 cards with this, you're good to go. So if you're in a scenario where you're suiciding units in to draw an extra card, I think you're definitely kind of not doing it right. So
no,
let's go.
No, you definitely want, like, I think one of the best case scenarios is like unblockable units in your deck. Like even Flyers are gonna get jammed up more often than you'd like.
Mm-hmm.
And not draw you cards,
Okay. I'm okay meeting in the middle with a C then. I'm fine with the C. So Tainted Mark, you get a C. I mean, there's gonna be games where opponent's gonna have an unblockable unit or something, and they're gonna win the game off of card advantage. But there's also gonna be times where they're gonna play this and they might draw 1 card, and that's all she wrote. So next up, Frostbite Chrysalis, right? Yeah, Chrysalis. There you go. Or Chrysalis. Yes, there you go. Frostbite Chrysalis is a 4/6 Mandrake uncommon, 6 primal. And I'm trying to find its face. I don't even know where it's at. It's definitely a flower. Is that like an?
It's a weird picture. I couldn't figure it out either.
So is the flower the tongue, and then the leaves are the mouth, or is that little triangle underneath the top, like, is that its hair, and then the little triangle is one of its eyes? I have no idea what's going on here. Anyway,
it looks like the unit could even actually be this little wisp thing kind of coming out of the middle of it.
Oh yeah, that's not
a chrysalis is like a shell where like a butterfly, for example, comes out of, right? It's like in the middle of a transformation.
Oh yeah, I think that's the artist just being lazy. He's like, I don't know how to draw a chrysalis, so I'm just gonna.
Either way, it looks pretty cool.
I'm just gonna draw something I'm really good with, and then put a little something in it. It has some text though. When you play a relic, stun an enemy unit. I gave it a D. I think I think there's just waiting to a 4/6 that. All right, so. Let's compare this, right? Another effect is the Civic. I don't know what this card is called because I rarely play it, but the 3/3 for 6 that when you play a power, it stuns a unit. You guys know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, definitely the Peacekeeper.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Justice guy.
Yeah. So this is a better body, but a much more scarce resource to use the stun effect. So I don't know. And then plus, I feel like you could be doing better things in this format with 6 power, personally, right? This is a 5-color format, so you're going to have access to multiple colors. I feel like we've just seen so many better 6 drops than this thing. So maybe D's a little harsh, but you're going to get to stun 1, maybe 2 units with it, right? Maybe. It's also a 6 drop, so there's a chance you've played your relics before this comes on the battlefield. I don't know. I don't know. Alex, what do you think?
I'm right there with you. I had it at a D. It's way too much setup for a very dirtily 4/6. Like, get out of here with that. I don't want that.
I give it a build around rating of like a C plus, but now you guys are basically right.
Okay, cool. Let's just move on then. You can't just drop to build around to save yourself. Like, oh, I give a higher grade. So build around. If you have 18 removal spells, this 1/1 is absolutely amazing.
Huge.
All right, let's move on. All right. So next up is Linray's Kiss, which is a card that people are super excited to finally see because they loved the artwork and now it's on a card. Linray's Kiss says it is an uncommon slow spell for 7 primal, 7 primal, 7 primal. You're getting a spell for 7. Let's see
You
what
mean
this thing.
5 primal?
I'm not there yet. Can we build some suspense? Can I mean, I
But you're
feel
emphasizing it too much. Too
I
much.
feel like every show you have to bust my chops at least one time. Is there like a check? Or do you guys have a private chat that you're like, all right, here, we're gonna troll him now? All right, so fine.
Alex, did you tell him about that?
Moving on. Linray's Kiss, ladies and gentlemen. Draw a card of your choice from your deck. So it is a tutor effect. There's more text to behold. Spoiler alert. You may exhaust a unit to play Linray's Kiss for 2 less. So we saw Omen of Clarity. Omen of Clarity was 6, or no, not Omen of Clarity, right?
It's
Omen of
a
something.
celestial omen.
Celestial Omen. There you go. That sounds about right. And that was 5 or 6. That was 6, right?
I think it's 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Fast speed.
Oh, okay, got you. All right. Anyways, all right. So in limited, so this card, let's just be honest. This card is 100% gonna be valued based around what kind of bomb you have in your deck. If you have nothing but powerful uncommons, I would not add this to my deck. I think there's better ways to tutor for some things, and then sometimes, I mean, it's gonna take your turn, right? Even if you exhaust the unit, it's 5 power. That's taking up your turn to go look for your card. So the card you're looking for has to get that tempo back. It has to be something that is gonna wreck the board or seize control when you play it or when you the game. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that's the best way to describe it. It's a slow speed, so you can't kind of leave power up, and then if nothing happens, do it. So you definitely have to dedicate your turn to do it. So, and it's limited, right? We play with a bunch of commons and uncommons. So
yeah, in your average deck, it's an F, right? Like you just don't want to play this in your deck. But man, if you have that game-winning bomb, then I definitely would consider playing it.
yeah, I gave it a D+ for that reason. I would say it's close to an F, but the fact that, yeah, if you have that sweet rare or legendary that's just awesome, then having this in your deck guarantees you to see it in a lot more games. Alex, you have anything to add?
No, I had it at a D as well for all the reasons you said.
Okay, cool. So Linray's Kiss, you get a D. D. Move on to... Oh, no, that's it. That was Primal. So sweet. Primal, I feel like all these factions are swingy. There's not time, like all of them have some really good cards that you're like, oh my god, I can't wait to play it. And then other ones are kind of like, meh, why is this in here? So I feel like it just kind of further caters into the 3 faction and 5 faction decks where you hope to value the fixing so you could just play all the good cards in each faction.
Yeah, again, like Justice, though, it's like the unfortunate thing is most of these primal cards I want to play are double primal.
Yeah. I don't think I didn't see anything for the spell damage deck that really appealed to me that was like, yes, this is the deck I want to be in. So I think that they might have missed a little bit. Some of all the flyers, I didn't see a very aggressive flyer. I mean, I take that back. They have the Brood, right?
Yeah,
Ermot's Brood. So that's solid. So I think that's a good sign to lead you into and they have a good removal spell, right? In the 6 damage, which yeah, okay. So I think Primal
At least that
got
card's splashable.
Yeah. I think Primal got an uplift. I think you won't hate having Primal in your deck. Alex?
Agreed. Yeah, the biting winds and the 3/3 dragon and the water conjuring. I mean, let's face it, that's an amazing spell. Like the 1/5 flyer. So no, I think Dire Wolf is trying to make it not be like unplayable, because like that's the consensus pretty much across everyone, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been the joke of the format for at least the last 2 formats.
Okay. All right, sweet. Well, there's Primals, ladies and gentlemen. So that means we are going into our final faction, which is Shadow. So let's start us off with Contaminating Ritual. Contaminating Ritual is a fast spell at common for 1 Shadow. Give one of your units +1 attack, flying, and lifesteal at the end of the turn. Sacrifice it. John, what do you think?
This is one where I gave it like a split rating. Like, you know, in the right deck, it can be very good if you have plenty of like void recursion, because whatever you give those buffs to, it'll still have. But, you know, the sacrifice is a real cost, but maybe you also are a deck that likes sacrificing stuff with void recursion. Like in that deck, it can be pretty good, like a B-. But I think the baseline is pretty bad here. So like with that in mind, it was like a D plus.
Okay, John or Alex.
I have it a little bit higher than that. It can let you get the like last point of damage in because give something flying. +1, no toughness. So it's like it's a combat trick that you know the unit's gonna die, but maybe you're trading up a little bit, getting some life value out of it. And then if you do some sacrifice shenanigans, then I don't know. I had it at a C plus actually.
I'm not high on it. I give it a D. I think it's just a little too niche. The fact that you have to sacrifice the unit at the end of turn means that it's either the last card you play or you want to sacrifice synergies and you're okay sacrificing said unit. So I think it's too niche. I give it a D, and I think that's what puts us in the middle, right? You gave it a D plus.
Yeah, D plus.
Okay, that's fine. I think I'm okay going to a D plus. I don't know, Alex. Can we pull you down into the D range?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, contaminating ritual D plus. Entranced cultist is next. This is a 1/1 cultist at common for 1 shadow. Summon, give a unit quick draw. Corrupted 1. So you have, and it's a 1/1, so you have exactly 1 turn. The turn it dies, if it's on your turn. Oh, by the way, the -1 to the health, I don't know if I said it earlier and this is extremely late, but that's fine, only happens at the end of your turn. So if the unit dies on their turn, it still will be there for your turn. Just FYI, I don't know if I said that earlier or not. Alex, where are you at on cultist?
I have it at a D. I mean, I wish it was on a 3 drop. That ability being on a 1 drop is like you can't really play it on turn 1, you know. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this guy. I have it at a D.
Yeah, I'm with you as well. This card is 100% cannon fodder or sack fodder. That's exactly what this card is. And I had it in a deck, but it was a very late pickup and I just wanted some enablers. I had plenty of payoffs and it did some work. It still gives you 2 bodies. Occasionally the quick draw might be relevant. Occasionally it is yeah, I mean, that's it. I don't want to say a 1/1 for 1 because it fits anywhere in the curve. Like that happened in the game I played it where it mattered, where I was able to play a marsh dragon to sack it and then sack it again or something to trigger the relic. But yeah, I think it's just D. John, anything on it?
It's pretty similar to that last card, right? Like it's only going to be good at all basically in a deck that cares about sacrificing things. Like giving a unit quick draw at slow speed is just not that exciting.
Yep, I am right there with you, happy friend. So Entranced Cultist, you get a D. Moving on to Urgent Missive. Urgent Missive is a fast spell common for 1 shadow. Sacrifice a unit to play 2 1/1 cultist. John, what do you think about this message?
It's similar also kind of to these last 2 cards, right? Like it's going to be a role player of some sort in like a sack deck. But you know, trading in your dying unit for 2 1/1s is just not very exciting. Other than that, you know, it's at least playable at its worst. I don't know. It's like like this rating is definitely just for a sack deck, right? Like C.
Yeah, Devour it is not, right? Devour gave you 2 cards for 2 cards, so you were somewhat negating an opponent's removal spell. This is just giving you 2 1/1 cultists and you're still spending 2 cards to do it, so that's not really an upgrade. It's just kind of, I think the reason I gave it a C minus, and the reason why I did is because this card is more or less like you really only want it for the sack deck, but there is a relic we'll be talking about here in a moment where this facilitates that very well, and it does help fuel your void. So
yeah, like that is like the payoff for the sack deck, really, though, at uncommon. So I mean, they all kind of go together in the right deck for sure.
Yeah, Alex, you have anything to add about Urgent Missive?
For me, it's so niche that it's hard to find the deck that's gonna want it. I mean, can you imagine someone having access to this back during the cultist ECQ, like a spell like this in there or something? But like other than something for constructed, I could see this playing, basically is what I'm saying. But for limited,
I'd still basically rather just run Devour. Even in that deck I did run Devour.
Probably, but I don't know. I guess if you want more cultists for whatever reason, but yeah, this is an F for me.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So let's put it at a D. I think that's kind of fair. I think.
But in the sacrifice, it's obviously different.
Well, but even then though, I had like a premium sacrifice deck with all the payoffs, all the enablers, and I still only ran one. So it was exactly one, and that was the most I wanted to run. So yeah, that's fine. We'll give Urgent Missive a D. I think it's very niche, and you're already seeing this go pretty late in the draft packs. So this is going to be our removal spell for Shadow. So it looks like every faction got some form of removal. So Defile is a fast spell at uncommon for 2 Shadow. The artwork is absolutely amazing. So definitely check it out. Don't know if it's going to look good in premium. There's a lot of dark colors there, but we'll see. Kill an enemy unit with cost 3 or less. Then steal it and put it into your void. So a couple of things about this card. It does not care about the size of the unit whatsoever. So if you played, like, for example, a Blurred Stiggly Moloch, just a 7/6 Overwhelm, and you got it for the discount, so it costs 3, Defile will easily kill it. It'll still kill 1/1. It will kill a weapon that has, or a unit that has 5 weapons on it. It does not matter. The stealing it does have a little more relevance in this format because we do see quite a few cards that create recursion. So it's not completely constructed based text, right? It does have applications limited. Alex, what do you think about Defile?
I'm at a solid B. It's a just great shadow removal spell. Not any higher than a B because, it's not going to get rid of anything, but it's like on par with the fire one.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take out most of the same things. And potentially even bigger.
Yeah, because they
of what you said. Yeah.
John?
Yeah, I also rated it a B. So it's reasonable removal, and splashable, and like you said, it has some real upside when like you or your opponent are running void recursion in their deck. So I think it's slightly it's going to hit slightly more targets than Seer, but obviously doesn't go face, which is the upside for that card.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like this one, because it doesn't care about the size, has more potential to 2-for-1. As a fast spell, you can blow out a trick or get something with a weapon.
Yeah. The fast spell definitely makes this viable. I actually think they're both pretty comparable because here's the flip side, right? This is only going to kill. It doesn't care about the size of the 3 or 2 drop, but that's its ceiling, right? Versus Seer, well, if they play and a magma zealot or whatever it is, or they play the paladin, the lifesteal paladin, and they don't have a relic yet, those, it can kill a 5 and 6 drop. So there's some bonus
Brood
there.
of Aramot, which we just talked about.
Yeah, there you go.
Another example.
Yep.
Yeah, I think each one has their pluses and minuses there.
Yep. But either way, you're perfectly happy having it in your deck. You want to pick up as many of these as you can within reason. I think probably how many? 3 is probably the max Defiles you want in your deck?
Yeah, I would say so, right? Like 2 or 3, you're feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Even just as a splash.
They're uncommon, so that's amazing if you have 2 or 3, right?
Yeah, but
I think
any more than that, and you're not going to have the
you get diminishing returns
that you want. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So Defile, you get a solid B from the Eternal Journey crew. Moving on, we have Switchblade Deadeye. This is a 2/1 Elf Unseen at common for 2 Shadow. And it reads, Switchblade Deadeye has +2/+2 while she has a battle skill. All right, John, where are you at on Switchblade?
It's a 2/1 for 2 with like questionable upside. Like it's not too hard to pull off in this format, but I feel like you'd mostly be more excited to grant battle skills to a unit that's already more impressive or evasive in some way. I give it a C-.
Okay, I gave it a straight up C for the reasons you said. It does go really well with touches, which is kind of nice because they're all fast speed. So you're able to give this a +2/+2 and a battle skill mid combat, which could be potentially nice. Just something to think about. Alex, do you have anything else to add?
No, I'm at a C-. I mean, you could do some cute stuff with it, but it does kind of take some work to make that happen. So C- for me.
Okay, I'm cool with that. We'll go down to a C- for Switchblade Deadeye. Next up, here's the touch for Shadow. This is Touch of Resilience. This is a fast spell uncommon to Shadow. Give one of your units Revenge, then give a unit, weapon, or spell in your hand Revenge. I like this best mid-combat to either negate a removal spell or to offer a trade where your opponent thinks you're trading and then you save your unit and get it back. Revenge on some spells or weapons can be quite powerful, right? I think about that old Justice spell, the +5/+5 and Revenge. That card did some serious work. So that being said, you still need to have stuff that you want to bring back, right? Bringing back a 2/2 doesn't seem very exciting. So you could get some value if you revenge a recursion spell, right? If you bring something back from the void. Removal spell obviously is really nice as well. That's definitely gonna be a 2-for-1 type thing.
Unconditional removal spell.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, exactly. I don't know. What do you think, John?
I still don't actually know for sure if this, really gives relic weapons the kind of revenge I think it does, but for example, but either way, like revenge is a mechanic that can be good or can be just bad, depending on if it ever actually does anything. And like a relic weapon, for example, if you gave it that in your hand, like coming out on a turn where they have nothing left to kill, where the weapon has nothing left to kill and it's like stonewalled by a large unit, for example, is just not great. If you can give it to a real removal spell, like we just mentioned, the value goes up a bit, but it's still just, will it ever even actually, will you actually see the revenge card? Maybe it's as far down as it goes. Like maybe it's next turn. And either way, like what are the chances that it's going to work again like it did the first time? Like, I don't know. It's just a bit situational and random due to the nature of revenge. So I'm hard pressed to rate this any higher than like a C.
Yeah, I put it as C as well for that reason. I think you can get some value off of it going units or spells or weapons, but I think the fact that those are situational, the safest bet is always to give units revenge because they're always going to be able to enter the battlefield versus, like you said, sometimes even if it's a premium removal spell, even if it's something like you can easily, your opponent just doesn't play any more units or there's nothing you want to kill and then it comes out and fizzles or it's a pump
and it
spell.
Just won't work with like, removal spells where the unit needs to be attacking, for example. Like it just won't work, right?
Ooh, best case scenario, you revenge a conjuring. Oh yeah, that's some value.
Yeah, that'll give you the second option to decimate. But like again, it's for opponents, for example, like Makto is always on top of their deck, and then for you, it's always 10 cards down or whatever every time. So it's like, will I even get to the point in the game where the revenge does something?
Yep. Alex, what do you think?
I'm a little bit higher. I would at a C plus. I tend to like revenge in limited. The earlier in the game that you can get revenge stuff going on, the better, because you have a higher chance of getting to it. It's just an annoying thing to have to deal with. You're like, oh, I better, deal with stuff before the revenge creatures or units come back. So I don't know.
It's similar to Aegis in that way, right? Like you got to burn 2 spells to deal with it. It's just like the fact that it's delayed and you don't know if or when it'll ever actually come back out brings it down just a bit. But you're right. Like the earlier in the game you can do something like this, the better off on average you'll be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's give a solid C for Touch of Resilience. We'll have to figure this out as the format progresses. Next up, we have this. Wow, this is the first time I've looked at the artwork, and that's some cheesy artwork. We have Two-Face. Two-Face is a 2/2 for 2 shadow. I wonder if they did all that on purpose. Uncommon Cultist. It has Deadly, and then Summon. The enemy player discards the top 2 cards of their deck. Corrupted 2. So I'm personally not really worried about the summon effect whatsoever. Honestly, it does fuel that whole like 10 cards in the void and whatnot, etc., but I'm not super high on it. I like a 2/2 for 2 with Deadly. We saw Rip Knife Assassin do a lot of work, and I think in a format where you can give several units killer and stuff like that, this thing goes up in value. So I like it. I think it's a solid C plus for me because it's a 2/2 for 2 baseline, but it will trade up. It could stonewall some of your opponent's things. It's not a 1/1, so it's a little bit harder to kill. Alex, where are you at on Two-Face?
Yeah, I like 2/2s for 2 with Deadly. I have it at a C plus as well. Exactly. It's a solid little unit.
Yeah, for me, it's an expensive Direfang Spider, and it's just gonna crash into a 2/2 vanilla stranger or whatever most of the time. I said C. And then like the corrupted basically does nothing, right? Like what's the point of a deadly 0/2?
Yeah.
And like you said, like, you know, the discard top 2 is going to be mostly just flavor text, except for in one of these discard threshold decks, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So C plus. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
C plus. C plus. We're
Both of
going.
y'all said C plus. I said C. Yeah, it's
All
whatever.
right. So C plus for Two-Face. Moving on, we have Fanatical Stranger. This is a 3/1 stranger at common for 3 shadow. When one or more strangers attack, their owner plays a 1/1 cultist. Alex?
So I have this one at a C plus. I don't think it will be too hard to attack at least once and get a trade at the very minimum, and then you get a 1/1 body out of it. So it's kind of like a 4/2 for 3, kind of, with stranger synergies. So yeah, C plus for the 3/1.
Okay. Yeah, I have it as C. It can fill up a void very easily, right? And you're kind of a little okay trading some strangers because you kind of get a unit back to fill up sack synergies, and then it itself will trade up being a 3/1. So, but of course, it is 1 toughness, which means or 1 health, so it dies to a lot of things. John?
Yeah, I think it's only going to trade up on defense, which doesn't activate its ability, right? Like, I don't know. I think it's just kind of understated for the cost. And yeah, it brings a 1/1 friend with an attack. It's just pretty unexciting, but it does get a little better when your deck that's trying to generate some sack fodder. I'm a little lower on this one. I said C minus.
Okay. So we'll just go ahead and solidify it at a C.
Yeah.
So C for Fanatical Stranger. Next up, we have Felrock's Infiltrator. Felrock's Infiltrator is a 1/1 unseen at common for 3 shadow. Deadly, unblockable. Mastery 5. Draw one of the top 5 cards of the enemy player's deck. They discard the rest. So, Pilfer plus on a 1/1 unblockable deadly unit. So, this card's good on offense because it's unblockable. I mean, obviously it's 1 damage, but you have ways of pumping it, hopefully. And it's great on defense because it's a 1/1 deadly, so it's got some versatility. Should it get in a couple of times? Granted, I will say this, a 1/1, if you have no other ways of supplementing the damage, it will take 5 turns, 6 turns, I guess, because you can't attack the turn it comes into play, to draw the card, so your opponent has plenty of time to find an answer for it. John, where are you at on this guy?
I'm pretty high on this guy. Like yeah, the stats are weak, but you know, it's the fact that it's both good on offense and defense, and the keywords are super relevant. If you have ways to give it exalted, for example, that makes it very exciting to me. It's a little worse because of the double shadow. But it also, you know, the mastery is not completely irrelevant either. Like the fact that it can eventually replace itself with the choice of a card of top 5, like that's pretty good. I think overall it's pretty solid. I rated it a B.
Okay. I give it a C plus. Alex?
Yeah, and I'm at a B minus because what you guys said, it's good on offense, good on deep, not good on offense. It can swing freely, so that kind of makes it good on offense, but the mastery trigger that's no joke. It gives you a lot of info about your deck, about your opponent's deck that they don't have. And, you know, digging 5 cards, that's pretty deep into the deck.
Yeah, you'll probably get a pretty decent card out of that
Yeah.
if you hit that mastery.
So yeah, B minus for me.
Okay, let's go ahead. I'm good. I'll bump up to B minus because John, you gave it a flat B, right?
Yeah, I mean, it requires a little extra cards in your deck for it to be that good. So yeah, I mean, I'm cool with B minus.
I mean, I've played it a couple times and it's kind of underperformed for me. Like it's worked, it's done its thing, but I didn't feel like I got there. But I'm willing. It's still early in the format. I'm willing to come up. We'll go to a B minus for Ferox Infiltrator. All right, Shadow Conjuring with some really neat artwork as well. This is Pack Conjuring. 3 shadow, fast spell, uncommon. Give a unit plus attack minus health equal to the highest attack amongst units in your void. Decimate, invoke shadow. Right off the bat, just fair warning, make sure if you are doing this that you don't kill your own unit. My one disclaimer. I gave it a B. I'll let you guys talk about it, and if you miss anything, I'll add. So, John, you could start us off.
Yeah, it's a situational removal, or situationally a combat trick that can replace itself when you don't care about losing that maximum power. It seems good to me. I'm a little bit higher than you on this one. B plus is what I said.
And then I'm at a B because in order for you to use it as a removal spell, it takes a little setup regarding your void. But the invoke. I mean, come on. Shadow's like one of the best ones to invoke. We're used to it because of the
Incarnus is
yes, thank you.
Always overperformed with its invoke.
Yeah, so it's like a really good invoke, the Shadow. So yeah, I have this at a solid B.
Awesome. Then yeah, B for Pack Conjuring. Pretty simple one. I feel like the fact that we've already mentioned the cycle kind of makes it a little bit easier, right? We can kind of talk about multiple aspects of the cards at the same time. So yeah, Pack Conjuring is a solid B. Next up, we have a card that is in contention here. People are kind of discussing whether how good it is or how bad it is. Skeletal Dragon is a 0/1 Nightmare Dragon at common for 3 shadow. Has flying, and then summon, get plus attack equal to the highest attack unit in your void. It is a summon effect, so once it gets it, it will keep it, even persist through death. So regardless if that unit is removed, if it dies, etc., etc., it would always get that. So if it gets a +3, it will stay as a 3/1. Even when it dies, when you bring it back, it'll get additional +3, becoming a 6/1, etc., etc. Alex, where are you at on Skeletal Dragon?
So I mean, like, it takes a little bit of setup, but I like the payoff you get. I know it's only 1 toughness or health, but I mean, 5/1 flyers are pretty good. They pretty much need to be answered. So yeah, I have this at a C plus.
Okay, John.
Yeah, what Alex said. I think on average, it might be like a Sky Snapper Drake or Vainglory Patrol with a bit of setup. But hey, at least it doesn't have Reckless, so I give it a C.
Okay, and yeah, I gave it a C plus only because of the fact that it has a higher chance of trading up on defense, right? I think 3/1 is probably the lowest I want to go on this. I think I don't anything higher than that. I'm probably happy about it. Once again, it doesn't have Reckless, so we're not worried about it attacking and dying to a Humbug. And you can do some things to sneak it in there later on and whatnot. So yeah, I think it's fine.
You should be a little worried about it dying to a combat trick Humbug. That one health is a real liability in this format, it seems.
Well, I mean, I'm kind of okay with that. Like, they spent half a card plus a combat trick to kill my 3-drop. I think I'm kind of okay with that. You know what I mean?
Not exactly, but
all right, I don't know. I anytime a combat trick gets eaten up by a 2 or 3 drop, I'm okay with that, because that means my 4, 5s, and 6s have a higher chance of staying alive. So
it's not a combat trick. It's just half of a card, like you said. One of the 2.
I guess you were. I'm sorry. When you said combat trick, I was thinking of like a pump spell.
I mean, it'll trade with literally anything with any attack.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like the cultist, right? The cultist from the previous format, the 3/3, the recruit or whatnot, the cultist recruiter, where if they had 4 power and they were time, you were like, okay, I'm not attacking. So you just got to look around 3 power and not attacking.
Yeah, but man, holding back with your attacker, like, for indefinitely, if they're holding up power, oh man, you know what I mean? Like, that's a cost for sure. But I mean, at least it can trade up on defense, unlike that Sky Snapper Drake. Like,
well, they wouldn't though. That's the thing. Because Humbugs are good even on their own, it's not like they're leaving up a high alert, right? They 9 out of 10 times, even with the recruiter, we saw it. If you didn't attack into it, they still played it end of turn. I think it's the same thing. If my 1 dragon is holding back their 3 power every turn and I can continue to deploy threats, I'm okay with that trade.
But they're still just going to be able to attack with their 1/1s, and you're not going to want to block those. They'll attack you with 1 and leave 1 back, and you're just going to be sitting there with this card doing nothing. In that case, right?
All right. Well, either way, I mean, it's a C, right?
That's what I said. You guys are a little higher on it.
All right. C for Skeletal Dragon then. Skeletal Dragon, you get a C. Moving on. I like the artwork on this one. So is this Varret or is this like Jack? Because I feel like this is a very Jack scene. Oh no, it's got the shotgun in the book. It's Varret.
It's like a stranger cosplaying as Jack almost.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, that's
what I'm thinking of.
Yeah, because it looks very Jackish, doesn't it? It really does. But yeah,
while also looking very strangerish.
But yeah, there's the shotgun in the book, so that's Varret. Anyways, Triumphant Return, Shadow 3, spell uncommon, slow spell at common. I'm sorry. Draw a unit from your void. It gets a +2/+2. I like this card because you're paying a little more for the recursion, but it's upgrading your unit. And if it was a unit that your opponent already wanted to try to get dead somehow, bringing it back and bringing it back better seems really good to me. Especially if you can combo it with something with Exalted or Killer. Oh, baby. That's what's up. Or Flyer. I mean, shoot, anything, pretty much anything with a keyword that you're getting back bigger seems better to me. That being said, I did just give it a C+ because you still need to have units that you want to bring back. And it is expensive and it is a slow spell. So I don't think it's absolutely busted. But, you know, like I said, for the aforementioned upsides, I think it is worth it. What do you think, John?
I'm a little higher on this card. Like, expensive Dark Return, you know, with like a real stat buff. The issue is that, like, with most effects like this, you know, there's a limit to how many you'd want in your deck, especially because it's a little more expensive. But like, I'm definitely a little higher on it. I said B+ even.
B+, holy cow, yeah. Bro, you're just throwing
for
out
the first one. Yeah, I'm pretty high on this.
Yeah, I think that's obvious. Holy cow. Yeah, no, you're not gonna get me to go high. Sorry. Sorry. Magical Christmas Land here. Not even. I don't even. B+, dude. Like, we're giving removal spells that. All right. Alex.
Well, I am any. I mean, I'm a little more lenient on my ratings across the board, I feel like.
Apparently so. We're gonna have to see who has the higher draft ranking at the end of the season. There's definitely been
some where I'm lower than you guys too, so I don't know. It's
yeah, your build arounds. You're like build around F. All right, Alex, bring some light to this conversation, buddy. Where are you gonna sit on this guy?
Well, I'm right in the middle. I'm at B-, so that's hilarious.
Oh my god! All right, go ahead.
So the recursion. This earlier, I kind of poo-pooed on the time spell that brings whatever back from your void, but
yeah, you did.
Giving +2/+2 to a unit, and granted, it costs 2 more than a Dark Return, so you're paying 2 more for +1, right? But so even like floor, getting back your 2-drop and playing it on turn 5 again, like as the floor with +2/+2 boost. I don't know. I like this card. That's why I gave it a B-.
Okay.
I'm most excited to recur flyers and just make them stupid big. Like,
yeah. All right. I can go up to. I'll go up to B-. We'll give Triumphant Return B- as a collective.
All right.
So we'll take it that I'm the shotgun. You're the book, and what else did he get? Is the mask the other option that he got? What's the third thing that Varret gets? It's a book, a shotgun. And oh my god, and everyone, all the listeners are yelling at us right now the answer.
I mean, I've only ever seen the book played, you know. The Aegis one is 99% of the time what people pick.
Oh well.
I dusted all my Varrets when they nerfed him, so I haven't seen him in a minute.
Okay. All right, moving on. Here we go. This is a sweet card, man. I found out how good this card was on the receiving end of it very quickly in the format. I think the first game in the preview season, I was like, "Oh my god!" And they had two of them in play, so I got super wrecked. This is Dark Mask Stalker. Dark Mask Stalker is a 3/5 unseen cultist at uncommon for 4. Shadow. So yeah, this is literally +1/+1 away from that 4/6 for 6 in primal, yet it's way better. Yeah, whatever. Anywho,
get wrecked, primal.
Yeah, no joke. Dark Mask Stalker. When a unit goes to the enemy void, doesn't matter if it dies or if it gets discarded from the top of their deck, Dark Mask Stalker gets its battle skills. Mastery 12. The enemy player discards the top 12 cards of their deck. Meh. Okay, so real quick, let me explain how I got wrecked with this card. Very easily. My opponent had 2 of these in play. I had a split tail cavalry. Or long tail. Long tail cavalry? Yeah, long tail. Anywho, I attacked. My opponent killed it. And I was like, sweet. I gave my really good unit flying. Guess what? They all of a sudden got 2 3/5 flying exalted units.
Oops, all exalted.
Yeah. And then somehow I think they killed something with deadly, so they got deadly because they were attacking me. And it just, oh, these cards are just atrociously horrendous to play against. So yeah, what I give it? Hold on, I gave it a B plus for all the things I just said. Yeah, it just oh my god, something with killer, something with life, like there's just so many ways where this goes absolutely insane. So yeah, that's where I'm at on it. John, what do you think about Stalker?
I also gave it a B plus. Like, it could have been an A minus or something if it wasn't double shadow, but that definitely brings it down just a notch for me. But like you said, it doesn't care how the cards get there, as long as the opponent's units with battle skills are going to their void. Just got to watch out for some counter synergy in the format with like Defile, for example, where when you kill the unit, it goes to your void instead. But other than that, this card is pretty bonkers, I think, for just it's just a super solid uncommon. So,
no, I actually think it still triggers off of Defile, because if I'm thinking about the other cards that steal cards that go to the void, and they go to the player's void first, and then it pulls it.
It specifically says goes to the enemy void, and like Defile specifically says, oh no, I'm sorry, you're right. It steals it and puts it into your void. So this one definitely. That's totally wrong. Yeah, it totally goes to their void first, and then you steal it.
Yeah.
There's some cards where it just goes directly into your void, I think, but maybe not. Like, no, I'm totally wrong there. You're right.
No worries. And then the mastery, I feel like, is win more. If you're getting 12 damage and win this thing, you're probably already win the game. Yeah,
like, whatever.
Yeah, you probably already have enough abilities on this guy where you're going to town. Alex, you have anything to add?
This card's great. I mean, 3/5, if it was vanilla for 4, would be completely playable, probably a C plus.
Right.
And this just has all kinds of upside. You rubbing your hands when you like mill your opponent for 2. You're like, ooh, what's going into the void? Yeah, no.
What I get.
Yeah, no. It could have so many abilities. It's like 3 lines of text. It's crazy. Yeah, great card. I had it B plus exactly as well.
Oh man, yeah. All right, Dark Mask Stalker, you are going to be making some serious waves in this format for sure. Okay, almost there. Succumb, slow spell, common, 4 shadow. The enemy player sacrifices an uncursed unit of their choice, then discards cards from the top of their deck equal to its attack. Yeah, I gave it a D. Anything that says their choice just doesn't work for me, because it's always going to be what's best for them and what's least good for you. So yeah, I gave it a D. Plus you're playing 4, and you're still even more restricted in case you're running any kind of curses. I mean, I guess that's a bonus, I guess, because if you, for example, torture something so it can't attack, they can't sacrifice the torture unit. So that's probably an upside. But yeah, I don't like these. John?
Yeah, I also gave it a D. Like, yeah, it technically kills something, but it just gives way too much agency to your opponent to actually be any good, and it's just way too expensive. Right? And I'm not into the mill again is like flavor text on this. Yeah, no, thank you.
Alex? Yeah, it's not even doing the mill stuff good. I have it a D as well. Let's just move.
Succumb has succumbed to the grading scale. Moving on. Fear Tracker. This is a 5/4 elf at uncommon for 5 shadow. I feel like there's a cycle. Maybe not. I don't know. I feel like 5/4 is a really common stat for 5 in this format, but maybe not. Summon. Fear Tracker deals 3 damage to the enemy player, and you gain 3 health. Corrupted 4. This card by itself does a 12-point life swing, which seems very good, right? Drain for 3, gain 3, or drain for 6, gain 6 across the 2 bodies. and it'll come in as a 0/4, so you have time to pay the corrupted 4 to do it again. 5/4 body trades really well. I think this is a phenomenal card to stabilize you. It's more aggressive. Your opponent has to figure out if they want to trade with it or not. Yeah, Alex, what do you think?
Solid B for all the things you just said. Yeah, this is a great card.
All right, John.
I'm just a little higher on it. I said B plus for all the reasons that you said. You know, like 12 points of life swing on this guy is legit, and then it's already just a solid body. And I'm way more into these corrupted units where the corrupted cost is like less than or equal to its summon cost.
Yeah,
and I was just going to say the 0/4 shade can actually block something too. It's relevant for a little bit,
at least for a turn or two, while you bide your time maybe to pay for the corrupted again. And it goes up even a little more with sack decks and things like that. Like, this is a solid all-around card.
and this thing's absolutely amazing with any kind of recursion. Then you're just like completely throwing your opponent back foot. Okay, sweet. So Fear Tracker, you get a B, right? I think we had a B plus and 2B, so B for Fear Tracker.
Okay.
This one I got I was lucky enough to draft 2 of them and play them, and this card is pretty good. It's deceptively good. I will say this because it doesn't look that good, but man, it doesn't take much. Mysterious Waystone is a 5 shadow cursed relic at uncommon. At the end of the cursed player's turn, deal 1 damage to them and you gain 1 health. When you sacrifice a unit, increase this ability by 1. So that's where I was talking about the missive earlier, facilitating the sack. Of note, it's not when a unit dies, it is specifically when it is sacrificed, so you have to sacrifice your own unit to trigger this. And I'll tell you right now, that is a good safety valve on it, because in the games this card won me the game with, I literally only had to activate it once or twice. You activate it 1 time, it's already doing a drain for 4. And if you activate it twice, it's draining for 3, which is, we already talked about, is great on Fear Tracker. So this doing it automatically, it lets you essentially just let some damage through from your opponent. If they have like a 2/2 fly or something, you're like, that's fine, I'm getting the life back. It's a very powerful card. It is a 5 cost to do nothing, but you kind of don't have to really do anything to start getting the advantage. But 1 is a long. The drain for 2 is really slow. You really want to be able to activate it at least 1 time, preferably 3. Anything over that, you're practically just telling your opponent to concede. Because I think at 1 game I got it up to 5, and hitting them for 5 and draining and gaining 5 is just, you're just putting the game completely out of reach for your opponent. That being said, it is a build around for sure. You need to have ways to sack. So I gave it a build around B.
Cool.
John?
Yeah, it's a lot of good points. It's like in a sack deck, I mean, that's real inevitability. You can kind of compare it to like a Kodosh Sees All in some ways, right? Like, there might be some ways that the opponent can beat you, but like, I think this one, as it's ramping up, just the game just gets more and more out of hand for the opponent. Like, yeah, it's definitely gets a solid build around grade for me. It was a B plus in that regard, but without dedicated sack synergies, it's not going to be very good.
Alex?
Yeah, like I forgot to give things build around grades, but this is perfect for that, and that's a good grade because that's pretty powerful.
It's a real payoff for being in a sack deck.
Sweet. All right. So Mysterious Waystone, you get a build around B. You are super fun. Yeah, that's the other thing I will say. This card is super fun to play with. Super fun. So if that's the thing for you,
it'll get you laughing maniacally pretty quickly.
Oh yeah. All right.
All
right. Here's some sweet artwork on a sweet card. We have Dark Betrayal. This is the shadow cycle for this cost less card. It is an uncommon slow spell for 6 shadow. Choose a unit in the enemy player's hand to steal and play. It gets charge. Sacrifice it at the end of the turn. You may exhaust a unit to play Dark Betrayal for 2 less. Alex, what do you think of Dark Betrayal?
Well, I had the pleasure of having this in the found deck that I played today, and it's pretty bonkers. Like, for a variety of reasons. You could play it on turn 4, and you exhaust your unit. And And right there, you can take your opponent's 4-drop if you were on the play. You could take their 5-drop. I had a couple times where it was the 3-4, and John said that's exceptionally lucky. And yeah, that's true. But when that dies and you put the 3-4 weapon on one of your units, and it was in your opponent, man, oh, I felt so bad for. That would be like a rage quit almost for me. Like, that's crazy. But yeah, no, this card is great. It's really good. I have it at a solid B.
So I gave it a C plus to B minus. Reason being is my only concern. I've played it one time as well, and I had it whiff. In fact, I think that was the only time I played it. So I haven't gotten the sweet side of the card yet. Which, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm not down on the card because of it, but you are interacting with a technically unknown area of the game. And so, yeah, there are going to be times where you're going to catch them when they have a fate card and you see it, or they recur something and they don't have the power to play it, so you know they have a card. But there are going to be some times where this card is going to whiff. Other than that, I think it's a pretty consistent removal and extremely powerful, especially you take their best card. So I think the upside is way high on there. Depending on what John says, I think you guys can easily pull me into the B range. But right now, yeah, I'm between B minus, C plus. John?
Yeah, I said C plus just because of the randomness of this card. Like, there are going to be times where, you're sitting there, like, the opponents maybe played their hand out and it's not going to do anything. But like you said,
yeah,
like,
good point.
There's going to be times where, like, they just, brought something back that they can't play yet. Like, there'll be times where it's been sitting in your hand for a minute and then you can still capitalize on it. But I mean, like, playing this on or close to on curve, it's going to always be pretty great in limited, I think. But yeah, just the fact that it can whiff for 4 or 6 power that brings it down quite a bit. Like, situationally good, but not necessarily up to you, right? So I said C plus.
Oh my god, this would wreck the Victor's Feast that we'll talk about in a moment as well, because they have the 8/8 in their hand and you're like, oh right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of when you're going to get something great out of it. But that, like, the number of times that's going to come up in limited is not going to be very high.
Oh my god, you magical Christmas land, you steal their 3/4 exalted, and then you touch it with vengeance, and then when you sack it, it goes back into your deck and you put a 3/4 weapon on something. Mwahahaha.
Well, I mean, just stealing the 3/4 is magical Christmas land, and that happened twice to me. So I'm a little biased and got like
Didn't you also say you whiffed on this once today too?
Yeah, it was one. It was 4 for 5. I got to cast it 5 times. It was in my opening hand all 5 games. So
must be nice
right there. Yeah.
I mean, that's a small sample size, so it's like it was 4 for 5, and it hit the 2/5 legendary dragon that twists. I don't remember what it does, but that they would have played the following turn. It hit the 3/4 twice. It hit the 5/4 charge stranger that cost 4, because I played it on turn 4 when the opponent was still on. They hadn't played their 4th power yet. So yeah, I definitely have bias, but you guys can talk me down to a more rational C plus, because top decking it late, like when you're both top decking, that's bad.
Yeah. Right. And I think that'll happen a decent number of times, right? Like,
yeah, for sure. Not everyone's gonna have it in their opening hand 80% of the time.
True.
All right, so Dark Betrayal, you get a C plus for us, and probably an A plus for our work. It's pretty legit. I could probably premium is just makes the eyes shiny, which is but still neat. Okay, next up we have the final card in Shadow. We have Spore Spitter. This is that's not even spores. That looks like blood javelins. Jesus. Okay. Anywho, this is a 4/4 Mandrake at common for 6 Shadow. It has Pledge, and then Lifesteal and Unblockable while the enemy player has 10 or more cards in their void. John, Spore Spitter?
Yeah, like in a mill deck or something like that, it's a real win con for sure. But without reliably being able to get to that mill threshold, it's just an overcosted vanilla 4/4 in a lot of decks. So I said C minus. The build around rating is much higher, obviously, but
no.
Yeah.
I gave it a D plus because I think I think the majority of the time it's gonna be a 4/4. And and you're not very happy about that, especially when your opponent's playing 7/7s and 5/5s. That
It
being
does have pledge on it at least, right?
Yeah.
Like you're always going to pledge this in your opening hand.
But I will say this, man, a 4/4 lifesteal unblockable can bring you back when you're behind, and it could definitely seal the deal in the game. So I think
that's stupid good.
This card is super
a lot of
swingy.
work.
Yeah, this card is just super swingy, and I feel like more often than not, 10 cards is a lot. For those of you that don't know, in limited, you're not, unless you're aggressively trading units, it's very hard to fill your void with 10 units or 10 cards because you don't have that many combat tricks. Most of the cards you're drawing are power units. It just, yeah, it's tougher than you think. So I gave it a D plus. You're on a C minus. Let's see where Alex sits on it.
I have it at a C. In the right deck, it's even better. It's you can aggressively trade earlier on, try to fill the voids, knowing that you have this guy. It's a pretty good finisher when it is lifesteal and unblockable. It just finishes the game if they can't answer it. So that's why I have it as a C, as a finisher.
I'll go up to a C minus. I'll tell you why, because Shadow also combines with all the colors that have well, I think every color has Corrupted, right? So either way, Corrupted does give you 2 units in your void versus 1. So it's 2 cards to the price of 1. You know, Humbug gives you 3 cards in your void potentially. So there's
this only cares about the enemy void, right? Like,
oh yeah, never mind. That's right. Crap.
Some of these cards care about either, but this one is enemy only.
You're right. Shoot. Yeah, that's what I get for thinking out loud. I don't know. I mean, I'll go up to C minus because you guys are both in C's, but yeah, I'm not very high on Sports Spitter. Okay. So Shadow looks strong to me, honestly. I think there's some very powerful cards all along the curve. They have good removal. The Conjurer is strong. Their top end, they have 2 absolutely backbreaking units at their top end. I think Shadow is once again going to be one of the colors to beat in this format.
Yeah, I'm pretty high on it as well. Some of the most enticing units to play.
I mean, Dark Mask Stalker and the Fear Tracker. I just want to be playing as many of those guys as I can. They're great.
No doubt. That's before it was how many Grodas favorites is too many. Now it's gonna be like how many Dark Stalkers is too many. But okay.
I mean, both uncommon, so they're not gonna like run away with everything, but yeah, they're great.
All right. Well, that's gonna do it for Shadow, ladies and gentlemen. Guys, this leads us to the home stretch somewhat. Thank you so much for being with us this far. This is the multi-faction cards and the neutral cards. So we're somewhat almost done. Let's dive right into it. First up, we have Victor's Feast. This is 4 fire time slow spell at uncommon. Create and draw a power burst, which is a 0 cost spell that gives you 1 power for the turn. A 0/1 Tote Might. A Treasure Trove, which is the 2 cost slow spell to draw a card. And an 8/8 Giant. John, where you at?
Yeah, like, what? Like, I guess this kind of goes up if you care about how many cards you draw in a turn. Like, if there was Merchants and Smugglers, it'd be a little better, but there's not. It seems a little too dirtily to me with like the real payoff coming very late game, unless you're like a real ramp deck, like with the display that can ramp you like +6 power in a turn, for example. Like the payoff is eventually an 8/8 vanilla for 8, which is, with the power burst is basically for 7, but you still have to take a turn off somewhere on the way up there. Like, I don't know. I'm a little. This card's a little questionable to me, but it's one of the bigger bodies available in the format. Like, maybe I said C minus.
Yeah, I gave it a C minus as well. They gave it. It's hard to say until we play it out. They did give it somewhat. It feels like you get the card back, right? Because you're getting 3 cards or 2.5 cards for 1. Plus, they gave you the burst power to make up some of the tempo loss. And this combos really well with touches because then you can give the 8/8 stuff. But yeah, I'm at C plus. Alex, you got anything to add?
C plus. I'm
or
at
C
a
minus.
D.
I'm sorry, C minus. I give it a C minus.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't like this card. So for 4, you're getting the power boost, which you're not going to use that turn unless you're going to use it to make a 0/1 Totemite, which means you're getting a Totemite for 5, and then the 8/8 that you can play, and then a Treasure Trove. you're like taking a whole turn off basically,
and then another half a turn.
In a color like that color pair is aggressive. I don't want to take my turn 4 off to like do nothing basically. So I'm not looking to play that card.
Okay, I think I'm okay going down to a D plus. What do you think, John?
Yeah, D plus is okay with me. It's close enough to C minus.
Okay, sweet. Then we'll go to D plus for Victor's Feast. Next up is Keeper's Shield. This is a +3/+1 relic weapon at uncommon for 3 fire justice. Spellcraft 3, play Reinforce, which is give your avatar +4 armor. So for 6, this is a 3/5 weapon, and baseline it's just a Streets of Flames or what's the Life Drain, the Shadow one? It's this the slow speed one I'm talking about, deal 3.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Is it not Life Drain?
Maybe it is. Maybe that's one thing. Anyway, yeah, baseline. Most of the time, I see this card honestly being used as kind of like a cheaper magma javelin to essentially take out a unit, take some damage doing it, but you get off the board, done deal, and you move on. And then when you draw it late, you're able to make it a 3/5, which has a higher potential to be a 2-for-1. Maybe not. It could also just gain you some life. So there's some upside to it. I gave it a C even. Alex?
I'm a little higher, a C plus. I mean, relic weapon could take out something equivalent for what it costs you to bring out. So
As long as your opponent's tapped out.
well, yeah.
Yeah, I give it a C plus as well.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's the baseline's decent, and it's a little flexible and has some upside there, like with recursion and things like that. And with the 6 power, maybe you can get a 2-for-1 the first time you play it too. I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's fine with me. So Keeper Shield, you get a C plus from the gang. Spellbound Vestige is next. This is a 2-cost fire primal relic at uncommon. Your dragons cost 1 less. Your spells deal 1 damage plus 1 damage while you have a dragon. Yeah, I think this thing is just overall just too situational. I gave it a build around D. Alex?
I like build around C. It has a little bit more potential for me because of the 2 sides of it. The red blue dragon deck seems like it could be really a thing potentially. So yeah. I mean, obviously you have to be in that deck, but even then it's not too exciting.
How many dragons do you want before this card is viable?
Like 8, which I don't think is that hard to do.
Okay, all right, fair. John?
Yeah, I'm pretty much not into this one for the most part. Like, it's just condition after condition. Like, maybe like in constructed it'll be okay, but like, man, you have to be so hard into this like dragon spell damage deck for this to be any good. And in that, you know, if you do meet those conditions and this is passed pretty late, like, yeah, I might play one, but other than that, I'm pretty low on this. Like D plus is what I gave it.
Yeah, I mean, there's another card in the format that ramps you. It's like a Power Stone, so it ramps every card in your deck instead of just specific dragons. So, yeah,
completely different color pairing though. But yeah, like, I mean, this is exactly what you want to be doing with this red blue, you know, deck that they seem to have in the format. So, I mean, but you know, fortunately, it'll also probably go late in pack 4 if you're already very heavy in that deck, right? So
yeah,
that's when you'd pick it up.
Okay, all right. Spellbound Vestige, you get, I don't know, I think a D is what we came around somewhere in there. All right, let's move on. We have Premature Burial. God, I got wrecked by this card, and I knew it too. I jinxed myself because I called that out in spoiler season. 6 Fire Shadow, slow spell at uncommon. The enemy player chooses 2 of their units to save, then sacrifices the rest. Sacrifice does force them to get around Aegis, so that is something to consider. Yes, they are keeping their 2 best units, so when they only have 3 or 4 units on the board, this isn't that good. But in a stalled board state where both your boards are full, and you can leave them with just their best 2 units and then alpha swing with your team, this card can be a complete blowout, and it puts a bunch of cards in their void, etc., etc. So I think this card is a little situational, but the payoff is so huge that you are perfectly happy having one of these in your deck. John, what's up?
Yeah, you basically said it all there. There's a chance for it to be a real beating, but the floor is also pretty low. But yeah, like I'd be happy to play one of these in most decks that I'm already in those colors. Like I rated it a C plus.
Alex?
Yeah, that by the time you're casting a 6 power spell, it's potentially a pretty developed board, so it could be pretty backbreaking for your opponent. But that being said, it does cost 6, and it's not necessarily that type of game where it's going to be that backbreaking. Now, if your opponent only has 2 units, they keep both of them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in that case, you just don't cast it because it'll do. Really
Okay,
nothing.
yeah, I was just curious for sure, but like, so it's not always going to be castable. So like maybe a C plus because of that.
Okay, I'll jump on with you guys. C plus for Premature Burial. Next up, we have Pillar of Progress, which is the card I was talking about earlier. Pillar of Progress is a 2-time Justice relic at uncommon. +1 maximum power. So there's the Power Stone part, but there's more text. When you play a relic weapon, it gets +1 attack. So minimal upside, nothing to be super happy about. I mean, it does do some work, don't get me wrong. We've seen, it goes from killing a 1-drop to a 2-drop, from a 3-drop to a 4-drop, etc. But the fact that it's a Power Stone that is kind of difficult to get killed, it's a little less exciting late game, or great on curve. I gave it C-. I think it's you still kind of want to be in that deck. You want to have a reason to ramp it. You want to get a little bit of incremental value. And so even though it's not a backbreaking card, you want the value of it over time to really benefit you, jumping from turn 2 to 4 and then playing your 5 and 6 drop a turn ahead. John, what do you think?
I'm a little higher on it, but it is kind of a build around ish grade. But I said B- on this one. Like you're gonna if you have one or 2 of these, you're gonna want plenty of relic weapons, and you're gonna prioritize more expensive cards. Like, so I don't know. Like it has some potential in my mind.
Okay, Alex.
I don't see me taking it early enough where I'd want to build around it, where I would have the deck that it fit in. Basically, I don't the ramp on just a relic. I'm not too much of a fan on. I like ramp on my units. So yeah, I have this one at a D actually. I don't look to play this one too much.
Yeah, I don't think you're wasting a high pick on it. I think it definitely goes towards the later end of the pack or middle of the pack. But okay, so B-, C-, and then D what?
Right, that makes it the EJC right there.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, we're going with the EJC for Pillar
Fair
of
enough.
Progress. So hopefully this will progress to a better grade later on in the format. Here is another great build around a signpost for the color archetype. This is Majestic Skies. This is 2-time Primal relic at uncommon. Your units with flying have +1/+1. Ultimate, pay 6 to draw a unit with flying of your choice from your deck. So yeah, I gave it a build around B. It's these Anthem effects +1/+1s to your entire board are quite strong. This one only costs 2, but it is situational for your units. That being said, the units that it does pump already have evasion, and later in the game it will draw you a card. There's also a world where you play this late and immediately activate it to draw the card. So 6 means you aren't going to typically play the unit you draw the same turn, but still. Alex, where are you at on this guy?
I mean, for me, it's very similar to the Pillar of Progress, where okay, if I'm in the Flyers deck, it does help me a little bit, and then drawing a card late. But overall, I have it at a D as well.
Wow.
Oh wow, I think that's aggressively low. Personally, I put it at a build around B, but I actually like taking this card early because then you can prioritize Flyers instead and kind of stake your claim there. John?
Yeah, I think this would already be a B without the ultimate, and so I think that even brings it up to B+ for me, honestly.
Okay.
Like these Anthem effects in draft have always been super good, and like there's just more Flyers, maybe than ever to put in your deck now. And man, like,
I think I want 10 Flyers.
One?
I think I want
tutoring
10.
a Flyer like as additional text on this, man, like that seems good.
Well,
if like for 10 Flyers, it feels like win more to me. You're already winning with your 10 Flyers,
not necessarily. They're still smaller units, but then making a Humbug Nest put two flying units onto the board seems a lot more powerful than 2 1/1s.
There are certain cards and like if you're pumping 1/1s and then it's good. So like it could be very good in the right deck. I'm not saying that it's not, but it's like you're willing to pick it early and go in on it, whereas I'm probably picking it up late if it like falls into my lap if I have a lot of flyers, basically.
And then your 3/1 dragons become 4/2 dragons, which we like the card that made a 4/2 dragon. So
yeah.
All right, we'll go. I'm gonna flex some host muscles here. We'll just go build around B here.
Fair
Like,
enough.
yeah, that's fair. Like a build around B, that's so I just like on its own, I guess. I was like in a vacuum. I wasn't doing the build around grade, but yeah, build around B sounds fair.
Okay. All right, moving on. We have Airmot's Machinations, another sweet artwork. Gosh, whoever did the art for all the Airmot stuff is absolutely killing it, man. God,
This guy even looks like a different artist than a lot of the other ones.
Fair.
Like,
Yeah, you're not wrong either. I guess they just did a great design on Airmot, period. It's the first card back to replace my my sloth. So Airmot's Machinations, uncommon spell, slow spell, 5-time shadow. Play a 1-cost unit, a 2-cost unit, a 3-cost unit from your void. They get +1/+1 and overwhelm. Of note, it plays them, so you are getting up on some power there. And it gives them overwhelm, and a +1/+1 is quite good as well. I gave it a plus or a build around C plus because honestly, you have to have enough 1, 2, and 3 drops, and you have to have stuff that you want to get back. So I feel like it's a build around because let's just face it, guys, you're not naturally gonna put 1-cost units into your deck. So this is something that I feel like you do have to build around and anticipate. So that's why I give it a build around C plus. But getting back 3 units for 5 power means you're definitely trading up on power, and it's giving them upgrades, so it could be quite powerful. Alex, where are you at?
I mean, so I have it at a B. I like the card even if you take off the 1-drop clause on it.
Oh, okay.
Because you're bringing back your 2-drop and your 3-drop. I mean, it's not necessarily Magical Christmas Land. I mean, sorry, Eternal Christmas Land. It's a regular game of Eternal where you're attacking and blocking is happening and things are dying. Bringing the 2-drop and the 3-drop back and then giving it +1/+1 and overwhelm, right? Am I right? Or
yes,
no?
yes.
Yeah, that like for 5 mana, like power, sorry. That seems good to me. And then if you have a 1-drop, that's even like gravy, but
yeah,
I think I'm higher than you for sure.
And then Rectifier is a 3-cost unit, so you get a silence effect along with that. Yeah, okay, I'm picking up what you're putting down. What do you think, John?
I also said B here. Like with a little setup, this card can really swing a game. But yeah, I mean the floor is unfortunately kind of low, but in most games you're gonna have some sort of 2 and 3 drop in your void by the time you get to 5 power. So I'm with Alex very much on this one. Like I'd be pretty happy just to get those 2 cards back and then get some bonus stats for 5 power. I think that's a relatively good deal. So I think it's a solid B.
All right, that's fine. You guys won me over. Yeah, I could see a world where you have like a Rectifier and the 2-face. So you're getting back a deadly unit, a 3/3 overwhelm deadly unit, and a 4/2, 3/2 silence unit with corrupt.
Think also about like that 1, 2, 3 stranger that reduces the cost of your draws. Like I saw you playing a game the other day, Jedi, where you were just like all your cards were just so much cheaper. So in that magical eternal land, you're gonna have some stupid powerful cards that are in your void that maybe cost 2 and 3 that you can get back.
Yeah, good. Well,
so there's definitely some build around / more upside even than we mentioned potential there.
Okay,
and you can like offer bad trades that would generally be considered like why are they swinging right now? I'm just gonna block with this, and then because you're gonna get it back, so. Yeah. If you have it in your hand, you can like really do a game plan around it, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So B is what you guys said.
Mm-hmm.
All right. B for Airmot's Machinations. Next up, Dying Sun's Tapestry. This is a 6 Justice Primal Relic and Uncommon. When you play a curse and a relic in the same turn, play Dying Sun's Tapestry from your hand for free. At the end of your turn, give one of your exhausted units +1/+1 and overwhelm. Say what? Yeah. F. Unplayable. Anyone have?
Can anyone confirm whether or not playing a cursed relic does the fulfills this clause for playing it for free? Like, the wording on it to me seems like it might not. Like, you might have to play 2.
Yeah, I feel like the and a relic. I feel like it wouldn't work. Because the card that triggered muster was a spell that made a curse and played it, right? A cursed relic is just a cursed relic.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it says a curse and a relic, and so a cursed relic is both.
I don't know.
It's just not clear to me, and
But
I haven't played it to know for sure. I was just curious.
So even that, I mean, is the ability, the payoff, and even worth it? Like, I don't know. I don't like this. I'm not playing this card, period. I'm not even going to try to test it to see if it's good or not, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'll die to someone that has like 2 giants somehow, and then all of a sudden they overwhelm them both or whatever. But even then, I find that very suspect. If they took a turn, if they got up to 8 power, and whatever. Anyways, all right.
Yeah, it's like the ability is like extra conditional because the unit has to be exhausted, which means like you already were able to attack with it without it dying or trading. So yeah, no, I'm pretty low on this too.
Okay,
like
let's just move on. F on Dying Sun's Tapestry. Let's move on. Next up, we have Reborn Master. This is a 2/3 unseen at uncommon for 2 Justice Shadow. She has endurance, and your units with 2 or more battle skills have +1 attack. John?
Yeah, it's like another one of these bold adventures, but with some upside. The influence, it makes it a little less playable on curve, but I suppose it has some unseen synergies there. Like, there might be a real deck somewhere in the format for that. I'm a little skeptical though, but it's a solid body for the cost. So I said C+.
Alex?
Down just a little, C, because of the double color.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're in those colors, then it's a C+, easy, because it's your 2-drop, most of the time. So
yeah, of note, it does pump itself if it somehow gets double or gets 1 additional battle skill. So I give it a C as well. So yeah, C for Reborn Master. It's serviceable. Right. I think it's fine. Moving right along, we have S. Ooh, this is the first time I've looked at this artwork. I think this is the first time I've seen this card. Well, I gave it a grade, so I must have read it. Anywho, Essence Feast is a slow spell at uncommon for 2 Feln, so Primal Shadow. Deal 1 damage to each unit. Lifesteal while the enemy player has 10 cards or more in their void, and Deadly while they have 20 cards or more in their void. Yeah, Daleks.
Pass.
Pass. Yeah.
John?
Yeah, like what the heck is going on with this card? Like, the threshold's 20 units. Like, I mean, it is a board wipe.
Yeah,
for 2 mana, but man, is that some real setup there?
And it's a slow spell too, so it's not even like you could do this mid combat when your opponent attacks. You make some blocks and then deal 1 damage to everything.
Yeah, that would make it more playable, but because it's a cheap board wipe, I think they're.
I mean, it hits your stuff too, right?
Right, like a full board wipe. Like when you got that 20 card threshold going.
All right,
I don't know.
So
I'm super skeptical here.
So F or build around A is what I put it as, because if you build your deck to get 20, this card is going to be a complete house. Other than that, it's garbage.
I wouldn't even go that high for a build around, but yeah, like definitely F in most decks.
I mean, okay, it might be a little bit better in the Spells Matters deck, right? Because then it's 2 costs to ping everything for 2 maybe, and we already saw that all the cards that give you extra spell damage have huge toughness or health, but all right, yeah, whatever. I don't know.
The one, if you could somehow give it Death Dutch or whatever, right?
Yeah,
it can just have that, eventually anyway, but
you can like give it to it with that
the time, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're wiping your own board every time with this as
Yeah.
well in those cases.
All right,
So
all right. I don't know. D, I guess. Let's just give it like a D minus.
yeah, D minus is where I have it.
All right, fine. D minus.
Very close to F.
D
Really
minus
close.
for Essence Feast. All right. Click to the next page and home. Oh, sweet. Easy ones here. We're going to save you guys a little bit of time. So the tokens are back. We have the other factions, the other tri-faction tokens. So long story short, they are depleted power, where you have the option of selecting one out of the 3 factions in it. So they are pseudo fixing for all 3 factions, but you are only able to pick one. If you want to listen one of the older episodes of Farming Eternal with Ben Gracier, he does the breakdown as far as why banners and seats and cards like that give you more influence overall than tokens, but we won't go too far into depth. So the combinations are: creation is fire, time, justice. Destruction is fire, time, shadow. Menace, fire, primal, shadow. Purpose, justice, primal, shadow. And tradition, time, justice, primal. Where are you guys picking these in your draft?
I mean, there's in my limited draft so far, like these are just coming around late in the packs too. Like, if I've got a bunch of busted, greedy cards, then I'm going to pick these higher, but you're only going to want so much depleted power in any given deck. And, I put them all at a solid B, but you're only going to want so many in any given deck for sure.
Yep. Alex?
Well, I have them at C just because it's a power, and the stranger inclusion in the draft packs really helps your fixing a lot. So it's like they're not as necessary as they would have been if those strangers weren't there. So that's why they're down as a C for me. The artwork on them is really cool though, better than the first tokens, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I like I like the menace one with the smoke coming off of it. I put them all at B minus. The reason being is anytime you can fix without spending a card in your deck, I think you're up something. So I do like probably having 3 is probably the max tokens I would want in my deck. Something else just of note, it is also completely fine to take a token that only has 2 of your colors. You don't need to be completely in all 3 factions for it. Another random consideration is that there is the neutral stranger that has power and toughness or attack and health equal to the influence you have. So there might be a little bit of synergy there, essentially giving yourself an influence that your deck doesn't need just to pump that by 1 more. But okay, that's all we're going to talk about. The tokens, take them for fixing when you need them. You're definitely not early picks, but about mid-pack, you're happy taking them. And of course, late, they're great. This leads us to the displays. The displays are back. So we are getting, of course, the three color factions that we just mentioned in the tokens. They also get displays that are all fast spells for 3 that require 1 influence of each of the 3 factions. And they give you 3 options that you can select one of to do. First up is Display of Creation. This is a 3 fire, time, justice fast spell uncommon. Draw 2 random sigils from your deck or silence each attacking enemy unit. They get -2 attack this turn, or give one of your units +2 attack and 2 armor, and you gain 2 armor. So of note, the first mode, you do not play them, you only draw them, so it's not ramp. It just helps you grab them to clean up your draws for later on your power plays. The second ability is a upgraded flash grenade where you're getting the -2 attack and then also get to silence their attacking units, which could be relevant with like flyers and things like that. And then of course, and deadly units and unblockable units. And then of course, give one of your, yeah, that last ability is just so weird to me. Giving one of your units +2 attack, but not quick draw or overwhelm, and then you gain 2 armor seems a little weird. But okay, Alex,
weird indeed.
Alex, where are you at on Display of Creation?
So spoiler alert, I mean, B is a very common theme for me here. Like if you're in this 3 color combination, you're going to want to play Display of Creation. I have it at a B minus. The versatility even of the first 2 is solid, even if you don't ever do the third one. So yeah, I think they really knocked it out of the park with these.
I gave this one a C+, and the reason being is I do think it's good, but the fact that it doesn't have a clean removal option on it puts it a little bit lower for me. I do like the versatility of it, but that third mode seems almost unplayable to me. And of course, they did dumb down or power down these displays a little bit. I feel like they might have felt their predecessors were too powerful. So these seems overall just slightly weaker, but I think they're still good. John.
Yeah, I just love displays so much, so I think my ratings are all a little rose colored probably. But yeah, like the only really exciting mode on this one is the super fog second mode. But there's gonna be some games where you play the draw two sigils. I rated this one a B.
Okay, and so both of you guys get a B. So Display of Creation gets a B.
Well, I was B minus.
He was
so
B minus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
that'll be right in the middle.
I'm in the middle of you two a lot. That's hilarious to me.
Okay. All right. Middle.
The voice of reason, Alex.
That's not true. Earlier in the podcast, I was the middleman. So
You're mostly the Debbie Downer on these cards.
I mean, hey, I don't have excuse. I don't know what to tell you. All right. Display.
I'd say realist, but it's like worst case scenario is not realist. I don't know.
I mean,
Debbie Downer.
If you watch the stream every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday at twitch.tv/Jedi_EJ, you will find out that actually for me, the worst case scenario and a realist both go hand in hand. So
yeah, I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah, exactly.
Kudos to anyone who made it to 5+ hours to hear the Twitch plug right there.
No joke. They're like, yeah, unfollow. All right. So, Display of Destruction. This is the Fire Time Shadow, 3 cost, fast spell, uncommon. Deal 3 damage to an enemy unit and you gain 3 health. Or sacrifice a unit to get +6 power this turn. Or play 3 1/1 cultist exhausted. John?
Yeah, I gave this one an A minus. Don't hit me. Like all 3 modes seem situationally excellent. The second 2 modes are particularly strong in like those colors, like the sacrifice synergy deck, which is what they're trying to generally do. And like you could do some really busted stuff with +6 power in a turn by sacking some 1/1. Like you can really take over the game early if things line up right for you. And then the first mode is basically a reasonably costed removal. Like I'm pretty high on this one.
Of note, it is net 6 power or 3 power because you are paying 3 that turn to play this. So just something to think about. But still, 3 is quite a bit of ramp for sure.
Yeah.
I gave it a B plus. It has removal. It fits everything, right? It's completely versatile. This is definitely the Swiss Army knife of displays. So I gave it a B plus. I like it. I think I'm very high on this. I think everything works. Of note, the cultists are exhausted when they come into play, so you cannot ambush, for example, a 3/3 or anything like that. That's I think the why they come into play exhausted. Alex?
Yeah, I'm right there at B plus with you on this one.
All right, sweet.
Cool.
Display of Destruction, B plus. All right. Next up, Display of Menace. 3 cost, Fire, Primal Shadow, fast spell, uncommon. Deal 1 damage to each enemy. Kill an enemy relic and give relics in the enemy void bound. Sacrifice a unit to draw 2 of the top 4 cards of your deck. Bottom the rest. Alex?
Yeah, I have this one at B minus again. If I'm in these colors, I don't mind picking what mode is going to work for me. It's like, yeah, I don't know. It's hard to evaluate these, like if you're not in these colors, but yeah, you're going to want this card. So I have it at a B.
Alex or John?
I give this one a B plus. I think there's going to be a game where, like in any draft run, right? Like you're going to pick one of all 3 of these modes in any given game. Like they're all 3 pretty good, depending on the situation. This one's it's pretty good. Not as good as the last one though.
I gave it a B minus. It's not removal. The +1 damage will come into play because we did see Reverberate do work in the last format. We see a lot of relic weapons and relic matter synergies, so the kill enemy relic is going to be viable. But the biggest mode that I think you're using most often with this is sacrifice unit to draw the top 2 cards out of the top 4 cards of your deck. I think that's very strong, but the versatility is definitely there. I still like to see my displays have removal. Like I said, maybe I was spoiled by the previous versions of it, but I think this one's good. I give it a B minus, so I think we even out a B, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Correct.
Another B for display.
I just got my display goggles on that makes these all look a little bit better.
So, fair, and yours will probably play out better than mine.
Yeah, I mean, I plan to have some, at least one of these in every deck, basically, whether I'm in those colors or not. Like I'm all about splashing these kind of things.
All right, display of purpose, 3 cost, Justice Primal Shadow, fast spell uncommon. Give one of your units +1/+1 and exalted. Ooh. Deal 7 damage to an enemy unit played this turn. Okay. Steal an enemy relic with cost 3 or less. Kind of medium. All right, so I think this was the one you were very high on when it was spoiled, John or Alex. So go ahead and start us off.
Was it? No, I think it's the next one for me, just because of the colors.
Oh, all right, fine. John, start.
No,
No, you passed. John, what's up?
Okay. Yeah, this one is tied in rating for me with Display of Destruction. Like 2 of these modes, I feel like are going to be extremely powerful at times. And then, steal an enemy relic with 3 or less is going to be situationally good. So yeah, I just value the flexibility of these cards so highly. Like I rated this one an A minus, like Destruction. It's not too unreasonable to hold up that 3 power for the potential, balmy big unit for the deal 7. And then when, if you sniff out that that's not going to be an issue anytime soon, you might just go ahead and spend the power that, to go ahead and buff one of your units, especially if you have ways that you'll be able to recur it in some way in the future. So it's like an insurance policy or whatever. I don't know. I'm pretty high on this one.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in the previous format where if they were playing time when they were at 5 power, we're like, okay, we got to get prepared for the Grodaw's favorite next turn. And when it didn't happen, it's like, okay, shields down. Or when they did happen, we're like, all right, it's done. So I could see leaving the 3 power up for the 7 damage, definitely being relevant. Exalted on any unit is great. Versatility super good. All right, I guess since you're kind of medium and didn't really pay attention to this card, Alex, is there anything you want to say about it?
No, it's funny. My grade is exactly like John's, where it's the same as Display of Destruction, just slightly lower. I'm at a B plus on this one. The first 2 modes are great.
Okay, I gave it a B minus. But actually no, it's a B. I think it's a solid B for me. What'd you give again, John? You gave it an A or B plus?
A minus. Same as Destruction.
All right, fine. We'll give it a B plus. Display a purpose. You have a purpose. So much like Mr. Smith, Agent Smith, you have a purpose. You'll get a B plus. And the final display of tradition here. This is the 3 cost time Justice Primal fastball I almost said unkiller. Uncommon. This is weird. The text box looks a little weird. Anywho,
it's literally off the it's so much text. It's coming out of the text box straight up.
Yeah. Okay. Put an enemy unit into its owner's hand, then increase its cost by the highest cost among your relics. Silence the enemy void. Give one of your units +2 health and killer. Okay, Alex.
So I love the tradition colors, the combination the most. So this is my favorite probably, even though it's probably not the most powerful. Yeah, I have this one at a solid B as well, if you're in those colors, particularly the first 2 modes as well.
Okay. John?
I rated this a B as well. I guess that means this one is tied with Creation for the lowest of the displays for me. I like the first mode can be relevant, but I mean you have to have like a pretty costly relic for that to be good. Silence the enemy void at fast speed can be relevant, but that's on the weaker side, and I think the mode mostly going to be used here is the killer mode for sure. But yeah, I'm not as excited for this one personally.
Yeah, I gave it a B minus, but I do agree. I think the first mode can potentially be removal if you have any kind of relic in your hand, because you bounce their 6 or 7 drop and you add 4 or 5 to it, and it's just gonna be stone cold unplayable. If it has a
Yeah.
weapon on it, sometimes bouncing it, you can bounce and negate a combat trick. So a 3 cost bounce is already very strong in itself. It's just an added bonus of the removal. It's not the same thing. Yeah, you hit killer. We've already talked about it. So yeah, and I give it a B minus. So we'll even out at a B for display of display of tradition.
Cool.
All right, here's another one that is super spicy here. We have Sorcerer's Wand. This card is awesome. 5 cost, time, justice, primal, relic, uncommon. Once per turn, thank goodness I said that, or this card would be ridiculous. You may pay 2 to stun an enemy unit, or draw a card, or give each of your units +1/+1 this turn. And of course, Alex, it's in your favorite color combination. So yeah, tell us a little bit about this card, you lucky dog, you.
Well, I mean, I haven't got to play with this card yet, but I'm not opposed to it. I have it at a B plus. If you're in those colors, those are, you know, choose your, choose your own adventure with what you want to choose to do. Yeah, no, I like this card a lot.
Alex, or I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, if you're in like especially like a very controlling type deck, this card basically does it all. You know, like Eye of Winter has always been a good limited card, and paying 2 to draw a card, I don't know if we've ever had something quite that cheap for that ability.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, that seems really good. So, I mean, it does have a low floor, right? Like, there's going to be some games where this just doesn't help you get there, but I'm pretty high on this card personally. I gave this one an A minus.
Well, to your absolute surprise, this card gets an A minus from me. So I actually gave on, yeah, I actually gave on A at the common uncommon level. This card just does it all. It fits everything. It really does. It stops. It negates their best unit if they're beating you down. It can change from unit to unit as the game goes. If you stabilize the board, you just start drawing cards, and the extra card only costs you 2. So there's a high chance you'll be able to play it that same turn. And then once you've stabilized and you have the commanding board, then just pump your team and swing. Like, this card really does it all. It's so good. So
like I've liked Frost Talisman in prior formats quite a bit, right?
Yeah,
like, this is so much better than that.
Exactly. So yeah. So what'd you give it, Alex?
The Swiss Army Wand, I give it a B plus.
Okay, so yeah, A minus. A minus for Sorcerer's Wand. All right, moving on. We have Agent of Purpose. This is a 6 cost Elf Unseen. Or, I'm sorry, 6 cost Justice Primal Shadow, 6/4 Elf Unseen at uncommon. Pay 2 and exhaust Agent of Purpose to kill a cursed enemy unit. Give Agent of Purpose its battle skill. So kind of a pseudo choice, Felrock's choice, but you don't get the relic back or the curse back, but you do get the unit's battle skills. If it has battle skills, there could be a good chance that you just want to. I guess this was probably really good with against flying units. But all right, where are you at on it, John?
Yeah, I think this guy's like a weird icebreaker, right? But with real stats, you know, and some actual upside if you can give it some kind of evasion, like you just mentioned. And you know, it's already in the color combination where you're probably going to have some curses going on. So I think there's a reasonable chance that this works out pretty well for you. I rated this one a B minus.
Yeah, me too. The thing that came to mind the most for me was Inflict Conscience, because then you're essentially killing a unit for 3, which we're 100% okay with, and you get a battle skill, right? It can kill, for example, the 7/7 endurance, so it gets endurance. That's something, but I think the fact that, you know, one of the biggest arguments about Inflict Conscience is that they have the potential of blocking the unit, or not blocking it, sacking it, or bouncing it, and doing all kinds of things to get their unit back without killing it. So both Timidity and Inflict Conscience are kind of high on my radar with this card. So that's something to think about. Alex, what do you think?
I have it in the build around camp. Because like 6/4s for 6, that's very middle of the road. So you really better have, reason to have this unit in your deck. So build around C plus, B minus for me.
Okay. Yeah, are we good with the C plus guys? Yes, no?
Oh yeah, John said yes. Maybe it
Oh,
cut out.
okay. Yeah, I did. Okay. Moving on. Awakened Gorger. Oh boy. Kind of cool artwork. Awakened Gorger is a 9/9 Nightmare Kieran for 6 Fire Time Shadow. So here's where those buffs to stats come from. At the start of your turn, sacrifice a unit. Then you gain 3 health and get 3 power this turn. What? It's not even a downside. All right, like sure, like you need more ramp after playing a 9/9 for 6. Ah, Alex, what do you think about Awakened Gorger?
So I mean, it's a great sack outlet, but other than that, I'm not too high on this guy. You basically have to have a lot of fodder. I mean, I guess granted he's going to take out himself, that which is the floor, but you don't want to decimate your whole side just to have this big unit that eventually is going to kill itself. So this guy's also a build around like C plus, B minus for me.
I mean, it definitely doesn't have overwhelm, right? So they could just sit there and chump block it. But
Yeah.
I mean, you're also not afraid about turning this card or attacking because you're gaining 3 life a turn as well. So I don't know. I think there's some benefits to it. John, what do you think?
Why does this creature have wings when it doesn't have flying? Like that kind of stuff grinds my gears. But it's like overstated but non-evasive unit. Like it might just get chumped for a couple turns while you wipe your whole board. Like it has some huge downside potential, but like it can be a decent card, I guess, in a dedicated sack deck. But I'm pretty low on this one. Like I said, D plus.
And it's not even in the colors with the Outcast, the Lifesteal Exalted unit, or the Flying Exalted unit. So the 2 cards that you want to pump this aren't even feasible. Well, shoot, it doesn't even have Primal, so you can't even use the Primal Touch to give it Overwhelm. Huh? Yeah. All right, fair. I gave it a C plus because it to me I feel like it is a must answer threat, right? Granted, you can answer it with chump blockers, but if you manage to be aggressive with removal, make some early trades and stuff, and your opponent's sitting on 2 units, this is going to be tough, and it negates any kind of relic weapons as well, right? What they're definitely never going face. So I think it has some upside. I give it a C plus. So you gave it a D, right, Alex? And then John, where'd you sit at? Sorry, I know you just said it.
I said D plus.
Oh, all right. Well, fine. All right, we'll go with D plus then. So Awakened Gorger, you get a D plus. Next up, we have Razor Pain Hellkite. This is a 4/5 Nightmare Dragon uncommon for 6 Fire Primal Shadow. It has flying, and then +2 attack for each treasure trove in your void. Pay 8 to deal 1 damage for each different name among your dragon. So 8 is a lot, especially even let's say you have 2 dragons in play. Doing 2 damage for 8 seems super lackluster. We've seen that happen with what was it, Spitfire sometimes, but that was so rare, and so I don't really think that's too viable. It's pretty much this thing. We can probably count on it mainly being a 6/5 for 4 or 6/5 flyer for 6, maybe. Not really quite sure. What do you think, John?
Yeah, like if you're already solidly in those colors, I think it's super solid. Like I rated it a B plus in that case. I think that last bit is basically flavor text. Like I'm okay with this mostly being a 4/5, and there'll be some opportunity for it to be less like a 6/5, which that's pretty dang good, I think, for the cost.
The additional downside too to paying that 8 is typically it's going to be the majority of your power, so you're also telegraphing to your opponent that you don't have combat tricks. So that's a slight, kind of advanced player thing, but it is a thing, right? Sometimes if you have 3 cards or 2 cards in hand, your opponent still, you might have a stop in it, but obviously if you pay all your power, you are getting the 1 additional. There's some discussion there, like next level discussion there. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I would add a C. Just it's like it overcosted if it's not going to get any boost, and that's just a 4/5 flyer. But I mean, late game having 8 power to throw a damage or 2 or 3. I mean, in a dragon deck, it could be a lot more significant. But yeah, I have it middle of the road, C.
All right.
So I'm not sure it's like overcosted. Like I think about the primal flyer in the last set for
Yeah,
4 or
the
5
Draconis.
was 7 costs, right? So if anything, in my mind, it's discounted, and then it's possibly even more stats than base. I don't know.
I think it's serviceable. You're paying 1 less power to not have the removal spell attached to it. Plus, it's a lot harder to cast because of the influence requirements. Obviously, in this format, not, but they still have to consider big picture. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I think it's a good finisher in a deck, just standard, even if you're not worried about it. And in these color combinations, I find it hard to believe you're not going to have at least 1 treasure trove in your void. So, yeah, I give it a C+. So I think the middle is C+. So we'll go with that. C+ for Razorpane Hellkite. Here we go. Yeah, buddy. Edge of Prophecy. Woot woot. Armory. +3/+3. Relic weapon at uncommon for 7. Fire. Time. Justice. Huh? What the heck? But summon double Edge of Prophecy's attack and armor. So when you play it, it is a 6/6/6 weapon for 7. Some of you remember playing the Shadow Cudgel, which was a 6/6 for 8. It did some work. This card does as well. It's just medium at that point, but in the color that can recur it through both fire and time spells to get this back, and then you play it again, and all of a sudden it's a 12/12. If you had any way of pumping it while doing that, it could, Cassandrith, shout out to a great limited streamer. He got his up to a 32/32.
What?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, because he got it back with Reforge, which gave it a +2/+2, and then it brought it back with time, bring back time or whatever. Yeah, it was.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
That's busted.
Now, granted, I will say this once again: it does not have Overwhelm, so that is a consideration. But at the end of the day, you could just use it to keep taking out your opponent's best units and then getting in there with your smaller guys. So yeah, this card is a super fun build around. 100% a build around. You are not going to want to play this just as a 7 cost 3/6/6. You can in a pinch, but for that you might as well play the Shugo's Hook Sword. So it is a build around, but I gave it a build around B. I think this card is very strong. If you recur it just 1 time, you're super happy. Alex?
I was a little bit lower. Yeah, C+. Just because you have to have the recursion stuff because of what you said. It's pretty if you're just having the 6/6 weapon once, So yeah, it takes some building around to really make it punkers. Like at 32/32.
That's not even remotely fair.
That's ridiculous.
Anything to add, John?
Like a card like this, like you mentioned before, like Improvised Club in a previous format, like I was like super down on that until I actually played it sometimes, and I was actually impressed by a 6/6 for 8, and this one's only 7 for that baseline. So like I think at its worst, it's still pretty legit. Like, but as a build around card, I'm pretty excited to do some decks with this and do some broken things like you just mentioned. Like I rated this a build around B+.
Okay, so build around B for Edge of Prophecy. All right, home stretch. We are at the neutral cards, guys. Neutral cards here. Overall, real quick, one last thing about the multi-faction cards. I think they did a great job about showcasing what these color factions want to try to do, what synergies to build around, which is very user-friendly for beginner players and advanced units. So, yeah, I think the design overall of the set was fantastic in that part. Anything to add on that, guys?
I'm not a unit.
I didn't get it.
Yeah, I didn't get it either.
You just called me a unit.
What? No, I said guys.
No, like right before that, you said. Yeah, never mind. It's what you said.
Look, we've been recording for a very long time. I'll let the listeners laugh, and we'll just move on.
Fair enough.
I like it so much better when you're giving me the alley oops instead of the whatever. Anyways. I'm gonna find that mute
You're
button.
gonna put me into a rage here pretty shortly.
Oh, boom, boom, boom! Look at that! And with that segue,
there's the alley-oop for you.
There you go. With that segue, we got to discuss our first neutral card. This is Rage. It is a 1 cost neutral fast spell at common. Give a unit +1/+1 this turn. Yeah, it's a D. I gave it a D only because if you really need a playable, it breaks Wormstone. It sometimes can win combat a little bit. It goes with Exalted, so I can think of corner cases where it's fine, but overall, I really think you don't want to play this in your deck. But I do think it's cheap enough and kind of flexible enough to be slightly playable, even if it's begrudgingly. You're obviously low on it, Alex. John?
I said D minus.
Okay.
Super unexciting.
All right.
Barely playable.
All right, so D minus for Rage. Next up, we have Unfamiliar Interloper. This is the 1/2 stranger at common for 2. Summon, gain an influence of your choice, corrupted 1. So it's this format's version of Bannerman, where it's a 2-drop. Plus sides is it allows you to fix any colors that you need, essentially free. Corrupted means you can fix 2 colors if you need to. It's 2 bodies for the sack deck, and then of course it's a stranger, so you can mooch off of either your stranger synergies or your opponent's. Alex?
Yeah, no, like this guy's a C plus for me. He does exactly what you want him to do. The body's a little bit small, but being able to fix 2 of your colors or get double of whatever influence you need. Yeah, I like this guy. C plus.
Yeah, the 1 attack definitely means it's not going to be able to trade with all the other strangers in the format, so that is a strong consideration. Very good point on your behalf, John.
I'm lower on this guy. Like this guy, he's making me miss Bannerman. Honestly, with all the dual factions, neutral strangers in the format, I would pick those over this every single time. I think. Like I rated this guy D plus.
Oh wow! All right. Well, I give him a C plus as well. So let's meet at a basic C then. For Unfamiliar Interloper. I think it's good in a pinch. I like it. I have cut some from my deck before, and keeping the strangers that you mentioned before, but yeah, I like it. I think it does a lot of work. And finally, our last card is Unity Within. This is a slow spell uncommon for 2, neutral. Give one of your units, and each of your units that share a type with it +1/+1. So I give it a D plus pretty much because Unlock Potential hit all units and barely saw play in those formats. And this is clearly worse than that because you have to build around. Obviously, the first one that pumps to mind is Strangers, but I guess there might be birds or dragons or whatever. Kieran.
Unlock was fast too, wasn't it?
Yes, actually. Unlock? No. Yeah, that might be.
There's 2 that are so similar. I can't remember which was which.
The Synchronized Strike, I think, was the fast spell, but it was only for the turn. The Unlock Potential was a slow spell, but it was permanent. And that barely saw play. So I feel like this one's on the same boat. Like you can include it in your deck if you kind of have the whole stranger thing going on maybe, or dragons, but it's so lackluster. They have to be in play. You have to have more than one of them. It just, yeah, I give it a D plus. I'm going to give it a D minus. Alex?
I had it at a D, so
I said D plus, so...
All right, so we'll even it out at a D. All right, sweet, guys. Well, that's going to do it for the set. I've been talking a lot. What are your closing statements, John?
Well, it's the commons and uncommons, at least. We got another doozy of an episode coming up next week, right? Like,
oh, I hope we go through it so much quicker. We'll do it after action.
It's not as many cards, right?
Surely you just don't call me Shirley.
I haven't actually checked, but
it's about 80 cards, I believe.
Okay.
Right?
So that's like, yeah, a good.
All right, focus.
15% less.
Focus. We're killing time. Come
on. Good luck in your draft queues, everyone.
I like that. Nice. I'll just clip that. Put it in the end. No, I won't. Okay. So I think Shadow's strong. I think Justice is strong. Time, once again, you don't hate being in it. So I think right now Xenon seems like the front runner to me, but I could see there being some kind of hidden aggressive deck here that we're not quite picking up, especially like Rakano being the touch giving double damage, the other, and then the invokes or conjures both being very aggressive conjures. So I think there's an aggressive Rakano deck in here. Don't know how spells matters. I wasn't impressed. Relics matters probably because it's kind of sketchy. I am feeling the sack deck. I think that's completely viable. And then obviously just Felon Aggression seems good as well. Yeah. Anything else you guys want to add?
Okay. I'm not afraid to draft Primal for the first time in a while. Shadow, though, that's what I'm mostly looking to draft. There's a lot of cool cards in Shadow.
Yeah, I've got one draft going right now, and I'm definitely heavy into Shadow. Luckily,
And
feels pretty good right now.
And I like that every color has a viable removal spell too. I think that's a nice subtle touch that I like.
And the invoke uncommons, those are fun.
Yeah,
There's a lot of fun spells.
All right, sweet. Well, Alex, where can people find you at?
In the Discord, EJ Discord, Farming Eternal Discord, in the chat for when you stream, and yeah, feel free to ask any questions anywhere.
John?
Yeah, exactly what Alex just said. I'm in the exact same locations, and occasionally on twitch.tv/JohnHolio as well.
All right, and of course, guys, shout out to the other podcast out there. Misplay Podcast, Farming Eternal Podcast, Friends of Eternal Podcast, and Backlash Podcast, all constructed and limited focus in their own right. Check them out. They're all enjoyable. I listen to all of them. And again, shout out to Stever Cakes and Papa Capricorn for making shiftstoned.com and eternalwarcry.com. Be on the lookout for the written set review on the respective website. And you can catch me streaming live every Sunday, Monday, Tuesday at twitch.tv/Jedi_EJ. I do encourage you to check out both the Discord where we're building quite a good community there where we are discussing our draft picks, what works, what doesn't, as well as the YouTube channel where you can catch draft videos and all kinds of great content offline to include the visual version of this podcast if you're listening to it. Thank you guys so much for the ongoing support of all the subs to the channel. And for you guys for sticking through it. This was definitely, we knew it was going to be long. I didn't know it was going to be this long, but I guess with 3 people having a conversation, it's going to happen. We will work on that. Please let us know in the comments below. Super important. If you liked, hated, or kind of didn't notice my hiccup with the music earlier in the show, as well as how you felt about the length and the information of this. We want your feedback so we can continue to improve this show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Hope you guys get some fun drafts in. And we helped you make your picks a little bit better, make your deck a little bit better. And of course, we'll see you next week for our rare and legendary set breakdown. That's going to do it. Until next time, as always, happy gaming.
Bye, guys.
Good luck in your draft queues, everybody.